Cataclysm is a unique apocalypse survival game in many ways. Most importantly, you can basically create any character you want and throw them into wildly different scenarios. In this world, we not only have a unique hero, but a novel goal. We find ourselves as one of the Fae, a member of the Wild Hunt. Not a terrifying force of the Fae Wild, but a mere scout, on a final test before being allowed into the prestigious order. Our task is simple: travel to a dead world and slay an errant god. Easy, right? Valzane the Forge God is no simple being. Although he bleeds, his forge is surrounded by his various servants and machinations, and he himself is heavily protected by traps and magic. We will have to find a way to survive, build ourselves up, and become strong enough to face off against a deity and escape alive. Welcome to Cataclysm, to kill a god. Fresh out of the portal back to the Feywilds, he knows that this portal is something it is going to bring along other creatures, other things from the in-between realms. So we need to get away from here rather quickly. We need to find a place to bed down and assess ourselves. We need to find some place that is not going to kill us right away. We do have very little in the way of provisions, of food. Pretty much nothing, actually. We have a little bit of clean water. And then we have a stone knife in our sheath. We do have our book that we got from our homeland of the Feywild, the Book of Trees, which will allow us to learn quite a few of the Druid spells we need to complete our mission. But we need the time to be able to sit down and do them, which means, again, we need a place to get away from the portal and get to safety. Since our first real goal is to find a patch of woods that will be good to settle down, we are going to take advantage of one of our mutations right away, Mycorrhizal Communion. As a member of the Feywild and the Wild Hunt themselves, Hunter does have the ability to reach out to commune with trees and comprehend their ancient wisdom, allowing us to basically meditate next to a tree. We'll do it for until about noon. And this tree is going to actually teach us what the nearby forest looks like. We can see that the forest only goes down to about the portal that we left. There's an evac shelter down there, and then it goes pretty far north. But unfortunately, it does also seem like there's a lot of swampland here. We have enough experience with forests that we know that we don't want to bed down by swampland. For that reason, specifically, there is a Diplosaurus here. The dinosaurs do have a tendency to linger around swamplands. Some of them will be greatly beneficial to us, defending us, naturally, from zombies and other predators, but others are not going to be so good. I'm going to head back into the forest for now, following these man-made trails north, and see if we can find another forest. It will put us far away from our objective to move this far, but it might be worth it just to kind of scout the area a little bit before we find a place to settle down. In the midst of trying to forage, we were attacked by a goose. Of course it's a goose. Well, we can go ahead and take advantage of our first of our spells as Hunter puts away his knife, calls upon his ancestral powers, and creates a thorny arc of stranglethorns beneath the creature, which had no effect. It's supposed to be able to make them bleed, but it appears that the goose is proficient enough to not get bled by that, so we're just gonna hunt it down with a knife. The goose ran at full speed too, by the way. Oh man, just completely lost track of it almost instantaneously. Well, so much for our meal. As we were heading south, we have spotted in the distance a crystal outcropping. That's something we're going to have to want to come back to, but not something we're going to want to mess with right now. Okay, a new forest. Let's commune again once we get a little bit farther in and see if this is going to be a better place to live. There will be wasps nearby, but if I don't mess with them, they're probably not going to mess with me. Reaching out, Hunter once again touches the trees and asks for help guiding him. No. We need a much thicker forest than this. As we're moving, we also have seen horses Horses should be able to be something that Hunter can tame. We're going to go ahead and mark those on the map, in fact. We will be back for that probably sooner than later, in fact. Returning for those horses in order to have not only a pet, but something to help us get around as early as possible. As we're moving, we have found yet another crystal outcropping. Another forest, another communion. Hunter seeks a safe place. And this is a little swampy, but it's the best forest we found so far. As we were heading down to check out the rest of this forest, we do see a massive stadium come up in the distance. We have little interest in interacting with human things right now. We need to get away from this. We're already low on water. Our water skin is empty. But we do have plenty of pools of water, and we were prepared. Hunter is not some normal day one survivor of the Cataclysm. We are a trained member of the Wild Hunt, a scout in the mortal realms for the Feywild. Dealing with something as simple as needing water is no real challenge, as we cast Purification Seed, summoning into our hands a magical seed that can be squeezed to release purifying dust, which can then use to purify up to a gallon of water. Go ahead and activate that, create some dust, and purify the water in our water skin. Between that and being able to proficiently forage in the nearby area, we have no need to rush. We are not in immediate danger of survival. Although that is a stone golem. Where is it? It's to our southwest. Okay, I said we weren't in immediate danger. I meant survival needs. That stone golem could easily kill Hunter right now. We have nothing in the way of armor, and we have nearly nothing in the way of weapons. We do need to find a place to sit down and study our book so that we can learn some spells. The first of which is actually going to be a spell that allows us to summon a bow from our homeland. After some exploration, Hunter has finally found a place that will suit our demands. It is a thick forest near some water, but not too close to invite danger. We have some nearby locations, including the home of our target, the Forge of Wonders. We're not too close to any other locations, not too close to swamps, and we do need to explore this area nearby, but we can see a city off in the distance, and we get the inclination that it's a fairly large city as well. Now we just need to search this forest to find a location that has the necessary resources for what we want. What we're looking for is a pine tree with some water nearby. Having some water during our early camp days will be incredibly valuable. So there is some water right here, and there is a pine tree right there. So we could probably get started right here in the center of the forest. So what we're going to be doing is we need to make a lean-to out of the pine tree. So we need an object of hammering one or more, a few long sticks from nearby trees. Fortunately, it's quite easy to gather everything we need. We can use these low-lying bushes in order to forage for rocks, and sometimes get a beautiful hit where we just got a whole bunch of eggs. That will be our breakfast for the next couple days. We also can find these dead trees that whenever we pick them, it'll drop a whole bunch of sticks and twigs, which Hunter can then haul back to our pine tree. While we're moving around, we're also looking for these birch bark trees. They drop a bark that is useful for a lot of various things, and we would like to harvest them as soon as possible so that we can potentially get another harvest of them in before winter comes. But the likeliness of that is actually very low anyways. After only a little bit of preparation, we now have all of the sticks we need. We just need to go through and search some of these bushes for some stones. And we'll have our initial camp set up. I'm sorry, we just found a swarm of bees? A swarm of bees displaced from the hive. Without support and nutrients of an apiary, we're taking root somewhere and they'll die in a few days. Okay. I didn't know you could just find a swarm of bees as a object that can be picked up. Hunter's realizing that his fur cloak, as beautiful as it is a little bit too much. So we're leaving behind our fur cloak and hat, letting our beautiful leaf hair and antlers out while we search for some rocks. I'm sure there is a more effective way of doing this. Oh, as I was about to say, that's a flint, not a rock. But I'm sure there's a more effective way to do this. And if you do know a more effective way to do this out in the wilds, please leave that and any other tips for us in the comments below. My experience surviving in the wilds and camping, as we are going to have to be doing, is fairly low. We're going to be learning this together. Hunter is a druid, but more importantly, he is a member of the Feywild, and he is not going to be relying on the technology of humans whenever possible. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to go over to them and salvage. We are going to be salvaging from humans all the time, from the wreckage of their world. Hunter sees humans and their creations as just another thing to be salvaged from. It is another resource to be exploited, but also respected, just like the forest itself. Well, there is a small boulder there. We'll want that eventually. These boulders will be useful as sort of early anvils, but unfortunately we can't break them. We don't have the ability to do that. If we could, we'd be able to get quite a few rocks. Our early tools are going to be kind of important. As we're moving through, though, we did just realize there is a lot of cattails over here. I do want to take a moment and pick a bunch of these, because there is a cattail jelly that we can make. But we don't have anything to store it in. Okay, we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Because if we get a cattail jelly, Hunter's aware of the fact that because of his training as a survivalist and as a scout, a cattail jelly will actually prevent us from getting infected wounds. And we won't need to... Hey, there's a large rock. With our cattail and antiseptic recipe, we're not going to have those concerns that other starting survivors would have, where we could get bit by something on day one and simply die from a basic infection. We are going to have to be careful, though, because, again, we are not terribly durable. Hunter is a Fey, weak of strength, but highly perceptive. With antlers on his head, he's fairly good in a melee fight and will often be able to stab people with his antlers, but unable to wear helmets. Hollow bones means that he is much faster, both moving and attacking, but also much more frail, able to carry less, and taking a lot more damage from bashing injuries. With animal empathy, we can easily tame animals. He is immune to disease, enjoys books, can see in the night fairly well, and is considered beautiful by most humans. We have a little bit in the way of being able to regenerate mana with extra mana, and leaves that cover most of our hair that allows us to bake in sunlight to gain nutrients. Of course, as a scout, he is an outdoorsman and is capable of seeing far distances over flat land. But we also have a Feloderm, which is a woody exoskeleton over our skin that allows us to ignore a little bit of wetness, but also allows us to stop a little bit of damage. From human standards, Hunter would be considered a psychopath because he does not feel guilt for killing humans. But remember, he is no human. And we are slightly spiritual. Our spiritualness does not come from a religion, though. It comes from the desire to be one with nature. But it does mean that we'll be making some bone charms to leave around our campsites to remind ourselves of home. Okay, that method was not working. So we are going to make a digging stick. A digging stick will allow us to dig at the ground a little bit and get rocks very quickly. As much as Hunter didn't want to, our first night is unfortunately going to be spent sleeping on our cloak and hat and not in a shelter. We did not find rocks in time, and our digging stick is incomplete. After just a little bit more crafting in the morning, we do get our digging stick going. We're going to go a little bit farther away here and dig a little bit of a pit. There we go, rocks. Oh boy, that took way longer than it should have. Now we will make this pine tree into a lean-to. And now we have a little bit of an improvised shelter for the following nights. It will do for now. Eventually, we're going to want to cut down the rest of these trees. One of the next things that we want is a axe and a fire pit. We'll be able to get enough rocks with the digging stick to start the fire pit, but it's going to take quite a bit of time, so I think we're going to work on the axe first. In order to get a stone axe, we're going to need some soft hammering and some wood chiseling. The hammering we can get right away with a wooden billet, which is a thick, short wooden stick usually used in flint knapping. From there, we can also make a bow fire drill with the cordage pieces that we got from bashing down underbrush, and that will let us make a fire. We do need to make some notch sticks as essentially a ingredient for it. Doesn't look like we have a way to get to the wood chiseling, unfortunately. For now, it really did seem like digging more of a pit to try and get more rocks was our best option. We are struggling to figure out what we can use to chisel away to make our axe. Because once we have an axe, it opens us up to being able to make quite a few other things out here in the forest. But at least for today, we can put our fur cloak back down inside our little hovel here and potentially get some better sleep than yesterday. Early in the morning, Hunter did actually get a new idea. One of these large rocks, I wonder if it is heavy enough and strong enough to use to bash down one of the other large rocks in the area, essentially letting us generate quite a few stones. Oh, here goes nothing. It doesn't seem like we're actually able to damage that boulder with this one. Maybe this smaller boulder. Oh, there we go. Okay, so with that, we were actually able to completely deconstruct the smaller boulder, which means that theoretically, we should be able to make fire. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Hunter takes in the sight of seeing fire for the first time and knows that, well, this is at least progress. And unfortunately, we can't actually cook anything with this fire because we don't have anything to cook it in. And at the very least, we actually can eat these eggs raw, as awful as I'm sure that is. And we still have the magic of the Feywilds and Purification Seed in order to clean water for us. We have our most basic of needs stated, and now with a fire, which we can go ahead and put out, we will be able to spend our daytime gathering resources, and then nighttime we will study our book finally. The Book of Trees is going to be holding in its everything we need for our beginning survival and everything we need to be able to head into one of the human cities here very soon. The human cities with which we'll have quite a lot for us to scavenge. And because Hunter likes to look nice, we made a little thing called a chaplet, which is basically just a small ring of leaves that goes on our head. It's one of the few things that we can actually wear, and it reminds him of home. It may be a better idea to try and find some chunks of steel or lumps of steel in order to make a impromptu axe from some of the nearby scrap salvage. We did see that there is a swamp shack down here. There's probably some stuff that we can salvage from it without actually going all the way into town. So Hunter is actually going to sit down by the fire and read from the Book of Trees. We want to learn Nature's Bow, a spell that will allow us to once again summon a bow from our homeland. But unfortunately, it does mean that we're going to have to spend some time learning it, because it will not be something that we can learn and cast right away. And there we go. Reading well into the night, we finally get the spell up to level 1. Despite meditating with his Bone Charm for most of the night, thinking heavily on the old forests of the Feywild, we were not actually able to cast it. So that's unfortunate. Since we're already starting our campsite and we're struggling to get some other things, I do think that we're going to spend some of our mana every single day summoning some thorns nearby, slowly converting this area into a proper Druid grove. We also should be able to summon a natural Nature's Bow now, which we were able to do, and this reminds us that we should probably set up a practice target here so that Hunter can practice his aim. And as you can tell, he's not quite good at this yet. Not only are we going to eventually want a better bow than this, we're also going to want quite a bit more skill. If we can regularly miss an inanimate tree from 10 paces, Killing a zombie is not going to be an easy affair. I do think, though, that since we need an axe pretty badly, we're going to come down here and check out the Swamp Shack today. We don't have a lot of mana, so if we run into anything too scary, we will want to run away. Fortunately, those dinosaurs down there are not something we would classify as scary. It does look like there's at least something here. Hopefully no zombies. In preparation for this singular thought, Hunter does pull out his stone knife. Oh, look. We have some charcoal kilns, a wooden rack, some plastic bottles. That's actually useful to us. Smoking rack. Should be able to deconstruct this. Yeah, rocks and sticks. We'll have to keep in mind that we should be able to make a smoking rack back home just fine. And this is what we really cared about. Some jars. Even one 3-gallon glass jar lets us cook some stuff. I think this time we're going to bring back a large rock with us, and we'll see about trying to bash down some stuff back at this swamp shack. See if we can get some of the metal we need to make an axe. Oh. Well then, that'll work, as we seem to have simply just found a pickaxe. The Wild Hunt and Hunter as well believe in a very simple concept. Take what is given. Sure, do we love humans? No. Do we sort of hate the things that they've created in this world? Yes. Are we going to be so silly as to not take a pickaxe when it's directly given to us? No. We will take this. We have no desire to live in their homes, though. There we go. Chunks of steel. That'll get us our metal axe head, and that'll get us a lot of woods and sticks and stuff like that. So we actually have a little bit of a start now. And now we can chop down trees. Heck yeah. We can't make planks yet, but we can make an enormous amount of logs and sticks. Another night of reading by the fire. We've made some progress now with a metal axe head in our inventory, acting as a basic axe. Able to cut down some trees nearby. Go ahead and place some more stranglethorns nearby. Slowly creating a defensive barrier around our grove. And Hunter spends the night reading again. Now that we have this fire ring, we will theoretically be able to cook food, although we need something to cook it with. We'll get back to that in a moment. We have this metal axe head to start clearing down the trees around our campsite, a rock to get more rocks. Well, actually, more importantly, we have a pickaxe to get more rocks. Some of the basic tools that we need, and we are expanding our tool repertoire at every moment. And we do have enough mana to be able to conjure our bow, but not for very long, only about 12 minutes, which in the grand scheme of things is not very long at all. We do have food, as it were, more rather gathered from nature than an actual consistent source by any means. With the bare basics of his camp made, I do believe that Hunter wants to try and explore his surroundings a bit better. We did look around a little bit whenever we first arrived through the portal, which is just down south here. But we were just kind of exploring the forests. The first location we would like to go to is, in fact, the target of our hunt. The Forge of Wonders. Hunter knows that his target is not going to go down easy. He's aware of the fact that there's going to be defenses here, and that this building is going to house others as well. But for the time being, we don't have to be an enemy right away. We can take advantage of the Forge of Wonders and its myriad resources until the fateful day when we turn against these people. Even a tiger can look at its prey and smile. So I'm sure we can manage. At least right now, it looks fairly empty. There's only a handful of forge workers and some pirates who have a truly ridiculous amount of guns sitting on their desk. I'm sure they will not be afraid to use a single one of those against us. We have the Oracle in her smoky little shack. Someone we're actually going to be wanting to talk to sometime soon. Our dear Hunter has actually gotten a tip from one of his younger siblings, another scout who has visited the mortal realms, and we have a bit of a lead on something we'll want to do right away, but we need specifically one of the Forge Master, the heathen gods' coins, before we can do that. Perhaps we can find something to sell. And speaking of selling, we have our librarian. The librarian and I are going to become good friends. We will spend a lot of time together. They are the best person to sell to. In fact, let's go ahead and see if anything we have right now. Well, of course they want the Book of Trees. They also want our Wolf's Head cufflinks, which we have not mentioned, but they are a bit of an heirloom of hunters. They allow us to, in moments of absolute dire need, form a bit of a feral form, which will keep us alive. But there's one last person we need to check on. The guards here are going to be a problem, and another thing that's going to be a problem is this glass steel vault walls. It looks like it might just be glass, but it's probably going to be nigh impenetrable. Beyond the glass steel is a much larger concrete and glass steel vault. A few candelabras, chandeliers of ever-burning torches hanging from the ceiling. An impressive stock of magical items, books, and other paraphernalia. And then the affronting creature, Valzane of Siam, Forge Lord. Currently, he's wielding a Remington 700 because he has a taste for human weapons. But he has his terrifying cloak of Morthilla the Lamia, which will make it a lot harder to take him down, for it gives him significant ability to dodge. He's also wearing escape boots, so if he feels in danger, he will be able to flee. Flee out of his little cage and into the Forge of Wonders proper, where his allies will come to his aid. On top of that, we have been warned that there are traps involved. So even if we were to get some basic magic to teleport through and get into the chamber, before we could even raise our weapon to Valzane, we will activate a myriad of traps. And this is not going to be an easy affair. We're going to have to be powerful. We're going to have to be decisively quick and capable of dealing a very fast blow. And we're going to have to be capable of fighting our way back out, or somehow distracting all of the forge workers and various denizens. Essentially, our job isn't just to come here and deal with this stray god. Our job is to become powerful enough to do so. Hunter leaves the Forge of Wonders, purpose burning in his mind. Where to start? We need to be stronger, and in order to be stronger, we need to be stable enough to train, to learn, to craft spells and magic, get loot to trade to various people to get better magic. In fact, we're even going to be using the Forge of Wonders. We will sell them books and magical paraphernalia and medieval garb of all kind in order to be able to buy magic items off of the affronting god himself, only to one day turn and use those tools against him. He has an oracle. He knows what he is doing. And if he does allow us to buy from him, in his stubbornness, we will take advantage of his folly. For now, though, that is for another day. We need to explore our immediate surroundings and get a grasp on what's around us. Perhaps we're going to start with this evac shelter. If there's anything there, we might be able to procure some very basic supplies. We also need to be aware of the fact that there is a pond near our home that we will probably be able to get quite a few fish and just basic food off of. It'll be a good place to go to instead of farming, because farming is not terribly interesting. It looks like this place has seen better days. And there's a bandit to our southwest with a 6-round combat shotgun. I don't know if he saw us. Hunter goes prone in the darkness, crouching down, waiting to see if the human approaches. It looks like they're at some sort of campground, and they seem to be, at least for now, unaware of us. We shouldn't make any noise, but we should be able to gather some basic resources from this human establishment. And then just check on the bandit every once in a while. Make sure that he doesn't get any closer. Some sort of computer console here. Now, this would normally be a good source of information, but Hunter knows so little about computers that interacting with one is beyond alien to him. He thinks that it is simply some sort of strange viewport to some sort of weirdly stored book. Interacting with the buttons doesn't even cross his mind. Down below, though, we do have quite a few protein rations here. They're kind of disgusting, and we're not going to be excited at all to eat these, but they are useful. And it's good to remember that they're here. We'll come back and get them later. One good thing to keep in mind is taking notes on the map is incredibly useful. Putting down notes that mean something to you, like putting loot beforehand, so that if you go to search later, you can just type in loot, and you can look at your notes, and it'll say protein rations. With that bandit having... Oh, there's more than one, because that one has a crossbow. Well, that's not good. I was about to say, with them having a shotgun, I felt like we could approach fairly safely, but it does look like Hunter's actually spotted 4 bandits in this small campsite. That is a lot more than we want to deal with, especially without a significant weapon of our own, and especially during the middle of the day. We're going to head back north towards our camp and then beyond our camp to see what is along the river to our northeast. We need to get a good lay of the land because we'll be here for a little while. As we were heading east, we do actually spot signs of another survivor. Hunter probably sees smoke in the distance coming from a campsite and the sounds of more human movement. As in this swamp shack, there is some sort of dino lab survivor. We're definitely going to have to check that out. In fact, on the way though, we're going to check out this car. Some basic stuff. We'll definitely have to come back for some of the loot in that car later. There's some tools there that will come in handy. Things that we won't have to make ourselves. There are also some black puddings in the distance, writhing, sticky black smudge undulating across the ground. Faint sizzling comes from the ground beneath it as it lurches towards us. They are not actually lurching towards us quite yet, though, so we are going to just kind of avoid them. And yeah, it looks like there's someone in here. And some smoked meat, which we are just going to eat that man's smoked meat. As he turns the corner, the man seems to be aware of us. Aware of Hunter, but he doesn't seem concerned at all. Greetings, human. Please, leave me be. I'm a humble muck farmer in this humble muck. Hunter stares at him and says, "You are dressed like a human scientist. Are you a scientist? You look a bit like a dinosaur. Are you a dinosaur? Are you a scientist dinosaur? You have seen through my ruse. In retrospect, I should have prepared a costume of some kind. Unimportant. You haven't attacked me or tried to seduce me. You aren't like the others. Had any bad headaches recently? Strange mood swings, strong urges, desire for human flesh?" Hunter blinks a few times. Humans are strange indeed. Only the usual. What are you really? I am a hard-working professional in a challenging field adjusting to a recent change in circumstances. That's all you need to know. You look like you need help. Can I do anything for you? I have a job for you. Want to hear about it? He nods. I need a full chemistry set to do my work properly. I could use some help. Hunter shrugs. It's not necessarily a confirmation or a denial, but he's going to be scavenging anyways. If he comes across one, perhaps he will keep this particular human in mind. With that, though, unceremoniously, Hunter is going to just check through his stuff, see if there's anything there. It doesn't look like he has anything interesting, so we're just kind of going to back out here. That was definitely an interaction. There does seem to be quite a few dinosaurs around here. Fortunately, it looks like we have lucked out, and the dinosaurs that are around Hunter's campsite all seem to be of breeds that are not terribly dangerous to us, which in the long run will mean that they're going to be helpful to us. They'll kill off a lot of the zombies that make their way out of the city. And speaking of the city, it appears that very close to our actual campsite which is just over here, there's a bridge into the city. This will be very, very useful for night raids. Our chosen campsite is actually potentially a lot better than Hunter first thought so. But for now, we really need some basic things like a backpack or some supplies. I believe we're going to head back and see what else we can craft in order to get some of the absolute basics out of the way. One thing that Hunter's going to need is going to be a weapon. We can summon our bow, yes, but having some sort of melee weapon is going to be very useful as well. Ideally, we get a knife, but for the time being, I think it might be a good idea to go ahead and make a wooden spear. The wooden spear will give us something to use until Hunter is a little bit better at other weapons. Go ahead and rest that against a nearby tree. And I think we might actually take to summoning our bow and heading down to this pond to see if we can get some food. We also might be able to steal some eggs from the dinosaur nests nearby, but those will be more useful to us once we actually have a way to cook the food. Oh, this pond is actually quite large. The chance that this has consistent fish in it is actually going to be fairly high. We go ahead and use our holy symbol, having Hunter pray to nature a little bit. We might be able to, get our chance of summoning our wood bow high enough that we can actually use it. See if we can take out one of these frogs. Oh man, our chance of hitting it is so incredibly low. It is in fact so low that it's almost not worth trying. There is fish in the water though. Worst case scenario, we could also just use magic to kill one of the fish. After quite a bit of wading around in the water, it does seem like this is not the best way to get this done. We need to be a lot better at hunting. For now, we dine on some cattails. Oh, wait. Can we get a shot off? Taking a few pot shots at a nearby fish, and yeah, it's already gone. Despite being a hunter, the type of hunter that's our dear wild hunt fae is more of the hunter of men and of monsters, not of fish. Surviving on his own, especially in the mortal realms, is new to him. It is kind of part of the test, though, so we're going to have to get good at this. For now, we're going to head back and see about getting some stuff done around the campsite, and maybe spending some of our time reading the Book of Trees in order to get better at our nature's bow, but also get better at some other things. We're thinking about learning Root Strike and, more importantly, Restoration, focusing on those 3 spells for now. Nature's Commune might also be useful. Because it will calm nearby wildlife, it will be very useful for potentially taming anything that we want to create as some sort of familiar or assistant, as Hunter is quite used to having animals in his care. It will also allow him to potentially hunt things a little bit easier as well. Since we're already quite tired, I think that reading through some spells is going to be first. It would be wasteful to not use our mana as it comes up. So I do believe that every time we have enough mana, we are going to walk over to one of the areas along the side and cast more Stranglethorns, slowly creating a natural barrier around our campsite, so that if anything does sneak up on us, they will at least begin to get bled, and it will conceal us slightly from the outside, along with slowing down anything that tries to come on our camp. It'll let us start up our fire ring at night without much concern for being attacked by zombies in the dark. After cutting down some of the surrounding trees, we do actually have enough to build a improvised shelter now. All we need to do is take out our digging stick, put a shallow pit right next to us. We're going to put down the improvised shelter, which is going to be a little bit better, largely because we can kind of hide in it as well. In our experience, it's less likely that we are going to be attacked while we're inside the improvised shelter, because things are not going to be able to see us easily. Now, it's going to take some time, but we do have the ability to make a stone chisel, which will kind of get us into some of the other tools we need. So we're going to grab a lot of our supplies from our digging expedition and get started on that, because that will actually allow us to make a lot of other basic flint and knapped tools. Hunter isn't super interested in finding and using tools made by humans, especially whenever he can make them himself. He has a higher value to anything made by himself. So he would far rather be out in the woods alone, isolating himself from the ruins of this once human-occupied world, and nap his own tools. It is going to take a while to make this stone chisel, though. Over 20 hours, I do believe. Because, well, he's honestly just not very good at napping yet. 16 hours, as it were. So in the meantime, we are going to continue our reading. We've already managed to get our Nature's Bow up to level 4, but we need it to be high enough level that Hunter is going to be able to cast it even with low focus, even in a moment of panic. Plus, as we level it up, it will also last longer. And eventually, if we master this spell, it will unlock the ability for us to learn an even stronger version. And let's not forget to not waste our mana. Go ahead and summon some Strandlethorns over here as well. We are quite hungry in the middle of the night, so I think before going to sleep, I believe that Hunter might try again at going on a bit of a fishing excursion, this time with their spear. We have the ability to see quite well in the dark, and we can investigate any of the shrubberies to forage along the way, so perhaps we can get some food. It does seem like Hunter's able to sneak up on the fish. He can see better than they can. But since they're occupying the center of the lake... Oh, we just managed to trap one. Perfect. That's exactly what we were trying to do. Staring into the shadows, Hunter's taking swing after swing at it, wildly missing over and over again. This may have to be our method. Staring them into these little alcoves, and then taking swings at them until we finally manage to hit them. In fact, we're actually going to take off our leather pouch to have a slightly better chance of hitting this thing. Ah, finally, after a disappointingly long amount of time, we did finally manage to take out the perch. It looks like we're going to have to haul it back, though. We should set up a butchering area over by the lake sometime soon. Put a little campfire out here, etc., so that we can butcher the fish by the water itself and then only bring back what we need. Like a classical caveman, Hunter's literally having to drag the fish along the ground back to our campsite. Can only imagine what his fellows, his peers, would have thought of him doing this. But it's a survival situation. We can't really complain. After a full butchery, we only managed to get a scrap of fish and a basic fish fillet. Is there anything we can do with that? Yes, we actually can use our spear in order to cook those. Well, that's useful. The first food that Hunter has made for himself. A little bit of cooked fish and some strap fish. Some water as his drink. It's not the most impressive meal, but it does mean that we will be able to do some basic survival. And once we get the ability to cook some, it should go a little bit better as well. We're taking some time to clean up the camp while we organize our thoughts. Living this life of simple camping out in the woods, we've already been here a week, which is wild to imagine. We have not even seen a single zombie yet. It's been a peaceful life. It's simply a precursor to the things that are going to be far less peaceful. Let's see if we can get this stone chisel made. It's going to open the way to a lot of other tools. And it's raining. The fact that it rains at all does mean that we might be able to get some sort of tarp going, some sort of rain catcher going in our camp here for a more consistent supply of water. These forest pools are actually decent water with 169 water in that pool, but eventually it will go dry. And yeah, we have the river nearby, but it would be nice to be able to have clean water where we don't have to take an extra step to clean it. Hunter's life right now is literally spending his entire day working on this stone chisel, and then spending his nights working on reading through the Book of Trees, learning more about the spells that are going to be, honestly, a cornerstone to survival. We're definitely going to have to level this up quite a bit more, but using our basic knowing the day and hour spell does tell us that it's already midnight. Let's see if we can go and get another fish. We might even be able to make some fishing traps eventually as well. We could use some of the plastic and some cordage from the bushes around us to make a basic trap. Fae like Hunter are actually allergic to plastic. So we don't want to wear any, but we should be able to use the basic plastic in order to like make a trap, and it won't be that much of a problem. Being a fae, sometimes concepts are very strong to creatures like Hunter. He is aware of the fact that the humans are afraid of the ocean. And him and his people are convinced that the reason that humans invented plastic is because they created a unique, special cancer to kill their oceans that they were so incredibly scared of. Very wise, but unfortunately, considering the fact that the oceans are natural and so is the Fae, they are equally as effective against killing us. If we were to ingest it or wear it too long, I imagine he would break out into hives. But after we get this knife done, we should probably work on getting a butchering mat going so that we can get more out of these catches of ours. Oh, here we go. That was a much larger fish. 8 scraps of fish, some fillets. Well, unfortunately, between the rain and the inability to start the fire because of the lack of notched sticks, we're actually just going to be forced to go to bed. Well, I guess we'll deal with the meat in the morning. We can't actually make notched sticks in order to make our campfire kit while it's out in the rain while we can't see. We'll have to keep that in mind for the future. Make more of these. Make sure that we always have some on hand. So it does look like every once in a while, we're going to be able to actually make a decent amount of food from the lake, from the pond. So we might actually want to get some basic food preservation going at some point soon. We would need a hammer, which is part of the reason that we're making the stone chisel. I guess back to working on that. Man, we're dead tired in the middle of the day. That's very unfortunate. After a few quick naps, we finally have our stone chisel. It'll allow us to do some basic woodworking, which means that we should be able to make a hammer now. Yes, we can. We can also make a polishing stone, which will let us do a few other things as well. And then we can also make a stone adze, which will help us saw. And wood sawing will be pretty useful in the long run. For now, we just need some sticks, get our stone hammer going, and then once we have that, we should be able to go and make the adze as well. So, on the hunt for more sticks. Eventually, we will have a better way of getting a lot of sticks, but for now, dead trees are still going to be our best resources for that. Looks like it's only going to take 3 hours to make the stone hammer. That's going to be a lot better than it did to make the chisel, but it will still spend the rest of the day doing that. We should be able to get it done during this actual day, though, as long as we don't get too tired. Yes, we did. Okay, cool. So now we have a little bit of a stone hammer, which gives us the hammering quality. Add that to our pile of tools. I also just realized that we have some bones now, so we can also make ourselves a few bone items like a punch and some other stuff, which will be useful. We're also going to make a bone flute. There's something beautiful about our hero being a fae playing a bone flute out in the middle of the woods in order to keep his mood up. It does look like going to our little pond during the day seems to be pretty useless. We've been sitting here for a few minutes and nothing's coming up. So, kind of wondering if maybe it's a better idea to head to the lake with our spear. Sorry, to head to the river with our spear and see if we have any luck there. The only issue is that we might attract some zombies, and yeah, that's the other issue, is that the river is so wide that we're not going to be able to trap anything between us and the shore. Well, that's a lesson learned, unfortunately. It means that we're not going to really have food, and we're going to be sustaining off of water alone for another day. Although I guess we could go around and just get some basic foraging, just so that Hunter has at least a little bit of calories in him. Otherwise, he's going to start getting sick. We may be immune to disease, but we're not going to be immune to withering away due to lack of food. Well, we managed to eat some stuff, so we can go ahead and get started on our stone adze, but it looks like we need some short cordage for that. That's no problem. As Hunter was napping out his saw, his primitive saw, we have experienced the first tiny cataclysm, an aftershock of the original portal storm, which allowed Hunter and the other wild hunt to bring a singular member of the hunt into this world, a novice, as it were, training to become a full-fledged member of the wild hunt. This one is small enough that we should be able to ignore it, to be honest. And we should be able to just continue working. Well, we just had a flatlander walk up on us. So we're going to rush over here, grab our spear, and it actually managed to hurt us. I'm not sure if that's what's happening. And the presence reached out to us. Hunter knows what this is. It is a voice, a mirror of their own, a mirror of the consciousness of humanity and all of its maliciousness, a thing from afar that has created this dead world. We have no interest in it. We're going to ignore it. And we're gonna swing wildly at this flatlander until the world explodes into smoke. Might be a good idea to just catch our breath inside our shelter. Work on our tool crafting for a little bit. Yeah, and really wasn't a problem in the long run. A young scout of the Feywild waits patiently, clad in furs and pelts, at the desk of the librarian. This woman is not just any bookbinder, and is not likely even human. She is a Forge Lord, a disciple of Valzane, the Forge God. And more importantly, she is one who catalogs incoming and outgoing books for the Forge of Wonders. Now, she stares down her horn-rimmed glasses at Hunter, for all librarians must have horn-rimmed glasses, and she is the epitome of the profession. You are not a human. In fact, I would dare say you are not a native to this plane. Native, in this instance, meaning belonging to a particular place by birth or origin. Hunter mumbles, I know what native means. Well, regardless, you are now a denizen of this place. As such, you are applicable for employment. You want magic items? Yes. Well, the transaction is simple, then. Bring us things we want. Books, weapon, marvels, and trinkets, and we will give you denarii. That is the currency we use in the Forge, printed and enchanted locally. With denarii, you may buy services and magic. No questions? Good. Now go about it. Goodbye. With a silent and curt nod, Hunter leaves. He appreciates the short exchange. He is not accustomed to long social interactions. Either way, he has his task. Weapons, marvels, and trinkets are likely things he will want himself. Books, however, books he is willing to sell. Books means he will have to explore the human ruins. But with books, he has denarii. With denarii, he will have magic. And with magic, he will slay Valzane. Is he ready? Welcome back to Cataclysm, to kill a god. Hunter has his task. He understands what he needs to be doing. We need to be able to head into the city, the human city to the north of us, and acquire books. The librarian wants multiple things, and there are multiple things that we can sell to her to get denarii, but books are going to be our best bet. They're things that Hunter doesn't necessarily want, at least not long term, and they're things that he does not particularly care about. The rest, weapons, tools, medicine, ammo, etc., he is more likely to hold on to himself. So that means that we need to be prepared to head into the city. We have a few things that we would like before we head in. We would like to make sure that we have been fully healed. We want to make sure that we have some of our spells fully learned so that we can cast them reliably. We want to make sure that we have a melee weapon to fall back on whenever we don't have our bow summoned so that we don't get in a emergency situation. Preferably something small, like a cudgel. Something basic for now. We'll want to pick up a better weapon later. It's also likely that we're going to want to take this first trip at nighttime. We do have a spell called Dark Sight, which gives us the power to see in the dark, fully enhancing our natural Fey vision, which is already quite better than the average human vision. Most likely being able to outspot and outscout most members of whatever is left of the human race in these cities. We know that everything in the city is going to be hostile to us. This is a dead world. Dead worlds don't have kind people in them. Even if we find someone who is still sane, they're likely not going to enjoy us. You know, being a monster and all. So on that list, the first thing that we need to do is we need to solve our weapon situation. We do have this wooden spear, but this is not the greatest of weapons. It's more good for hunting because it has very low durability, and with the blocking ability, it actually hurts itself, because whenever we block with it, it will also lose a bunch of durability. If we use this against the denizens of the city, the humans that are there, it will break very, very quickly. We're going to want something better. I believe that the go-to that we want is probably a cudgel. It will require 1 plank, but we have a way to go and get that now. We did clear out a nearby cabin and kind of break it down quite a bit. We just need something with cutting to bring with us, which I think that our metal axe head does have. Actually, even better, our stone knife, which is in our sheath and doesn't take up much volume, also has cutting. It would be nice to get something greater than the leather pouch, which currently only contains the Book of Trees. So we do have a makeshift sling, but the problem with this sling is that it's really going to get in our way. It's going to fully encumber our torso once we start putting things in it. We're going to be looking for a backpack to clean whenever we're looking through these zombies, which means that while we're in town, we're also going to want to find some soap so that whenever we do find clothing items we care about on the zombies, we can clean them. So I believe a washing kit and a washboard should be on our list as well. We can go ahead and make a washboard while we're in the cabin with a plank, and then make a washing kit probably with some of the cotton patches there. Let's get to work. As we were heading up to the cabin, I did just realize another good thing for us to do is going to be gathering some of these cattails and using some of the jars we found in here last time in order to make some cattail jelly, which is a poultice that Hunter knows about that will prevent us from dying from infections. So we can probably grab one of these 3-gallon glass jars here and start filling it with some cattail poultice so that this is not something that we're going to have to worry about. Because if we do get bit by one of the denizens of this dead world, it could lead to a deep infection. Not because they're particularly poisonous or something, but just because it's a particularly deep bite. And as Hunter is used to fighting monsters, he is used to fighting things that are capable of doing some significant damage to him. After making some jelly, we have about 21 uses of jelly in one of our glass jars now. We can go ahead and also gather up some of the resources nearby to make a cudgel. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the cudgel fits in anything. Yeah, I think it doesn't go in our backpack because it's simply too long. We'll go ahead and also use the nearby materials to make a washboard, which we actually can carry, and then we convert that into a washing kit. Another thing that we have thought about to grab while we're here is we're going to tear down the curtains. We're going to take the strings and the nails, and then we're going to cut up the sheets, disassembling them into cotton sheets, and we're going to be making those cotton sheets into makeshift bandages. Ideally, we're going to be making boiled bandages at some point, but we actually don't have anything to boil anything in right now. And we'll probably fill up the rest of our backpack with any of the food that seems edible here. We're also going to wear this blanket, mostly because we want to take it back with us. It does mean that we're going to get very warm, but I think that's fine. Back at camp, we're going to kind of just drop everything off and sort it out in a second here. I don't think we need to bring the washing kit with us, so that's going to go into our pile because our inventory space is going to be so incredibly limited. It is raining again, so we probably do want to look into a rain catcher, which means that we need some sort of large plastic sheet or a tarp. Those can be somewhat difficult to acquire. It'll be on the list. I believe that we're going to use our old shelter in the back here, the pine lean-to, to contain our food. Mostly because I don't think we really want these things to be getting wet. Everything else is just going to go into our pile of supplies, and we're going to pretty much convert all of these cotton sheets into bandages. The fact that we can't store our cudgel is actually a little bit of a problem because we do want this to be a backup weapon. We'll be summoning our bow as our primary weapon. So I think we need to solve that real quick. What can we put cudgels in? We can clip them to a belt loop. Okay, so that actually isn't that bad. So the reason why that's not bad is because after we kill even just 1 or 2 humans, we will be able to clip it to a belt loop very quickly. We'll just need to get a belt off of someone. Now that we have food, water, and we have some of the basic supplies that we needed, including some bandages and antiseptic, I think we're going to go ahead and leave the Book of Trees behind because we need the inventory space. And we're going to practice bandaging ourselves until we need to actually leave. We do already have some skills in wound care. Hunter is not unaware of taking care of his wounds out in the wild. Every little bit will be helpful. We're going to practice until Hunter needs to go to bed, and then we will take a short nap and head into the city. One last check of our supplies. We have a little bit of food. We have bandages. We have antiseptic. We have our cudgel, and we're doing pretty well on mana, nearly maximum mana. We do have our Nature's Bow, which has a pretty decent chance of getting cast, along with Root Strike, which is a spell that we can use to do a little bit of damage, and it will also kind of slow down the enemies as well, impaling them to the ground. And when we get closer to town, we will go ahead and cast Dark Sight so we can see in the dark better than they can. Let's head in. Hunter doesn't know what challenges he's going to face in the Dead City. We do know that we need books. We need a backpack, a leather belt. The backpack and the belt probably need to be our highest priority, even before books, because we need something to store those books in. So I think killing a few zombies or looting some houses, specifically houses, not like convenience stores or anything like that, would be the first priority. See if we can find a belt and then a backpack. So we should stay rather quiet. Avoid fights when at all possible. Keep our eyes peeled for any fights. Now that we're at the edge of the city, let's take a look at the map, what Hunter can see from a distance, and kind of a look around. There is a clothing store and an abandoned warehouse right here, just beyond this football field. I think we're going to head there first. We're going to go ahead and turn on safe mode and move cautiously. There is a football field here. There is a chance that a ball game was happening during the Cataclysm. We could start seeing large amounts of ferals at any time. Speaking of, there's our first human. One thing to take note of is that as a member of the Fae, and not a human himself, Hunter doesn't make a strong distinction between feral humans, zombies, and other humans. He recognizes the people in the Forge of Wonder as being occupants of an establishment, and they're clearly not people from a dead world. But Hunter doesn't see people from the dead world as being possibly, even remotely, even at all likely to not be hostile to him. So when he sees this feral human, their pupils dilating and what can be seen of the iris and sclera bloodshot, he sees a pipe-wielding maniac, yes, but he thinks most humans are pipe-wielding maniacs. Either way, we're going to want to avoid him. Being a human, he definitely does not have as good of sight as us, which, by the way, because of the cycle of the moon, we're actually able to see really far right now. We haven't even cast Dark Sight yet. That's just our normal Fae vision, which is pretty dang good. We'll probably want to head into this shop above us first because there are 3 feral humans here. That's a fight that we can't win right now. Even if they were only to start throwing rocks at us and they actually never got within melee range of us, they would still tear us to pieces. Looks like there's a ghoul to the north. A ghoul this early is really not good news. We're inside the shop. Let's see what we can find. Some basic clothing. There is a messenger bag. So what we can do is we can go ahead and drop our makeshift sling, because that's not going to be useful for us anymore. Wear the messenger bag and take what was inside of the makeshift sling with us. That's not a huge upgrade to Hunter's carrying capacity, but it is still an upgrade, and the messenger bag is going to be less unwieldy. Holy crap, what is going on? As we were looking around, we just looked outside, and we see that there's actually between 8 to 12 ghouls out here. Well, that's pretty incredible. For now, we're not going to let it distract us. We're going to keep looking. Killing a feral for their belts wouldn't be the worst idea, and they saw us. This first feral is actually very badly damaged, and he's bleeding. It looks like the ferals and the ghouls do seem to be fighting each other. So we're going to let this feral come in. We're going to use the empty window here, which as the feral tries to actually crawl into the window, Hunter is going to be able to get several pot shots against him with the cudgel. The only problem being that we are quite bad at melee and even worse at bashing weapons. So we don't want to stay and fight for long. But we're going to take a few swings at him, and like we thought, yes, he went down immediately. Getting bashed in the head with a cudgel is not something that most humans can survive for long. A second one's coming in. He did throw a rock at us, hit us pretty dang hard in the torso. We're going to swing a couple times at him. We take him down as well. Neither of them appear to be wearing a belt. Hunter is going to immediately back off. This place is filled with ghouls, and they likely already heard the sounds of us moving around. So we are going to start moving to the south here and avoid the swarm. It's also gotten a bit darker, so we're going to go ahead and cast Dark Sight on ourselves so that we can see better. And we're going to clean up our wounds. We're going to be very, very careful here. Because Hunter is so new to melee combats, especially with a cudgel, it seems like it's a good idea to wait off the pain anytime we do have pain, because it's already reducing our speed, and if it gets any worse, it'll start reducing our strength. And with how weak we are, any reduction to strength is going to be incredibly bad for us. I do want to get back up here and check out this abandoned warehouse. Hopefully there's less ghouls here. This place does seem to be just absolutely filled with ferals and ghouls. There's also a house here. It has a downstairs. We're not a big fan of downstairs. We can find something that has 2 stories and an upstairs. That would be quite good. So this warehouse is closed. There's a mechanical winch in order to be able to open the front door, but we know that there are creatures around right now, and we don't want to be heard, so I don't think we're going to take the chance to do that. We want to be as quiet as possible. We want to avoid as much combat as possible, which is also why we are not breaking through any of these windows right now. We could smash out the remaining pieces of glass, but that would be a decent amount of sound. Okay, there's a feral on the ground over here. Again, he wasn't wearing a belt. There's another one right there, but he hasn't seen us yet. Let's search these cupboards and these closets. We did find a book, how to trap anything. It might be a book that we want to hold on to for a little bit longer. Since it seems to be a human book on survival, I could probably learn a trap or 2 from it. Without going into the basement, it does look like this is everything we can get from here. There's an office building and a hardware store across the street, and a diner and a bank. I think we may try and cross the street and head to this house. But as soon as we see too many targets, I think that we're going to back off and approach from a different angle. Again, at this point, we really don't want to get into too many fights. No, unless they're fights that we can guarantee that we will win quickly and concisely. Inside another house now. We do see some books, but it looks like these don't have much value. And the bedrooms, the doors to the bedrooms are completely destroyed, so we can't get in them. We don't want to head too far into the city, so I think we're going to back out and follow the road over to these houses on the far right side, keeping on the outskirts of this city, keeping as quiet as possible, as safe as possible. More barrels. The amount of people who have simply gone insane in the Cataclysm is incredible. As we were moving east, we ran into one of these ghouls. Humanoid creatures with semi-canine heads, hooved feet and claws, rubbery skin, pale and covered in grave mold. We're not sure how dangerous these are. I think since there's only one, what we're going to do is we're going to draw it back to these bleachers here, let it come at us, and swing at it. We hit it with both the cudgel and our antlers, and actually did a decent amount of job. Okay, it is going down very quickly. It did grab us, so we're going to back up a little bit. And it's down. It seems like one ghoul with a cudgel is not that much of a problem. We might be able to lure another one out here. Bring it back to the bleachers. They seem to lose track of us very quickly. This time we got grabbed pretty hard, and the ghoul actually did manage to get a little bit of a bite off on us. But it didn't break the skin, so we'll be fine. Once again, trying to take our time every moment to catch our breath and make sure that we're not in too much pain. 2 more feral humans. We want to avoid those. We know that those can hurt us very quickly. It looks like there's some sort of internet cafe here. Hunter doesn't know what the internet is, but he does see books. Unfortunately, this book is behind a display case, and, well, there's no way we're opening that right now. What's up on the 2nd floor? Oh, here we go. There's a book for the forge. We are going to take one of these plastic bottles. We're still at the point where we need containers. And a snack. We'll go ahead and just eat the buttered popcorn instead of taking it with us. We did also just find a whole bunch of clean water in this water heater. If you're not aware, water heaters are actually a very useful source for clean water in the early days. Looks like there's not much more to be gained here. There are some ghouls outside though, so we're going to be careful about how we leave. We still need a belt and a better backpack before we start looting properly. There's a house to the north of us here. We do see some boarded up windows and a fence. The fence is useful to us. Keep in mind that as a scout and a person who used to climb through the trees and jump between the trees, Hunter is in fact actually an expert at parkour. We will be able to scamper up and down downspouts and fence without much issue. We'll likely almost never fall from them. As an out of game note, I do recognize this house design. We're going to want to check out the basement. As Hunter steps inside, he can smell something in the air. There's something different about this house. There's a quality to it that he recognizes. He smells the leftover of magic. He's not sure where it is, but he can tell it's close by. Normally we would never go into a basement, not so early. But Hunter smells magic. We're going to head down here. At a glance, it seems like a normal basement. However, there we go. Hunter spots an inscription on the wall, a circle of esoteric symbols etched into a metal wall. They draw your eyes with their otherworldly shapes. We were right. This was probably a human who was practicing magic in their basement, creating a bit of a mage's retreat. It was likely a hobbyist, not a wizard. There does appear to be an old photo on the desk. A photo of a jovial old wizard who seems to be dancing with a coat rack in this basement. There's also a stack of suitcases in the background. Interestingly enough, the suitcases aren't here. So that wizard went somewhere. And there's the coat rack. We're going to go ahead and move this coat rack. They seem to have been dancing with it. Wizards like their puzzles. So Hunter kind of dances with the coat rack for a while, wondering what was going on. Then as he steps into the place where the coat rack used to be, their surroundings shift. We hear the click of a button. In the distance, those esoteric symbols now become a secret entryway. What's back here? Looks like some sort of office. A mana crystal? And some magical books. Yes, we're correct. This was a mage's lair. There's also a book on the geospatial systems, the line of linearity. That's going to be a useful book for us to grab. There's also a magical robe here, but that's not something we care about too much. We also did just find a strange object on the desk here. It's a CBM, but Hunter wouldn't recognize that. Already, we have quite a good haul. Several books, some mana crystals, and some crystallized mana. Some of these books we're also probably going to be keeping ourselves, like Protection from Magical Beasts, Trap Anything, and the Geospatial Systems, because those are things that will be useful for Hunter himself as well. Not much else to speak of here. We did find some more books. A flask of mercury, which those don't really have any value, so we're not going to bring it with us. The way that we're checking the value is if you scroll to the bottom here, you can see our barter value near the bottom. It's not an exact because we are turning these into the Forge of Wonders, but it is a good guess at the value of these. Because wizards like their secrets, we're going to check the rest of the walls before we leave. See if there's any other hidden walls. One way to do so is that as we're checking the walls, you can see the concealment in the right side. It is sort of the way that the game simulates a perception check against these walls. See if there's any... Oh, as we were saying, concealment 100, concealment 100, concealment 0. That is a secret door. As Hunter reaches out and presses down against the door, it does swing away. There's a water heater in here, but not much else. Well, that's unfortunate. It is likely if we didn't have the No Hope mod installed that there would likely have been things back there. We are going to grab one of these bookcases and pull them away. Make sure that there's nothing behind the bookshelves. It doesn't look like they're that sort of secret. The last thing in here is that there is a translocator gate, a gate for translocation. We cast the translocation spell or use a translocator, we can choose this gate as the destination. That might be something that we do eventually. We're going to go ahead and name this gate and activate it, but we don't have the ability to cast the translocate spell on it, so we can't actually use it. But if we find other translocator gates in the future, we would be able to connect these and teleport between them. which is something to keep in mind. If we find another large city, there's a good chance that we can find another person who was dabbling in magic. This was a very good find. We already found something that was very much worth our time. We still haven't found a belt or a backpack, though, so we do need to keep going. We're going to head back out into the street. It looks like there's some sort of military Humvee here, and a deranged axeman in the distance. Okay, we're not going to want to mess with that guy. This Humvee does have some diesel fuel in it, though. We're going to keep track of where it is. There's a chance that if we want high-grade metal later, that's a place that we can come back to. Oh, hey. On this other deranged axeman, one that looks like it got killed by likely some of the ghouls, we do see a hatchet. A hatchet is pretty dang good weapon all around. It's a pretty quick weapon, and it's very damaged, so it's not going to last very long, but it's going to be better than our cudgel, most likely. We're going to take it with us. It's small enough to fit in our backpack, and our cudgel doesn't fit in our backpack. So for now, we're going to keep our cudgel equipped, but as soon as we get a belt, we will switch between them. More ferals. I think we're going to head into this house over here. Close the door behind us, which does make a little bit of noise, but we're going to have to risk it. And there are things that we want to grab here, like we just saw some soap, but I don't think we can grab anything else. I say that, but we did just find an entire cabinet filled with medicine. I think we're going to go ahead and pop some of the pain medicine and the multivitamins, and then we're going to take the rest of the multivitamins with us, and the cough syrup, because those are things that we're simply going to need. It does nearly fill up our messenger bag, but it's sort of a little bit too good to pass up, especially this early on. If Hunter was to get sick and get a cough, it would be very bad for us. Okay, there's a deranged axeman to the north. We're going to close that door because there's other exits from this place. Again, we're just taking our time. There's an archery book here. Okay, we are going to drop a book to pick up the archery book because that is more valuable. We don't care about day trading, and we don't care about software. The archery book is huge. Okay, we need to drop a little bit more about the paramedics. God, how big is... Archery book is freaking 4 pounds. Jesus. Okay, after some inventory management, unloading everything from the leather pouch and putting it into the messenger bag, which kind of reorganized our volume, we can now pick up the training manual, and we should be able to pick up some of these other books as well. Yeah. Sometimes whenever it says something doesn't fit in your pocket, it's because your inventory has managed itself poorly. What we've actually done is we've gone into our messenger bag, our pocket settings, and we've made sure that the major pocket of the messenger bag is priority 50, so that everything goes into that first. It's not a catch-all, it's not a perfect solution. There is ways to manage it better, but it is good enough that we will not have to worry about that right now. Looks like there's nothing much else that we can get from this house. There's some feral humans very close by, more of those insane individuals. We are going to head around the outside of town and to the north here and visit these last 2 houses here. Good. This one's open. We don't have to worry about breaking down a window. But there's also nothing in here. It's an incredibly small house. Plenty more ferals as we're trying to get into our next location. Looks like we can't go around south there. We might be able to sneak around the north, head in through this window. Yeah, we got inside. Okay, there are some more ferals, but they're all outside. We do see a lighter. We're going to go ahead and take that. And a book on outdoor adventures. It would be nice to read that, but I don't know how perfectly valuable it is. We're going to go ahead and mark this as books loot, so that again in the future we can search through our loot. We want to come back and pick up once we have more inventory space. There's a lot more houses to the west there, but we're getting pretty deep into town if we go that direction. So I think instead we're going to open up one of these windows. There's nothing else in there. We're going to open up one of these windows and we're going to head back out of town and we're going to head up north. We're heading over to this group of buildings. It looks like it's a strip mall and some houses as well. Mostly because, again, we want to stay on the outskirts of this town as much as possible. Unfortunately, it looks like these back doors are locked. We'll go ahead and move along them for now until we can see either one's unlocked or maybe we go around to the front. More ferals. We need to back off then. Did they see us? Or is it coincidence that they're moving towards us? It says that they can't see us, but they might have heard us moving along the sidewalk. Hunter's just going to move back out into the forest real quick, where he feels more comfortable. We do watch as the ferals move along. It doesn't seem like they actually had seen us. They were just moving through that area in the first place. We were in their path. Ferals do seem to kind of move around fairly erratically. They are humans that have been driven insane, after all. It is unsurprising that they move without much regard to any kind of logic. We're going to sneak past that one. We're going to see about getting into this building. We don't see any ferals inside, and it looks like it's some sort of shoe store. It doesn't look like there's anything worth our time. There's a bunch of boots, but not much else. I was hoping that the back rooms were sort of connected between each other, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. We're going to have to go back out the front and head over to the Nets building outside. Where did that feral go to? He's off to the east right there. The Nets one is locked, but it's also up for lease, so there's nothing in there anyways. It looks like the very next store is a exploration shop. Ultimate Explorers of Newton. Oh my gosh, this is... As soon as Hunter walks up to the bookshelf, he sees outdoor survival guides, outdoor adventures. Okay, this is some sort of like hiking shop, human hiking shop, which is going to be fairly good for us. First and foremost, can we find a belt? Lots of resources here, and holy crap, that is so incredibly lucky. There's a whole bunch of arrows and sights. Is there a bow here anywhere? There's a modern recurve bow. It's not something that we're going to want to keep long term, as it is a modern recurve bow, but the fact that that is here at all, Hunter goes ahead and puts on the recurve bow. That is actually a huge deal for us, being able to get a bow so early. There's also a bullet crossbow. And what else is here? Unfortunately, there's no quiver. We can put the pin bow sights on our bow. And then we can also put on the stabilizer. Ironically, we actually can't put on the stabilizer right now because we have to be able to pick up both of them in order to do so. And we can't do that with our current inventory. It's kind of a funny aspect of this. The most important ones to grab are going to be broadhead arrows. But we don't have a sheath to be able to store them in. So we're going to have to go ahead and mark this place as a place for arrows and come back. We do want to keep the bow anyways, however, because whenever we summon our nature's bow, it does actually come with arrows. So we can essentially summon a quiver and arrows for our bow whenever we want. And we'll keep the recurve bow as the thing that actually fires the arrows, because it will be better than the nature's bow, because the nature's bow is basically made out of twigs and like spider silk. It's not a strong bow, it's just a free bow. We'll want to keep this in order to fire the summoned arrows, at least until we can make a quiver ourselves, which we do not have the recipe for a quiver. So finding one would be incredibly valuable. Checking the back room, it does look like there's more stuff back here again that we want, but we are running out of inventory space very quickly. Oh, I just saw that there's a bow sling here. Hold on. We might be able to do something with this. So if we put on the bow sling, we can then store the bow. There's also a lesser mana potion there. We do kind of want that. We also kind of want the Hetsamine stoves. Let's search real quick. Is there another exit from this place? Because if there is out the back. What we might do is we might break this display case to get to this stove and to this lesser mana flask. The canteen would also be very useful. Although we probably can't store the canteen without a belt. Hunter reaches out and breaks the display case, honestly making quite a bit of noise. So we're going to move quick at this point. We pull one of the stoves out, and then we're going to grab the lesser mana potion. Oh, we actually can't grab it. Again, we're so low on stuff. Grab the canteen? Yes. Okay. And then that made a lot of noise. So I think we're going to go ahead and get out of here right away. That strip mall was an incredible find already. Do you want to check to see if we actually did have anything come at us from breaking that? It looks like nothing was close enough nearby to here. So we do want to check the rest of the shops real quick. There is a clothing family store. We might be able to find belts here. Oh, even better. We found a backpack. There's also a hiking backpack here. It might actually be overkill for us. To be honest, I think that Hunter is going to be a bit of a nomad. So I do actually think we're going to, for the first time ever, we're actually going to take the hiking backpack, and then we're just going to have to get used to dropping it if we go into melee combat. Because this means that we'll be able to take quite a lot with us at all times and be able to carry a lot with us at all times. And we should be able to go back to the other store and pick up what we were missing there. We also have found a leather belt. With this hiking backpack, though, it does mean that we're going to be able to honestly loot quite a bit in town here now. We'll even go back to the places that we had already checked, like this hunting store. Now we can add the stabilizer system to our bow, a significant upgrade. We should even be able to grab some of these arrows as well. The broadhead arrows do armor piercing and have a 1.5 times damage multiplier. So those are very useful for us. The hunting arrows also do a large damage multiplier, even larger, at 175% damage, but they have slightly less armor piercing, so those are still useful. For anything that doesn't have armor, the hunting arrows are going to be better, higher damage, and then the broadheads will help us cut through armors. The small game and the rubber blunt arrows actually reduce our total damage, so we don't want those. But it does seem like the field point arrows are pretty good as well. So we have sort of completely filled up on arrows. I think it's going to be worth it. In fact, we're actually even going to pull out our bow to be ready to fight with it. We are going to be quickly running into our character's actual carry weight capacity long before we run into our volume capacity now, because Hunter is not very strong, physically speaking. Speaking of, we have already hit that limit. We're only slightly over-encumbered, though, so I think it's enough that we're not too worried about it, especially because with how we moved, we should be able to get back home without much issue, without running into any of the ghouls or ferals that occupy the city. One last push of his endurance, Hunter heads all the way back to camp, happy to see camp again. Having seen all of those ghouls that occupy the nearby city, we're worried about defenses again. We're just going to go ahead and make sure that we have a bunch of these thorny arcs in the nearby area. Eventually, we're going to want to get it to the point where we only have one entrance, and that one entrance will likely have some sort of pit and a board across it, so that we don't worry about things attacking us whatsoever. Let's offload everything, make a pile for things that we're going to want to sell, and we are going to want to head to the Forge of Wonders to sell some things right away. We have a desire for a single denarii. Hunter has been informed by one of his fellow scouts before his trip here that if we were to seek out an oracle in the Forge of Wonders, they would be able to tell us about nearby locations, nearby hunts. These oracles were once useful to the wild hunt. They were people who would help us locate our targets, at least the general area. We want a single denarii because we are looking for a black dragon's lair. Now, Hunter does not think he can kill a black dragon. However, he has been given a tip by other fellow scouts that if he were to head to the black dragon lair and move stealthily and quietly, we should be able to loot a good portion of the dragon's hoard without ever alerting the dragon itself. There are going to be followers of some sort, worshippers of the black dragon nearby that we will need to be able to handle, so we do still need to be ready for combat, but we don't need to be ready for combat against a black dragon itself. So now that we have some books that we can sell, we will read through them, see what is useful to us before getting rid of them, and we'll bring a pile of resources back to sell at the Forge of Wonders. Until he's too tired to do so, I do believe that we are going to read through our books and rearrange our inventory, make sure that our backpack is as empty as it can be. We're also probably going to leave a lot of our arrows behind, probably only bringing the weakest of our arrows with us because of the fact that we aren't very good at shooting bows yet, so we're not going to be doing a lot of damage anyways, even whenever we hit, and we're likely going to be losing a lot of arrows. Our first trip was incredibly valuable. As a quick overview of our inventory, we now have a modern recurve bow with multiple modifiers on it. We have a pile of arrows along with some arrows on ourselves, a hatchet. We have a small pile of things that we're going to be selling to the Forge of Wonder. We have another small pile of books that we're going to read through. We actually have a decent amount of both medicine and food now that we can work our way through before we have to go back fishing to the lake. And we have a beautiful, fully repaired hiking backpack and a leather belt. We are doing very good for ourselves already. After we peruse these books, it does look like the protection from magical beasts is pretty useful for us. The way of archery does have recipes in it that we care about. So does the Outdoor Adventures. And the Outdoor Survival Guide will actually make us better at survival, so will the Trap Anything make us better at devices. And then the Geospatial Systems has a spell in it. It is a difficulty 15 spell, which means that even if we were to study this, it would take months, likely, of studying this spell in order to be able to ever cast it. We'll probably hold on to the Geospatial Systems book. It would be useful to be able to use those dates in the future. We also managed to get something that we can use to make boiled bandages, which will make our bandages quite a bit better, and we can go ahead and apply some of those to our wounds. Hunter is going to go to bed happy with his progress today. We've been in this dead world for 11 days already, but we've already made great. Tomorrow, we're going to go to the Forge of Wonders, turn in some of these books, get some denarii, and find the location of our first hunt. Hunter is going to take our pile of loot here, and we're going to go ahead and head to the Forge of Wonders. So let's see how valuable some of this stuff is. The crime novel, though, did actually have a decent barter value, and it looks like something to keep in mind for the future is that the librarian seems to be able to pay for about 50% of the value of the item. So we're going to want to find novels that have a $15 or more value in order to be worth the carry capacity. We did get exactly enough for 1 denarii. So with that in hand, Hunter heads to the smoky, incense-filled tent of the Oracle. Mary Mockin, Diviner. A familiar role to our Fae, one who sees far away. Not in the future or in the past, but at distances. He walks up to her, nods, and just simply says, "Swamp Dragon." She gives him a look up and down, holds out a hand for a denarii, and says, "Oh, fancy yourself a Dragon Slayer, eh? It's my understanding that they use a lot of acid, so be ready for that. And remember that the parts of dragons are quite valuable, even the blood. So you might want to bring something to keep said blood in." However, Hunter cuts her off and says, "It's a deal," and hands her a denarii without any pomp and circumstance. Let's see where it is. It hopefully isn't too far away. Okay. It actually isn't very far away at all. It looks like it's just down the river from us. We might go ahead and plan on making a trip to that pretty much immediately. We do want to gather enough to go camping nearby. So we are going to gather some food and some water and maybe some basic camping supplies so that we can make a new campsite. Because if something does happen, we want to be able to fall back to a campsite and reapproach it. We also want to camp there for the day and then approach the cave itself at nighttime so that we have the best chance of dealing with the creatures that we know are going to be worshipping the Black Dragon. We also know that it's going to be fairly cold in there, so we're going to bring our fur cloak. And then I don't want to run out of arrows, so we are actually going to bring a bunch of our nature arrows as backup. Looks like it is 6 a.m. using our knowing the day and hour. We have quite a bit of time here. We're going to head to the location and camp there for the day. Then we'll approach the lair at night itself. As we headed west, it looks like we've run into a small town. One thing that's beneficial here is that we should be able to bring books back to the Forge of Wonders from this town a lot easier. But the downfall is that we have found a portal, a Mido Scout Tower, and quite a few more ghouls, on top of the fact that as we were heading south through the forest to try and avoid going through the town, we have been spotted by a feral. And not only is he a feral, but he is wielding a crowbar and has already spotted us. We are going to pull out our bow, and hopefully as he gets closer, we should be able to position ourselves in such a way. Oh, they're actually fighting something. What are they fighting? It looks like a massive slug. I think we are going to take that opportunity to move even farther south. It looks like there's no way around to the west, so we have to follow this river. We're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. I think we're going to try and follow the swamp and the forest just south of the Mido Tower, avoiding any Mido whenever possible. Oh, and that's a giant dinosaur. A Torvosaurus, large bipedal predator dinosaur with large head, long sharp teeth, short stout arms, and a long tail. Okay, well that's on the list of things that we need to avoid as well. It looks like it's just to the north of us. Let's move south carefully and slowly and keep to the trees. Unfortunately, it looks like the river cuts south And we have spotted a pack of 23 ghouls on the road. This trip has become quite dangerous. We're starting to regret doing this during the day. We do spot a bridge in the distance. It is likely that that bridge is going to lead us the vast majority of the distance back to where we need to be. With how dangerous it's become, I do think that we're going to stop taking this massive risk and head back to camp and wait until nightfall. This does give us time to read the Book of Trees. I think the spells that we want to focus on is Nature's Bow, Root Strike, and Restoration. We are going to take the time to try and learn Restoration because if we do take a bunch of damage, this will be a good spell in order to kind of kickstart healing. Unfortunately, Restoration costs about 800 mana, and it's a very difficult spell, so we will have to be in a very good condition in order to be able to actually cast it at any given time. We're going to go ahead and cast Root Strike for our first time, because it's an easier spell. Successfully casting it does, in fact, give us immediately level 1 of it. After taking a nap, Hunter does wake up at 2 a.m., which gives us about 2 hours to get to the Swamp Dragon Cave. And it does seem like even fully rested at 102 focus, Restoration is too difficult to cast. It should be a lot less dangerous to head to the Swamp Cave now that it is nighttime, but we do have to worry about Migo because they can see very well in the dark. Pretty much as well as we can, I do imagine. Looks like we're able to slip through, mostly unseen, getting our bow ready. But as we approach the bridge, it does appear that there is a minefield here. Hunter may not recognize human landmines, but we do recognize a trap when we see it. We are going to move far to the north here, and we're going to stop every once in a while to make sure that we can spot these landmines. We are very perceptive, so there's a good chance that we can spot them. And as we check the military bunker on the other side, we do immediately see a feral human. But I think we might be able to take it out. We took one shot at it, missed terribly, and we're going to go ahead and move to the other side. Them throwing rocks at me is actually surprisingly painful because Hunter just has no armor. We did manage to shoot him once, actually doing a pretty significant amount of damage. Once we get better at archery, we're going to be able to fire our bow a lot faster, and we definitely are going to want some better armor. Rocks doing as much damage as they are right now to us is pretty much a very bad sign. Now that we're on the other side of the bridge, hopefully we can find our way to some sort of river or POI. Yeah, it looks like there's another river here. Guess we'll follow the road for now. It's starting to seem like we might be on the wrong side of the river. Following the river to the west, it definitely, unfortunately, we're actually on the wrong side of the river, which means that we actually have to head back to town. But for a moment, the clouds actually parted, and we were able to actually see well enough to map out our surroundings. I think if we follow the river through this town, we should be able to potentially avoid as many threats as possible. Giant wasp did just spot us, though. Let's take a run and head through this building. It's unlikely that the wasp will be able to open that door, so we can... Oh, there's even more wasps. Good. In the few seconds that the wasp was with us, it actually managed to get a cut on our arm. Fortunately, we have the cattail jelly, though, so we should be able to disinfect it just fine. The wasp is persistent, but I think I led it to a feral, so theoretically they should fight each other and not worry about us. It looks like the giant wasp was able to pretty easily take down that feral. So I think we're going to try and do a root strike here. The root strike did almost no damage to it, so we're going to actually just full run. Doing the wasp and ghouls, this small village is actually going to be very hard to cross. But if you look at the river pattern, it does seem like if we get through even this small amount of town, we will be able to head straight to the swamp cave immediately afterwards. We're not giving up on this task just yet. Obviously a wasp nest somewhere nearby. I'm going to use Dark Sight here. in order to get a little bit more of a vision range. And there's a lot of bugs here. There's also some sort of giant dragonfly, a predatory aquatic dragonfly larva, normally barely a centimeter long and feeding on small fishes, grown to the size of a catfish. Underneath its sharp mandibles, you see that its folded lower jaw has something changed into resembling a barbed spear. Okay, that's fun. We're going to step away from that. It doesn't seem to want to hunt us, though. It does seem like the bugs and the local monsters are fighting each other. We do see scraps of flesh and various dead creatures nearby. Here's a good place that we could always fall back to, but keep in mind that since most of our threats are from ferals, if we head up one of those ladders, then Hunter will be pursued by the ferals fairly easily. We're going to have to get good enough at archery that we can consistently take down ferals. It looks like we got out of the city now, so we should be in the home stretch to head west. Since the cave is along the river, and we already know that, we will go ahead and follow the river. Looks like Hunter is once again not in luck. It looks like the river that leads to the swamp cave actually splits right before we get to where we need to go. So we might need to actually find yet another bridge, which immediately took us right back into town. There's another feral there. I wonder if we can take one out. Let's go ahead and aim up. We shoot one arrow at it. We get a grazing hit. The next few arrows miss. There does seem like there are several ferals here. We have an idea. So we're going to go ahead and sling our bow. And we're going to put down an arc of bramble thorns here. This will be the place that we retreat to. Finally, from the knights, beyond the feral's vision, an arrow pierces into his side. We do have him starting to bleed. He may in fact run because they don't understand where the arrows are coming from. Another good shot. Maybe the way that we take down ferals for the time being. Plus, since we're actually firing at creatures, we're leveling our marksmanship and our archery very quickly. Firing at the target is not nearly as good. We also need to make sure that we take a break every once in a while. Fortunately, that one feral just walked right past our thorny arc. We did get an arrow into him, though, and that one was actually a headshot. He's bleeding very badly now. In fact, he's bleeding so badly, he will probably die here soon. And there we go. One feral down. Take our arrows back. And he also had a crowbar. That will be very useful for us. We're going to go ahead and take that. A few more arrows in the next feral, and it looks like they're already bleeding heavily. We can just wait them out. They go down. We're actually going to take his chewing gum and eat it. We would like to get some human bones from these at some point, but I think that's not a tonight issue. There are plenty of ferals around, so I don't think we're going to worry about running into needing human bones. Now that one's bleeding. He did manage to spot us and throw a rock at us, but he's bleeding badly enough that we should be able to wait him out. And yep, he will die as well. This should be the last feral that we need to take down before we can head on. Yeah, that guy's bleeding and injured. Bled out. Unlike monsters, humans will bleed out very easily. So we don't need to fully finish them off. That'd be a waste of our energy and a potential to break arrows. Now we just need to see if we can find another bridge. Look at that. The clouds finally parted and we are able to spot a bridge far to the south. There's some irony to the bridge being all the way down there, which means that we actually never needed to move through this town. With that in mind, I think we're going to use the north path to get back out of here and leave the way we came and then head around to the bridge. Although it is 4 a.m., so it's going to start getting bright out, so we might head back to camp first. This minefield will also be potentially useful to taking out some of the ferals if we need to. Okay, it is starting to get brighter, so we definitely need to get out of this area before daytime hits, and it looks like we're fine. May seem like we didn't get anything done, but we did scout out our path. We now know that there's a bridge to the south, and that bridge should be able to lead along this coast up to the swamp cave itself. I think we'll spend the day making our camp a little bit better. Since we do know there's a lot of monsters around here, I think it might be a good idea to focus on the camp defenses for a day while we wait for the next nighttime. Maybe we'll leave the trees so that we have some sightline blockers, and we'll just add brambles anywhere. We'll add stranglethorns anywhere that there are not trees. Eventually, it'll be a good idea to dig a ditch around this place, but a ditch is going to be a fairly intense investment, which we'll need to make sure that this is going to be our final home before we do that. It is in a good location. We can already tell that it's pretty far away from most of the danger places, or the places that are going to be bringing danger to us. The only thing we have to worry about is various creatures crossing the river from the town to the north. So the north is going to be the area that we want to put down the most defenses. It does look like from that archery book, we actually found a book that will allow us to practice archery, teaching us some new archer form. I think that might be a good thing to do while we are waiting through the day, since there's not much we can do on the camp itself. And every time we get enough mana, sitting at about 560, we will cast some more Stranglethorns. With that, we actually managed to get our archery up to level 4. That was an incredibly valuable book for us. It will also help us learn the expert archer's form, which will also come from firing the bow, but we could read it every once in a while in order to help us along with it. At some point, we're also going to want to learn the wound care experts, but I think before learning that, we'll read the Book of Trees and see if we can get restoration to level 1, so that maybe we can actually cast this. Hunter settles in for a long day of studying, honing himself for the upcoming hunt. Many obstacles have been cleared this week, and the path to our prey is direct. In Cataclysm, great rewards only come from taking great challenges. Hunter is a scout of the Wild Hunt, a prestigious clan of brutal rangers native to the Feywild. He fears no supernatural creature and knows that with training and patience, even gods may die. With this confidence, he seeks to invade the lair of a black dragon, sneaking into its outer chambers to pilfer off the top of its hoard. As long as he doesn't wake the beast, the spoils will be immense. Welcome back to Cataclysm, to kill a god. Okay, we're fully refreshed, but we do need food, so I think we're going to head to the shelter to the south, where we found all those protein rations, grab them, okay, see if we can sneak back into this place without alerting the bandits, and see about grabbing the rest. There's a survivor? Oh, it's the bandits. See about grabbing the rest of the food supplies that are here. This is likely the bandits' food supplies, to be completely honest. A little bit of rations. Well, we are going to head on to the Southwest Bridge. Maybe hit this other evac shelter for more rations on the way. Looks like there's already a scavenger in there, though. We'll avoid it. Humans are dangerous. Hunter doesn't yet see much of a difference between humans and ferals, so we're avoiding them altogether. It does look like there's some sort of amoebic mold and some Grakens and a Krek. Grakens we know of. We are from another dimension. We understand Grakens. They're not a threat, but a Krek is a fairly dangerous demonic dog. We want to avoid that. Across the bridge now, it does look like there is a forest for us to go through on the way. That is very good for us, because that means that if we do run into something, like a Gargosaurus, which is a massive fucking dinosaur, enormous teeth, fierce eyes, and a powerful frame to drive it forward, 2 small arms, and a feathered mullet and tail. If we're in a forest, does it spot us? It can't see us. Can't see our current location. We are going to break into a sprint and head through some of the nearby forest, see if we can get away from it. This is normally why we avoid swamps. Between dinosaurs and hostile bugs, they are normally not worth the resources that they promise. I will say, though, as we're moving along, we did just find an attunement altar, which is going to be a massive hedge maze with a place of power in the center. We're going to have to keep this in mind for later. It'll be a long time before we become a powerful enough druid to even think about attunement. But this forest right here might be a good place to stop for the day. In fact, I think that we are going to stop for the day here. Pull out our hammer, and we'll make a small campsite. We have some rocks from a nearby small boulder, a pine tree, and some sticks from a dead tree. We will be able to very easily make a small, relatively safe campsite. We also have some water here, and now we have a lean-to, which will provide us a place to rest, because we'll run to take a nap before nighttime. Oh, we didn't bring a digging stick. We need our digging stick in order to make the fire ring. That's actually a bit of a undersight, but it's okay. We can easily make a new one. By cutting the grass, there we go. Hunter's going to rest here for the day. read through some more of the Book of Trees. Let's see if we can get a level in Restoration. There we go, level 1. We'll sleep here and we'll head towards the Black Lair as soon as night falls. It does look like even with level 1 Restoration, we're not quite capable of casting it yet, so we do want to work on it a little bit more. As a goose appeared. Hold on, we're going to pull out a cudgel here. It actually would be nice if we could kill this goose. If it starts running, like that right there, you're going to drop the cudgel, cast Root Strike. There we go. Killing it. Heck yeah. Unfortunately, we mangled it a little bit, but we should still be able to butcher it, giving us some, chunks of meat. Fortunately, we also don't have anything to cook with. We should be able to make a pointy stick, though. That will give us some ability to just kind of roast this stuff. We're quickly learning what we should bring with us for future campsites. Having an axe would have been very useful as well, because we're having a hard time getting firewood as well in order to have enough firewood to keep our fire lit. There we go. We also don't have anything to cook our water in. Man, we did really kind of forget a lot of things. So we're going to cast Purification and Seed instead. Actually, I think we got a thing for this. Yeah, we got Purification tablets. There we go. Apparently another goose attacked us in our sleep. Well, time for another cudgel. And more fresh meat. We are a little tired, which is unfortunate, but I think that we are going to go ahead and scout out the swamp cave, because if we sleep now, then it's very likely that Hunter will sleep all the way until daytime. And we would like to use the nighttime to actually get some scouting done and get eyes on this swamp cave itself. It's like there's another town nearby. Okay, we're close now, so we're going to get our dark sight going again, so that we can see in the dark. The fog is really reducing our vision there. Yep, that's what I thought. Worshippers of the Dragon, Lizard Folk Warriors. Let's go ahead and pull our bow out. How hard are these going to be to take down? We hit one for 14 damage. Okay, let's actually put away our bow super fast, and we'll cast Stridal Thorns, creating a barrier between us and them. They will potentially be stupid enough to... Yep, they walked straight into it. Slowing them down pretty significantly, if nothing else. We should be able to move around the Stridal Thorns. They have a move cost of 500, because they are, in fact, just thorn bushes. And we should be able to use them as cover to get as many pot shots off against these as possible. Despite the number of arrows we've lodged in this guy, he is not bleeding. One down already. They don't bleed easily. That's good to know. But we should be able to aim up while they are stuck in these thorns and get some very good shots off on them. We're managing to get our chance to hit down to the fact that, like, we won't even miss, which is absolutely perfect. 0% chance of missing. Since they don't bleed, though, they are a little bit harder, in fact, actually quite harder to take down than ferals. Using these tactics, though, Hunter is easily able to do this without much danger or risk to himself. There we go. Another one down. We did see 2 more lizardmen hunters in the area, so we do need to be careful. But we should be able to approach a little bit better now. 2 more warriors. Okay, we're going to put everything back into our sling. Cast Strangle Thorns again. And let's work on these guys. They're not very smart. It looks like they're going to walk right back into the thorns. Exactly what we want them to do. Man, these arrows, despite being high damage value, because of the fact that we kept the arrows that have very low armor piercing on us, they are not doing much damage to the thick hide of these lizard folk warriors. Next time we intend on fighting lizard folk, we'll need to keep that in mind. Nonetheless, because of our tactics, we're buying ourselves a lot of time, to carefully take shots at these. As we were trying to take down that last lizard folk, he actually got distracted by a nearby bird of some kind and ran off. Apparently, we're not a high priority for them. We do not have enough mana for another Stranglethorns, though, so if we have to do more, we're going to have to bring them back. However, we are already seeing the strange mist that indicates that we are very close to the Dragon's Lair now. Yep, that looks like that's the entrance to the cave right now. We don't want to get surrounded on the way out, though, so we're going to make a quick round around it to see if we can find any more lizard folk. What is this? Collapsible drums. A bunch of warnings about flammability. A bunch of dead lizard folk. And one dead feral soldier. Wow. Okay. We're going to take his entire emery package there and eat up. What else does he have? Knee pads. We can just go ahead and wear those. A sheath with a National Guard bayonet in it. We will probably take the National Guard bayonet because it, even if we don't end up using it, they do tend to sell for a decent amount considering how small they are. We were hoping that they would have some sort of armor, but the only thing they really have is this ballistic vest that is damaged so badly that it doesn't actually provide any damage resistance itself anymore. Some sort of packed pallet here, wrapped with watertight cover and belted to secure the contents, but it seems like the pallet's locked. If we had a crowbar on us, we probably could pry it open. And it looks like there's multiple of these as well. That's something I think we'll have to just come back to. Oh yeah, there's a lot of pallets. Oh, and a feral soldier. That is not good. It seems likely that our arrows won't be able to pierce his armor, but we're going to take a shot at him and see what happens. Yeah, we did 1 damage to him because of the fact that he's wearing armor. Let's see if we can bring the feral soldier back to our Stranglethorns. Because there's a good chance that, despite the fact that his armor is going to prevent us from damaging him well, he might get pretty badly damaged by the Stranglethorns themselves. 4 damage on a crit. Okay, well, I mean, I guess that's literally something. Okay, let's move slow so he doesn't lose sight of us. He is slower than us. And bring him back to the Stranglethorns. See if we can take this guy down. There's also a chance that we might be able to find some more lizardmen. Oh. This feral soldier's actually fairly smart. He won't go through the brambles. Since he's so slow, though, we might be able to take him down anyway. We just need to keep an eye on our stamina, because we will slow down. Worst case scenario, we can just get far enough away from him that he loses track of us. Oh boy. He just leapt at us and smashed into our head, causing a massive bleeding wound. Okay. That guy is a problem. We need to immediately bandage that. We did just find a lizardfolk warrior. I wonder if we can lead that lizardfolk back to the feral and get them to fight each other. Because both of these creatures are fairly dangerous to us right now. Not the greatest news, but we've actually lost track of both the lizardfolk and the feral. And we've made a short circle around the cave itself. I think we might poke our head into the cave. I would have preferred to have done this while we had Darksight on, so that we could see through some of the fog. But we're going to have to go with what we can. It looks like the National Guard bayonet is a better weapon than the cudgel. So we're going to store our bow for now and step inside. We are going to make a filter for Denari here. A lot of the times, the silver contained in this place. Oh yeah, there's more warriors. That's not surprising to us. If they're great clubs, I don't think we want to give them a chance to hit us. We need to take out quite a few more of these, I think. And there we go. As we head back into the cave after taking down that lizardfolk, we find our first pile of loot. 37 denarii just sitting in the water. As long as we avoid any of the hatchlings or the dragons themselves that are in here, which are likely usually asleep on the lower levels, we will be able to make away like bandits. And as we're humbling around in the dark, we accidentally slipped into a pit, a spike pit. I promise you, this is going to be worth it in the end, even if we're having some trouble here. Still not nearly as bad as fighting a Dryden. Some more Denari. 32 of them. We're up to 71 already. Oh, that's a Lizardfolk warrior. That's not the best news. They can move through this terrain a lot better than we can. We're going to go ahead and lead it outside. Make sure it tracks us. Bring it back to our brambles. Okay, another one down. Let's head back in. Continue searching. Another thing we can find here is black dragon scales. Those are also worth a lot. The problem with the dragon scales is that they're incredibly heavy. So we're not likely to be able to carry them with us right now. But whenever we have another way of carrying things, perhaps a horse, for example, that we saw earlier, we will be able to come back for those. For now, our main goal is to find silver Denari. And we fell down a pit again. And are being chased by an alligator. Okay. After multiple falls down pits, I think that we are going to fall back to our camp for tonight and deal with our pain and our injuries. Especially because the fog just cleared, which is making other things be able to see us from a lot longer distances. Back at camp. Hunter lays down to sleep. We managed to get away with 71 Denari already. There is more to be found, too. We can probably get away with hundreds from the dragon's horde. And we are once again awakened rudely by another goose. But to be honest, again, we're fine with this. Hunter finds himself spending the day playing on his bone flute and praying using his homemade holy symbol, a bone charm that reminds him of the Feywild, his home. And with a little bit of study, the bone charm, and the flute, we have finally gotten our focus and our knowledge of the restoration spell high enough to at least have a chance of casting it. If we were to cast it, it would be able to heal a lot of our wounds, or at least start the healing process quite well. And after many, many failed attempts, we finally successfully cast it. Your flesh and bones start to regenerate before your very eyes. It's going to put a regeneration effect on us, and it only lasts a short amount of time. About 4 minutes, but over the course of those 4 minutes, it will heal us quite a bit. It's not going to heal us as much as a person who has natural regeneration, and not going to heal us nearly as fast either, but it'll heal us about as much as sleeping would. The regeneration is worn off, and our head and our arm are looking better. Not perfect, but better. And it is about 6 p.m., so I believe that Hunter's going to take a nap before dark again, so that we can head back to the dragon's cave under the cover of night. Hunter was very tired from our earlier excursion and actually overslept a little bit. We're going to wrap our fur cloak around us once again. The night is cold and the dragon's den is even colder. Oh, there is a bunch of geese in the area still. We're going to ignore them for now. But it is good to know that one of the benefits of geese is that unlike many types of prey, they won't actually flee from us until we have them bleeding and wounded. Oh, hey, we found one of the Lizardfolk warriors. I wanted to try something. It looks like it takes 5 full seconds to summon a wolf, because Hunter actually has a wolf companion from the Feywild, whose spirit he can summon into the physical world. With that, we can equip our bow, and us and the wolf, our good pet Noctis, will be able to actually fight the Lizardfolk. And it actually seems like the Lizardfolk... Oh, this one was already pretty damaged, it looks like. The wolf will follow us, at least a little bit, I believe. It should follow us, at least. It does look like our pet wolf has wandered off and done his own thing. unfortunately. But we should still be fine to... We should still be fine to delve into this place on our own. A little bit of light is not enough to hurt us. Once again, Hunter searches the dark, murky, chilly waters of the swamp cave, avoiding things like this spike pit, which we have accidentally tripped into several times now. Well, not that specific one, but several like it. We do need to be careful. If we see a pit filled with corpses, that also is a good indication that it would be a very bad fall. We find some stairs, a downward facing slope over here. Yeah, we don't want to mess with that either, because those slopes lead to the lower levels of this dragon's cave, and we have to be very careful, because those lower levels are where the creature and its offspring are going to be. Carefully moving around the top. We just want to search the outskirts. I am using the Shift V search function in order to specifically search for Denari, because we won't actually be able to see them all the time, at least not with our naked eye, as Hunter will actually have to physically search the water, dipping his hands into the cold water looking for Denarius. Like this spot right there. Between the mist and the water, we could not see these until a little bit too late. There were black dragon scales in the other one, but we're not looking for the black dragon scales just yet. This would be easier if we could see better. I am curious if we could see better with our dark sight. Oh, yes. Okay. So even though the darkness is caused largely by the fog, dark sight is actually giving us a little bit of a wider range here, which will make it so that we don't have to search around as carefully. There's some more Denari. We're already looking at 108 Denari from this cave. We already have around 2,500, and I can assure you there is more here. This is slow and steady work, sneaking through a dragon's lair. We see many lizard folks down below, worshippers of the black, scaly creature that calls this place its home. I see no reason that we need to engage them, unless it becomes absolutely necessary. Shit. Now that is a crocodile. It is injured, probably because of falling into these shallow pits, but a crocodile, while we are wading in shallow water, is going to be a significant problem for us. I think we're going to immediately use a root strike here and see if we can't damage it a little bit better. It should be slower than us now. We're going to back up quite a bit here. There's a good chance that we want to kill this entirely with magic. Fighting a crocodile in the water is just a terrible idea whatsoever. Oh, and as soon as we come back out here, we do actually see that feral soldier from before. I think we're going to summon our good friend Noctis again here to back us up, pulling out our bow while our spirit wolf takes him from the front, and he walked right past our wolf to attack us. Fortunately, the wolf actually took him down. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. You are a good boy. Looks like he has a Molly rucksack. Not a bad item altogether. Some MRE packages that we will definitely take off of him. More water purification tablets. That saves us on future mana. And we did just spot a alligator. Crocodile. Where is it? It's up fighting our wolf to the north. It looks like the wolf is not doing poorly per se, but is also not maintaining its attention. Let's go across these Stranglethorns. I imagine the crocodile. I was going to say that the crocodile is not smart enough to deal with it, but it looks like he actually is. And that thing's fucking fast. We're barely able to spend any amount of time aiming up, or it gets on top of us each time. You know what? That means that we can't use that. So we're going to use a root strike, aiming carefully to not hit our wolf. Whenever we have a chance to hit our wolf, we do need to be careful. There we go. We've wounded it a little bit better. Come on, not this. Just take it down. I believe in you. You got this. Aim up a little bit. Wait until it gets a little bit closer. Okay, we got another shot into it, but it barely even hurt it. We need a spear. We need something that we can consistently hit things from a distance and use our speed as an advantage. Because we are fairly fragile. Our hollow bones make us quick, but easily killed. 2 more damage. The wolf is biting at its feet over and over and over, trying to do something to it. But unfortunately, the crocodile's hide is just so thick that it is not able to do much. Although, distracted it for long enough. I'm far enough away. Yes, there we go. We finally were able to aim up a proper shot and take it down. It does look like the wolf follows us better during the daytime, so it was actually just probably having a hard time keeping track of us. Let's go ahead and deal with our wounds. And we have absolutely no mana left, which is a little scary. And a slime off in the distance that our wolf is going to immediately go and engage. I'm curious if there's going to be a way that we can command this thing with any amount of consistency. Searching some of the corpses of humans nearby, we do see a lanyard that has a science ID card on it. It would grant us access to a lab somewhere. Lots of corpses around here. More science ID cards. We'll go ahead and take those. And a visitor's pass. I believe we can use the visitor's pass, read it, and it'll tell us the location of potentially some sort of lab. And it did. It told us the location of the Transcoast Logistics. Now, while Hunter has probably never heard about those, I've heard about Transcoast Logistics, and I can tell you for a fact, we are not ready for that. There's a bunch of corpses of tadpoles here. Can we do a quick butchery of these and see what they're going to be doing? Our wolf will defend us for a moment while we're doing it. It looks like they are scrap meat. They are mutant meat, which means that that is not going to be useful for us. What about a lemming? Oh, scrap of meat. So if we see lemmings in the future like this one, we should be able to do a very quick full butchery and to get something useful off of them. Our spirit wolf, Noctis, has finally returned to the Feywild. He can't stay with us too long. We will be able to summon him back again. It does take about 410 mana though, so that is not something that we can do all the time. Just going around and collecting some science ID cards. Oh, we see another feral soldier. And he sees us. That is not good. Where is he? North. Okay. We need to get away from that very quickly. This is one of the reasons why I was wanting to move around this area at nighttime. Our first shot does do some damage to him. Never mind. It did 1 point of damage to him. I think the best bet is to lose line of sight, which means that we're going to actually run through the mist of the Dragon's Cave towards the north here. And we'll temporarily hide behind some of these crates, and that didn't work. He found us immediately. This feral soldier is going to be a problem. Without any mana, we don't have a lot of options at our disposal. I do have an interesting idea, though. What if we led him down? Unfortunately, he's a feral. I was going to say we led him down into the caves down here. But he's not going to just fall into one of the pits. He's too smart for that. So I think we're going to fully run away. Get some trees between us and him. And then once we're far enough away, we'll stop running for a moment. Catch our breath. We likely don't have everything from the Dragon's Lair, even the first level of it yet, but we do have 203 denarii already. Something, honestly, an incredible amount. On the way back to camp, because I think we need to take a moment and reorganize ourselves, wait until nighttime, we did find this crashed object here. And using the trick we used earlier, we're searching the walls, and I do think we just found potentially a way into it. There's 2 doors on the front here that can open. But beyond it is a closed metal door. Okay, so we can't get in. This is interesting. Don't know what this is, and I don't know how we could interact with it in a meaningful way. But I guess we'll remember that it's there. Back at camp, once again, Hunter is back in the old loop, spending time reading the Book of Trees, learning more about Root Strike and Nature's Bow, and we spent enough time here that we can actually cast Restoration on ourselves. Restoration, once again, regenerating us about as much as sleeping overnight would have. Not fully healing our head or our arm. Despite the massive cost of mana, it's still very much worth doing. Saves us a lot of time that would have otherwise been simply downtime. Since we were thinking about it, I do think we're going to knock down some of these young saplings nearby. Whenever we do that with the hammer, we do get some leaves and some long sticks. The long sticks being the thing that I care about here. We are going to take these over to our camp and activating the fire again. I think we're going to go ahead and make a fire-hardened wooden spear. The fire-hardened part, I believe, only makes it a little bit more durable than a normal wooden spear, but we do want a durable wooden spear right now. Now, the wooden spear is not a good weapon, with only 4 bash, 18 pierce, and a actual negative to hits, taking 113 moves to actually do anything. It's not great. However, it does have reach attacks. Reach attacks means that I should be able to hit things more than a single square away from us, and it is primarily piercing damage, which means that it will have a better chance than some of our other weapons to actually hurt those feral soldiers that we're struggling with so much. Since we have some daylight to burn, Hunter is taking the time to forage the nearby area, see if we can find any food. We could go hunting, but I am a little worried because there's some dinosaurs in the area, and we are very close to another city, which means that there will likely be more ghouls and ferals hanging around, not even that far away. Ah, there we go. We found some eggs. That should be good enough to keep us for at least one more day. Hunter has a bit of a problem with oversleeping, it looks like. We woke up just after dawn the next day again, and there does seem like there are some geese around. We're going to take a whack at them. Oh, wow, we got it on our first try this time. And haul it back to our camp to butcher so that we have some more food for the next day. Okay, that'll do us. We have a little bit of cooked liver, some cooked meat, and some scraps of flesh. And with some purification tablets, we can purify enough water. That will be good once again. There are a lot of dermatics and wasps between us and the caves, but I think we're going to take a northern route this time and see if we can get there without aggroing too much of the wildlife. And with the spear, I think we have a decent chance of taking out one of those feral soldiers if we are forced to. Plus, we have full mana, so that should help as well. And it looks like there he is. Okay, he is fully rested and ready. I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to drop our spear and see if we can summon our wolf again. There he goes. To help us out with this. That's what we're talking about. Hunter swings outwards and pierces the feral soldier for 16 damage. And I did just notice that we swung wildly. That's because of the hiking backpack, which we are going to quickly drop. And apparently, by quickly, I mean very slowly. Because he just got on top of us while we were dropping that and came at us hard. Our torso is bleeding very hard right now. I don't know why our wolf isn't helping us. The spear, however, is doing work as the feral soldier does go down. Okay. We need to head back to our backpack right away and get on closing up some of these wounds. Well, that was a learning experience. Apparently, dropping this hiking backpack takes a significant amount of time, which gave the feral soldier an incredible amount of time in order to get on top of us. We are now in a incredibly distressing amount of pain. There's some pteranodons still around in the area, and yeah, I think we are going to put our fur cloak back on and actually retreat to one of the improvised shelters that's just outside of the cave, because this will actually give us some shelter ourselves, and the fog will protect us from some of the stuff in the nearby area from seeing us. Hunter is going to settle down and take a moment to meditate and focus, because if we can get our pain down, we should be able to cast restoration again. And as we were meditating, apparently a Quetzalcoatlus, which is a enormous feathered flying reptile with a long pointed toothless beak and a huge stiff neck, has spotted us off the coast of the river. We are going to run. It is only slightly slower than us whenever we're running, so we're going to run quickly. Okay, Now that we're a little bit better off as far as pain goes, we're going to come back and check these corpses because I did notice that both of the military corpses still had things for us to take off of them. We got some army bayonets. There is a ballistic vest, but it's pretty heavily damaged. So are their tactical gloves and knee pads. So not something we really need. What about the other army corpse? Where did that one go? Kind of hard to miss once you find the giant blood trail. We're finally calm enough now. We're going to try and cast Restoration again. See if we can get our wounds just slightly healed up so that we can continue exploring this cave. Despite it being a dragon lair, our issue has not actually been with dragons. It's just been with all of the dangerous wildlife around the lair itself. There we go. After a lot of attempts, we did finally manage to get it going. See if this other soldier had anything good for us. A lot of damaged items. Good stuff, like ballistic vests and bayonets, but most of it damaged. We'll take some of his food. Probably not all of it, though. We are still looking to get some stuff from the swamp cave itself. We don't want to completely load up on food. I do think I'm actually going to apply some cattail jelly to my torso, just because it will make it a little bit easier to heal. And there's so many cattails in the area that if we run out, we can just make more. Okay, we're going to drop our spear and cast Dark Sight on ourselves again. And we're going to head back down into the Dragon Cave. Hopefully, we've cleared out the southeast and southwest corners of the cave without going into the lower levels, because there's no way in 70 hells we're going to go into the lower levels. So we only have a little bit more of the cave to explore. We just have to be careful about where we're stepping. Don't step into any of the deep water. So if we dive into that water, swimming with as much gear as we have on us and the hiking backpack would be a problem, to be honest. We would lose all of our stamina pretty much instantaneously, which also means that it looks like we can't access this last area up there. Not without dropping our backpack, at least. And I don't really want to do that right now. Okay, we found a little bit more denarii. Oh, not a little bit. 32 more denarii. Okay, it was very much worth this last trip back in, and there's another 33 denarii. Okay, very much worth this last trip back into the cave. Every once in a while, we are spotting lizard folk, and we are checking to make sure that they're not anywhere near us. It looks like all of them are down on the lower levels, and we're kind of just spotting them through entrances to the lower levels, caves, and deeper spots of water. Okay, I think that is all of it. There's this one area in the northeast corner that I was not able to explore, but if there are any denarii there, it's not worth diving into the water and swimming over there to get them. What is our final haul? We have 342 denarii, and we didn't even have to fight a dragon. For those of you that are not industrious with math, that is over 8,000 currency worth of denarii. We have no reason to stay here any longer. We are going to head back to our campsite, make sure that we didn't leave anything there that is important to us. Avoid these dermatics because they are fast and dangerous. And then we will head back to the Forge of Wonders and see what we can get with this denarii. It's not going to buy us everything we ever want, but we will be able to buy some early magic items, something that many survivors would never have the benefit of getting. As we're passing by, I did want to check out this grove, and I'm glad we did. It apparently is filled with only birch trees, which means that humans probably planted birch trees at some point here. We don't have it now, but I do believe that there is several birch bark recipes, so we're going to take a moment and gather a bunch of birch bark. And by a bunch, I apparently only mean 5, because apparently they are very hard to carry. Probably doesn't help that we have all of these MRE packages on us. Let's split them up and only bring the things from this package that we actually want instead of the entire thing. On the way back, we do have some sort of rest location. There's a bunch of cars in here, and one of them interests me. There's a food truck here. We are going to check this out, see if there's anything in here that is useful. So like cooking materials, for example. Doesn't look like it at the forefront, but we do have a mini freezer and a mini fridge in here, and a large storage container. Those are interesting to me, but maybe not right now. Hunter arrives back at the Forge of Wonders. We are going to immediately head inside, and before heading to Valzane and reporting to our soon-to-be nemesis with Denari, we do want to check by the librarian, make sure there's nothing else we want to sell. Honestly, these bayonets would be good to do. We'll sell the army ones and keep the National Guard one, because it does seem like the National Guard one is of higher quality. And it looks like they also want the visitor passes, which we've already learned the location of what the visitor pass leads to, so I think we can sell those just fine. We'll go ahead and even up with Denari. We might as well actually check their options real quick. It looks like there are some books on soul binding, basic spellcraft, comprehensive analysis on black dragons. That would have been useful a little while ago. And then a handful of spells that I don't know if we're going to be interested in. Jolt gives a short-range fan of electricities. We will likely pick up Storm Shaper and Animist over time, but I am more interested in Animist spells than Storm Shaper spells right now, because our mana is, as you've seen, going to be going quickly, so we don't really want to be using it for offense. Okay, moment of truth. Let's speak to Valzane of Scion, Forge Lord. Hunter nods to the Forge Lord, and the Forge Lord looks down at him, a smile on his face, a quirk of his mouth, his eyes glowing ominously from under his cloak. No words are spoken between the two of them, but Hunter thinks he knows. The Forge Lord knows why he's here, and is still willing to sell us items. Let's trade. I think one of the more important things we could possibly get before getting any fancy magic items would be to get a melee weapon. Using a cudgel or a wooden spear long term is sort of a bad idea. Due to our dexterous style, I am thinking some sort of spear style weapon, or possibly a short weapon like a Chris. It is tempting to go with the Naginata, which is a personal favorite of my own, but I do find myself using the Naginata pretty much in all of my runs, and I would like to do something a little bit more original. The Chris knife only hits for 22 damage, so I don't know if that's a good option for us right now either. I have no intention of using a katana or a glaive, and the longsword is actually, if you don't know, actually a two-handed weapon, and I believe the broadsword is around the same. It is quite large at 39 inches long. So I think maybe we will hold off on buying a enchanted weapon from Valzane, at least at the time being. So let's look through what they have. Near the top here, we have Belts of Haste. Belts of Haste are really good. I do believe they will give us a permanent bonus to speed, although it doesn't really tell us what they do on the actual item itself. I think I remember that is a thing, that it gives us a permanent boost to our speed. We also have some enchanted tailor kits, some endless teapots, ever-burning torches, all very useful. Keeping in mind that we actually have 8,575 credits worth of Denari in our backpack right now. Despite that, as you're seeing with these prices, we can probably only make one purchase. So we need to make sure that this purchase is something that will change our life in a significant way. We could probably buy a ring of +3, whether that be dexterity or something else. Strength being one of the ones that would probably benefit us the most. Not only would that make our melee damage a lot better whenever we do go into melee, it would give us a huge amount of carrying capacity. Another thing we could do is a ring of protection +6. A ring of protection will give us an aura across Hunter's entire body, drastically reducing the amount of damage we take from everything. Everything from bullets to bashing to cutting to stabbing. That is a real consideration. That the ring of protection and the ring of strength are things that are pretty high on my list. The only thing I worry about is that they would take up all of our Denari, and it would be the only thing we buy. So let's keep looking. We do have Harvest of the Hunter and Lightning Bolt, which are great spellbooks. Oh, we also have the Tome of the Oncoming Storm. We're probably going to buy this no matter what, because it's not that expensive. It basically teaches us every Storm Shaper spell that we're ever going to want. So we're going to go ahead and put that on the list. Aside of that, we have Orichalcum Cauldrons, a super gravity preservation box, which I believe is just a really fancy way of saying that this is essentially a gravity magic refrigerator. Yeah, it contained items spoil at 20% of their original weight, and they weigh 250% of their original weight. So it makes things heavier, so we're going to have to put it somewhere physically, but it would basically refrigerate things. And that's not exactly life-changing enough for us to want to buy it. Now, another thing that we might consider is Bracers of Lesser Defense. It will work similar to the Ring of Protection, however, it will give us a small amount of damage resistance. It basically will take a little bit of damage off the top. I believe it's 1 or 2 points of damage off the top of any damage coming in on us. There is, of course, also a greater storage ring that gives us the capability of storing a medium-sized weapon instantaneously. We can literally snap our fingers and draw the weapon. But if we wanted to use a spear, the maximum length for the storage ring is 39 inches, and almost all spears will not fit inside of it. After looking through our options, there is a combination of items here that is tempting. We could buy a minor ring of wizardry. It would give us more mana, and if you didn't know, having more mana means our mana would regenerate faster. And then we'd be able to buy a ring of protection +2, not the strongest ring of protection, but a little bit. And then with the remainder, we'd be able to buy some Bracers of Defense, leaving us with a significant amount of credit, 2,600, in case we want to buy spell books and the such in the future. There is a part of me, though, that is tempted to simply make a very large purchase. The $7,900 purchases that normally I would have to save up for. I am not good at saving money. Okay, we've made a final decision. I actually hemmed and hawed and harangued over this for a while. We're going to buy a bunch of cheaper items. We're going to buy a Chris +1 because I did notice that it's actually only $30. It's very, very cheap, and it is better than the current weapon that we have. We're going to buy an ever-burning torch so that we have a permanent light source back at our campsite. We'll buy the minor ring of wizardry, giving us extra mana, and then a ring of protection +2 for our other ring slot. Keeping in mind we can only wear 2 magical rings at once. We have the Tome of the Oncoming Storm for some spells and a Bracer of Lesser Defense. That leaves us with 23-24 in credits, which is pretty amazing. If you think about the fact that we just did all of that on day 1, and we could have actually maybe gone even farther because selling even to Valzane does use our social skill, which means that if we had a higher social skill, currently sitting at 1, but that 1 was only after that trade, we would have been able to get much better prices. Something to keep in mind for the future. And as much as Hunter is not a socialite, it would be useful to actually have some amount of social ability just for haggling. Okay, let's go ahead and put on our spoils. Wearing the bracers, wearing the Ring of Protection, and the minor Ring of Wizardry, which bring us from 1,600 mana to 1,800 mana. It's not a huge amount, but that amount of mana will come back faster, which will give us more regeneration. We'll pick our spear back up, and we do have 92 denarii remaining. We'll go ahead and sell, since we don't need it anymore, we'll go ahead and sell the National Guard's knife, National Guard bayonets, and the cudgel to the librarian over here, just to sort of get them out of our inventory. We do have some credit with her, but we're not worried. She'll be able to hold on to our credit. We will check real quick to make sure that things are handled well in our inventory, and it does look like, yeah, we have some issues. So let's start with the sheath and the stone knife are on the same size. We can press C to change sides on those. Yeah, the Bracers of Lesser Defense were actually messing with the fur cloak. And if we change the sides of the plastic canteen, now we have a sheath on one side and a canteen on the other. We are also going to unload the sheath because the stone knife is in it right now. And we're going to put the Chris knife. Oh, we actually can't put the Chris knife into the sheath. Okay. Well, I guess we put the stone knife back in for now. I was hoping we could put the Chris knife in there, but I guess it's just a little bit too long. At the end of the day, I'm actually quite happy with that. With the Bracers of Lesser Defense and the Ring of Protections, we will be able to negate a chunk of damage coming in at us at all times, and we have enough denarii that whenever we check back in the future, and the Forge of Wonders has their inventory updated, because Valzane will stock new items every week or so, we would be able to buy a magical weapon of some sort. Especially if we find some books in the meantime, in order to sell to the Forge of Wonders itself. With that, however, I believe we're going to head back to our home sweet home. It has been a while since we've seen our camp, and we have a few things to drop off, and it will be nice to relax a little. We're going to go ahead and put down the ever-burning torch. I'm not going to turn it on yet, I don't trust the visibility in this area. If we look, we actually can see pretty far to the north. And at nighttime, if any sort of creatures were to be coming along the river there, they would be able to see our camp even through the woods. We might be able to figure out something to do about that, given time. Maybe put up some sort of rough barricades just to reduce vision. Either that or head farther into the forest, to be honest. There is a spot farther to the south here that seems like it is deeper woods. And now that we have basic tools, it might be a consideration for the future. Now that we're back, we do have a little bit of bones. We can work on some of the things that we were thinking about. I believe a bone sewing awl and a billet were on our list. Both should be able to be carved very quickly, and it may update what we have access to. I mean, we can make our own bows now. Can we make any arrows? It looks like the best arrows we have access to are these simple wooden arrows, and the only thing we're missing from those are planks or sticks, which, I mean, we're in a forest. We can get those if we wanted to. We do still have some aluminum field point arrows, so we don't need that right away. We still don't have a quiver recipe, unfortunately, but I think that's a matter of time. It is a probably some sort of combination of tailoring, fabrication, and survival in order to unlock the recipe for that. However, it does look like we can now make some clay items. I believe this clay pot here will give us boiling, chemical making, and food cooking. That is really nice. Okay, so now that we have a clay pot, we will be able to actually cook food properly. Very nice, very, very nice. In fact, we will go ahead and look at some other clay things. Oh, we're out of clay. Well, we're actually not. There's plenty over here. We can also make a clay crucible. It'll give us some fabrication skills, so we might as well do it, and we will want one of these eventually, so we might as well make it now, to be honest. Oh, we actually can tan some hides? Apparently we have some hides on us. How long does that take to do? It's a pretty significant chunk of time. It looks like it's being making the tanned hides out of leather patches, which aren't going anywhere, so we don't need to worry about that right now. Now that we have the immediate task of seeking out the Forge of Wonders and getting an initial infusion of Denari from the Swamp Dragon Cave, Hunter needs to think about what his next steps are going to be. We still need to get stronger. The Denari that we got is only the beginning. We will want more magic items in the future, and Valzane, in his overconfidence, will be happy to supply us with such things. We will want to search this town to the north a lot more thoroughly, and in order to be able to do that, we're going to make sure that we are getting stronger every single day, and then going into town at night to go on looting trips. After our fights with the feral soldiers, I think one of the more pressing matters is that we probably need to get better at archery. Currently, we are sitting at 3 levels of marksmanship and 4 levels of archery. And we actually can just sit here during the day and fire at a tree here in our camp in order to get a decent amount of archery. Even the amount that I just did, giving us about 2% in each one. Another thing we can do to make it a little bit better as well is that we can get the Archer's Form Expert, which will make us honestly quite a bit better. We'll also want to eventually get our Wound Care Expert as well, because every time we apply a bandage, it will actually just apply better once we have Wound Care Expert. It's a proficiency that I highly suggest that you get. Our spells are in a place where we can cast them when we need them, between Restoration, Root Strike, Nature's Bow, Dark Sight, and Summon Wolf. So we don't need to be reading on the Book of Trees very much anymore. I do believe that working with the Archer's Form and bandaging will be our downtime activities of training until nighttime. And of course, always spending our mana on Stranglethorns to continue adding to the defenses of our base. With the ever-burning torch, cleverly hidden between some trees so that we don't have too long of a view distance, especially to the north, we should be able to do things far into the night as well. While Hunter is not used to being on this nighttime schedule, we are heading back into town slightly tired. which is not going to be the worst thing in the world, but also not great. And I say that as soon as we actually literally just ran into 2 feral humans right away. I think we're going to back off from them slightly here. This town being permanently foggy, causing us some serious issues. We don't have enough mana to create a field for ourselves. I want to see if we can take some shots at them. Our first shot going out doing a good 13 damage there. We are faster than them, so we should be able to stay away from them pretty well. Only taking shots whenever they're guaranteed. There we go. No, that one actually... I was going to say that was a good shot because it had a chunkier sound to it, but it still was only a minor wound. We look forward to the day when these guys are a lot easier to take down, but for now, we have to bleed them like this, and once they get into heavy bleeding, they're more than likely already dead. We do let them come in and take one swing at them with the Chris knife, just because any amount of training with the Chris knife is going to be good for us in the long run. I do think that we are going to lead one of these barrels up to the benches to the north here. I want to see if we can get some swings at it with the Chris knife, which also gives us time for Hunter to slam into them with the antlers, doing a little bit extra damage. We have attracted the attention of some ghouls nearby, though. It looks like they're fighting each other, however. We'll leave the hiking backpack here and join in on the fight. A feral human is grabbed and bleeding. Another ghoul is nearby. We immediately take down that ghoul. The feral takes down the other ghoul for us, but was damaged badly enough that we could finish him off. He has a heavy crowbar. That is actually really good for us. And it's too big to pick up. That's actually very unfortunate. Is there anything we can do? I think it's just simply too large. We're going to leave it here, but we will mark it because that heavy crowbar would be good to break into various things. Hunter is treating this travel into the town a bit like a training mission. We are quite literally hunting humans this time. Oh wow, we immediately got a really good shot for 19 damage. I think we're going to immediately pull out the Chris knife, go into melee with this guy, and stab him to death. Yes, very good. Because of the bracers of defense and the ring of protection, as these rocks are hitting us, they are doing a lot less damage. No longer kind of taking huge chunks out of our torso. Now, mind you, that's not going to stop a bullet from rocking all the way through Hunter and out the other side, but these piddly little shots will not be as much of a problem to us anymore. And in fact, I actually feel relatively confident taking down one feral at a time in melee range. Whenever they do get hits off on us, they just simply don't do that much damage. Oh, and this one was some sort of cop. He has a magnum, which is worth $12. The $12 for a magnum is not worth taking with us. I was going to sell it to the Forge of Wonders, but 12 is not worth it. But we can get some food off of him. And a tourniquet. Having a tourniquet earlier would have actually been a very good thing because we were bleeding very badly whenever we accidentally tried to set down our backpack. It does look like the ghouls also have a hard time getting through the new level of defense that we have. With this one simple purchase of some defensive items focusing on survival instead of offense, we have greatly increased our chance of survival here in the city. I would not say that we're feeling, wow, something happened here. A bit of a war between the ghouls and the ferals. I'm not going to say that we're good enough to feel overconfident yet, but we can at least feel a little bit more confident exploring. We also found a normal crowbar. At some point, we're going to want to take one of those crowbars and head back to the cave because that supply drop had a whole bunch of crates around it that required a crowbar to open. And I'm really curious what could be in those crates. Yeah, it looks like the crazy humans, the ferals, and the ghouls are having a bit of a grudge match here in town. Ooh, that is a deranged axeman. We don't actually want to fight that guy in melee. Unlike pipes and crowbars, an axe will cut straight through us. We'll aim up, get a nice shot off on him, hitting him in the leg for a significant amount of damage, and he's already starting to bleed. Oh, And he leapt forward. Yep, look at that. Just did a massive chunk of damage to our arm, and now we're bleeding. We need to be a little bit more careful dealing with this guy. I think we're actually going to use Root Strike to finish him off, if possible. There we go. And there we go. He's finally down. He bled out. He had a hatchet on him. We're worried about the other hatchet breaking, so we will take that with us. A few more ferals. We need to make sure that we move them in such a way that they can't attack us at the same time. They're throwing rocks at us like crazy, but the rocks are simply bouncing off and doing very little damage to our magical field. There was a book there. No, it's a smartphone case. Go ahead and bandage up. And we did mark this house over here as having books in it that we didn't take with us. So we're going to come back and check these books and check their value to see if any of them were actually worth taking with us. There is a downstairs, but we do not want to go down there. Yeah, it does look like these ones were not worth it in the end. More ferals, and oh man, this feral, despite wielding just a crowbar, he just managed to get a few lucky shots on our torso, and we were caught up in the battle rage, and honestly, we didn't even notice. He almost took us out. Okay, we need to be a little bit more careful. We're in distressing pain now, and although we did leave him behind, I do think we're going to be switching to our bow for the time being. Probably leaving the backpack on while fighting was a really, really bad mistake that we should not have been making. We were talking about not getting overconfident, but we were immediately overconfident. And in fact, we're in so much pain that we have been weakened enough that we can't even fire our bow. There are so many ferals here. We need to be so careful. Since we're in so much pain, I think we're going to make it... We're going to make for the basement of this wizard's house. We had noticed last time that it was pretty heavily boarded up and secured. So we can rest here for a while. Try and get back our victuals. And I'm now realizing we should have brought that ever-burning torch with us. It would have been useful in a situation like this. Actually, there's a murder mystery book here. Only worth $5 though. We'll slowly start to figure out what is and is not worth our time. Ah, there we go. They do have candles. We can go ahead and pick up the candles and bring them back to this darker room and light the candles. That will give us the time or the ability to go ahead and practice some bandaging, because obviously we're going to need it. Practicing bandaging long enough that we managed to get some of our focus back, and we're going to try and cast Restoration on ourselves here to once again kickstart our healing process. It wasn't a lot, but it did heal us just a little bit. Okay, I think that's good enough. Also, it's getting pretty early at this point, sitting around 3 a.m. If we're going to make any progress, we need to start moving around now. We'll head to this other house here and see if we can find anything. I mean, there's a scythe here. I'll take the string. String is more useful than you might imagine. Once inside, we did actually find some antiseptic and some codeine inside a cabinet, and there is a basement here. We're going to take the risk of popping down here. There's a feral. Let's see if we can do something about him. He will follow us up the stairs. A lot smarter than ghouls or zombies. I say that as he immediately gets lost. See if we can get a shot off on him. Get him bleeding. And he has so many rocks to throw at us. What the heck? There we go. Bleeding pretty badly at this point. Okay, he's bleeding badly enough that I think we can switch to the Chris knife. Finish him off. Beautiful. Cover up our wounds. Our torso is not looking good. In fact, it is very, very bad. We probably should stop, but whenever we peeked down here, we did see some stuff that I'm interested in. Looks like there's some sort of storage area back here. A lot of things in it. Anything terribly useful, though. Mostly just like a backpack, some oxidizer powder, some vinegar, but also some books down here. Yeah, some magazines, a couple of fiction books. Study of a Boy, Art of Bunting, that are both worth quite a bit. And that looks like it's it for now. We were hoping we could get a little bit more from that, but I guess we will deal with what we got. I do wish this fog was not so prevalent. With the fog being around us so badly, it is very hard to take advantage of our increased sight over the ferals. We got this one bleeding. Should just back up a little bit. Wait for him to sort of just bleed out a little bit. Oh, he's already back down to minor bleeding. There we go. Another arrow sticking out of his chest. And he hit us really hard. Our torso is looking so incredibly bad. Okay, Hunter needs to leave. That was very, very dangerous. We are going to step into a basement real quick. In fact, we'll head back to the magical house, the wizard's house, step into their basement, use our restoration spell in order to get the healing started, just so that we're not a trickle away from death, and we'll probably honestly spend the day here. That was so incredibly risky. Overconfidence is a terrifying thing, okay? It's a terrifying thing. We're going to go ahead and bandage that up, and while we're waiting for our pain to come down, we are going to, work on some bandaging. Hunter is going to be trapped in the basement of a old wizard's house for at least a day, healing from his mistakes, thinking about how he should not underestimate humans, even these feral humans that are around these ruined cities. Had that human hit us even one more time, we could have simply died in that confrontation. All of this to say, this is another reminder that we are not powerful. We are not strong. We need to get a lot stronger before we have a chance to even consider Valzane to even be a possible target. This is likely why he is willing to sell us weapons and armor and magic. There is probably a morbid curiosity to the Forge God on whether we can ever even stand a challenge to him, whether we will survive long enough to be a challenge. Hunter catches from the corner of his eye a dead leaf slowly fall into his lap. He sits meditating in the basement of a wizard's refuge, recovering from this hubris of the previous night. Instinctively, he reaches up and runs his hand through his hair, a tussle of leaves and ferns between his antlers. Another dead leaf. He draws his bow and stands, ready to hunt. Skin of bark, hair of leaves, Hunter as a fae has a greater need for sunlight than most creatures. His nighttime hunts, as strategic as they are, have deprived him of his much-needed nutrients. Despite the danger, he climbs the stairs in broad daylight, hunting for tomes to pay his way to the power of magic items. Welcome back to Cataclysm, to kill a god. Hunter glances into the light of day. We are going to need to hunt during the day now. And he sees this human city as his new jungle. We need to get to a good height to use as a viewpoint, and off in the distance, through the windows of this building here, Hunter can spot an office building towering above the rest of the city. Once we get up there, we will be able to use our incredible scout ability in order to get a survey of the entire city. However, overnight, the fog seems to have parted, and with it, the ghouls have left this realm, leaving behind waves and waves of zombies. Zombies are unintelligent, though, and Hunter is aware of them. He had come to this world expecting zombies, and now that he has them, he is unsurprised and prepared. We are going to avoid large confrontations like that whenever possible. There being only one feral and one zombie over here is a much better confrontation. And keeping in mind that we want to keep an open path to an exit near us at all times. But during the day does have its advantages as well, as we can pull out an arrow and start to take aim long before they're within our otherwise very limited vision cone. One thing that we were not realizing before is that it is not indeed that enemies are fast, it's that whenever we start to aim, we have to pull an arrow from our quiver, which costs 300 moves. So that takes 3 full seconds to pull out. We need a quiver badly, because I misspoke. We don't even have a quiver. We are pulling them from our hiking backpack. As he approached, we pulled as the Pharaoh approached, we pulled the Chris knife and finished him off quickly. Is there anything in here worthwhile? Not exactly. There is an e-inked tablet PC, and we do want to get our arrows back, obviously. We also need something to put the Chris knife in, because pulling it from our backpack as well is just not a great idea. It does sound like that zombie that we saw a moment ago, breaking down that wall, but we can more or less leave it. Well, you know what? Honestly, we're not going to leave it. We'll try and let it get a little close to us, fire off it at once. These are still good target practice. And a lot of these zombies are fresh. They have been recently awoken, and they are very badly damaged. In fact, we can even step up to this one and use our bow to crush it down immediately after doing a significant amount of damage via an arrow. Arrow coming in, already quite weak. Singular arrow to the chest brings it down. We already have a crowbar, I believe, so we don't need another one, and we'll go ahead and smash the corpse. Whenever we do see these weakened zombies, I do think we'll take the opportunity to end them whenever we get the opportunity to, because, well, Hunter understands the Cataclysm, understands the malevolence that causes the Cataclysm, and knows that these are not zombies, per se. They might seem like zombies. They might move like zombies. But they're actually something more sinister. We're actually going to step back and summon our Nature's Bow. It is a weaker bow, so we're going to drop it, and then we'll pull our recurve bow back out. And the reason we're doing this is because now we're pulling arrows from our quiver, and we can fire them much faster. Yeah, look at that. It takes nearly no time to draw the arrow now. And we can now step back and rapid fire arrows into zombies. However, with this many zombies around us, I do think that we should back up a little bit. Releasing arrow after arrow into creatures with the amount of stamina that we currently have is kind of draining. Oh, this is a bad place to be. We should not have stepped into this building. Release a few more arrows into this zombie. Oh, that is a deranged axeman. We do not want to play with him. In fact, we're actually going to go up this pipe here, catch our stamina real quick, and then we will just go to town on these guys. Hunter aiming down on them with his bow, just sending shaft after shaft into the horde below. We should be able to easily wipe these out, almost like shooting fish in a barrel. Barely worth our skill. And with our parkour skill, Hunter easily climbs back down. And that's a lot of enemies. Let's double check, make sure. There doesn't seem like there's anything on these guys other than our arrows themselves. And I'm not too worried about that because we do still have 38 of them left. We will finish off the one zombie that did see us as we were coming out. See if we can grab some of them real quick. As soon as one pops out, we will stop picking them up. And this right here is why we're going to need to get a quiver of our own. We can summon a quiver with Nature's Bow and use it for a short time, but having one of our own would be much more beneficial. Feral is coming in fast, but we do have it bleeding heavily, and one more shot to the chest, 14 damage, is bringing it down quickly. In fact, we're going to... I was going to say take a few swings at it with our bow, but as we tried to do that, he managed to do some damage to us right away. Let's not get overconfident. Speaking of overconfidence, there are 13 zombies and a feral human within our sight right now. I believe we are going to slowly just back away from this. We can use the bleachers to slow them down so that we don't even need to run. We'll lose track of the zombies pretty quickly. The ferals will be following us for a little bit, though. Rushing away, we did manage to duck into the darkness of a nearby house. Despite the fog leaving, removing the ghoul threats, there are still quite a few ferals kicking around. And we do need to watch out for them. This axeman is bleeding very badly. And as we get one more shot into him, I think he'll probably die on his own. And I did just realize that we are running into an open field. Hunter does not want to be caught out in an open field like this. We are going to make a mad sprint to the north and try and get behind a building here. There are just so many of these ferals still. Insane individuals left over by that previous eldritch fog. Okay, we backed off for now into a building in a bathroom. We're going to go ahead and drop the wood quiver because it is about to expire anyways. We'll store our bow. And how expensive is this? Costs 260 mana. Restoration costs 780 mana. If we go ahead and use our Handmaid's Holy Symbol in order to get our focus back up, we should be able to cast Restoration again. And after we cast it, we can resummon our bow, drop the wood bow, pull out the recurve, because the wood bow is actually a little bit less powerful than the recurve. Actually, that's a good question. Is it less powerful? Let's go ahead and pick it up super quick. I am kind of curious about this. So let's go ahead and compare that to the recurve. So the recurve on the left and the wood bow on the right, it does look like the wood bow does more damage, but the recurve is faster, has a smaller dispersion, and has a much faster reload time, and is only slightly louder, it looks like. Which, I mean, loudness of 6 versus 8, that's basically nothing. And most of that, I think, comes from the fact that the recurve bow does actually have some sights and that bow stabilizer on it, which is helping with that. The recurve also has a good chance of hit at range 7 if I go down to precise. So that's a good thing to keep in mind as well. We have a longer range. I would say overall, that means that I do prefer the recurve over the wood bow. It does sound like we have things right outside the door. Yep, we're right there. We're going to push through, push out very quickly, go out the front, close the door behind us, which won't slow them down because they are barrels, but it will kind of confuse them. And as we were running, we seem to have stepped into some sort of workshop. We see some welding goggles, a metal saw, what is that? Beverly shear, a lathe, the drill press, utility shelf. Now, as Hunter wouldn't recognize all of these tools per se, he does still recognize that this is some sort of workshop. Ooh, a box of nuts and bolts. We will happily take that. That may help with future constructions. We'll put a note here letting us know that there are power tools here, just in case we do want to come back for it in the future. We didn't manage to get over to that office building because this place is absolutely crowded with ferals, and the ferals are giving us a lot more trouble than a handful of zombies would have. I think we'll have to move from building to building, so we'll head over to this fire station and travel from house to house until we can get to the office building itself. There are 3 ferals here, and we have some darkness to play with. We might be able to take these out. Pulling them back into the shop itself. Taking several shots. He's bleeding heavily now. Honestly, let's just finish him off. There we go. Okay, 1 down. Our regeneration just wore off. There's 1 more feral right there. Threw a rock at us. We fired an arrow at it. We both missed. Should be out of rocks at this point. And as we pull it into the darkness, it actually got confused right away. Lost track of us almost immediately. So this strategy seems to be working pretty well, and we can just take pot shots at it from in the darkness. Check it real quick. Doesn't look like there's anything on it. And pick all of our arrows back up. I believe there was 1 more. Looks like it's off to the west. Let's go ahead and see if we can attract it in. It is going to get bogged down by that fence for a moment, so we might as well take a few pot shots at it for now. It actually didn't manage to get through the fence by the time we got enough arrows in it to kill it. 2 more ferals. That one just went down really fast. Get a bleed on this one, and then we'll switch to the other one. They're trying to take the fence down, but it seems like this fence might be a little bit too much for them. Hunter does run out of breath. We're going to step back. Wow, they still don't have the fence down. Interesting. I sort of expected more from those ferals. Let's go ahead and head into the fire station. A fire axe of some sort would be pretty amazing to get. I'm going to take the risk of breaking the glass there because there was a barrel off in the distance. Looks like we got a couple books here. There we go. Those are the sort of tomes that Hunter is looking for. Essentially currency. Things that we can sell to Valzane. We do have a fire-resistant suit, some fire gauntlets. A turnout coat that actually fits us. It's not a terrible idea. It's incredibly warm, but it does provide a little bit of protection and provides a lot of protection against things like acid and fire. Let's find out. If we were to wear that, how bad would our encumbrance be? Oh, yeah, our arms are quite bad at that point, which is going to make our manipulation, which is how fast we draw things, a lot slower. I think it's also going to, yeah, it slows down our melee speed. It's too much, unfortunately. Arm encumbrance is very important to us. It's probably one of our most important stats. I don't think we can justify that coat. It's one of the reasons why the magic field that we have with the bracers and the ring of protection is so valuable. It means that we can wear such light armor without being penalized by encumbrance. With one precise shot, we did manage to just get a headshot on that feral, immediately bringing it down to bad bleeding. Looks like our wood quiver is wearing out again. We really do need a permanent quiver. We do not have the recipe for one. I believe there might be a recipe for one behind survival. So if we get survival to 5 or 6, we may unlock one. It might also be available now if we just get fabrication higher as well. However, with the cheap cost of Nature's Bow and being able to summon a quiver that way, we are not desperate for one, I think. It should last long enough that we will be pretty close to getting a Net's bow by the time our first bow wears off. Oh, there is something going on over here. What the heck? We see a bunch of fog, some zombies, experiencing smoke inhalation. Interesting. Not sure what might be happening, but I do think that we might want to avoid it. We're going to head to this gun store here, see if we can get inside. There is signs of a bunch of graffiti and damage, so there's a good chance that this gun store doesn't actually have anything in it. Oh, there's definitely things inside this gun store. Not only are there books, and not only are there zombies, but it looks like there might actually be... Yeah, there's going to be some things that we want here. Let's see if we can find an angle, possibly this one right here. We can shoot over the counter and hit that one. And then as we come in, this other zombie is pretty badly injured already, and we take it down very quickly. There we go. Again, we're not super interested in these guns. They're not worth much of anything. They're worth like $5 and they weigh 2 pounds. That's not really worth it in the end. I think there might be some other stuff here that is worth it more, though. Like these books, for example. That's worth $2 and only weighs about 1/3 of a pound. So that is much better. Oh, now that one is worth about... It's 22, and they're going to take it for half price, so that's $11 right there. And we can always check to see what our most valuable items are if we start getting overloaded, and we can kind of just leave stuff behind. Can we fire through the crack in the wall here? We can fire through this door. Yes. Every once in a while, we do actually manage to get in through the cracks in the door and actually kill that zombie before he breaks the door down. That was very nice. Some more books here. Not valuable ones, but ones that we haven't read, so we might as well just, like, flip through them very quickly. It looks like all of these are mostly for fun for us because they would affect our marksmanship, and we already have marksmanship values much higher than what they would be able to give us in benefit. Oh, there's a scroll here. A scroll for Cause Bear. Definitely going to take that. That's a very fun thing. Also, these shotgun slugs are almost no weight, and we can sell them as a whole for quite a bit. There's also a double-barreled shotgun here. That's actually just very tempting in general, but we'll leave it behind. There is a large plastic sheet. Is that what we need for a rain catcher? Tarp rain catcher. Large plastic sheet. Okay. As awful as it is to grab because it's really bulky, we're going to grab that sheet. And we are quickly reaching our carrying capacity. Possible, though, I would like to get to this office tower before we leave. A few arrows in that feral. Looks like he is bleeding pretty drastically. He's probably just going to die on his own at this point. That one goes down as well. As we were aiming up, the feral leapt forward and smashed our eyes with a pipe, temporarily actually knocking our lights out. Quite literally. Oh, that was potentially bad. Fortunately, I think the magical field protection that we have between our bracers and our ring prevented a lot of that damage. It was just a pipe. It wasn't like an axe or anything like that. So it wasn't honestly that bad at the end of the day. Oh, look, a denarius. Nice. If this copper ring was fully repaired, we'd also grab that. We know that copper and silver jewelry are quite useful for mages, and being a druid is not an exception to that. We look forward to the day whenever we are accurate enough that we're taking down these zombies with a lot less shots. Currently, we are kind of blasting a lot of arrows into them. And speaking of blasting, we do hear off in the distance indication of some bandits. There's a smoker zombie in here. That's what was causing this. In fact, we are actually going to sling our bow, and I think we're going to root strike it, and then get out of the smoke as quickly as possible. The reason we did that is because there was a very good chance that as we tried to do pretty much anything else to it, it would get the smoke in front of us at the same time, and we would likely miss. Okay, a few more ferals. It's only 5, but there is a grabber zombie there. We need to take care of him very quickly. We did get a shot off on him, but he's only bleeding minorly. Let's get a few arrows into this feral. Get him starting to take damage. Okay, he's bleeding badly. We'll let him kind of do some damage to himself. Shoot an arrow back into the grabber zombie in the back. Okay, he's bleeding heavily at this point. We can try and shoot past him, the grabber zombie, whenever possible now. Yep. And he went down. Oh, crap. We just wiped out a whole bunch of zombies, and then we actually ran out of arrows. Oh, it looks like it's because our bow deconstructed itself. It unmanifested. We'll go ahead and pull out the crisp knife and finish off this zombie. In fact, we might be able to take out a few with our knife for a moment. We don't probably want to fight ferals with it, though. So we'll go ahead and summon a new bow as soon as we see more ferals. We haven't made a lot of progress, and we are only a few houses closer to the office building now, so I do think that we are going to step inside here and just try to quickly check them for books or anything useful, just to feel like we've made a little bit of progress in the meantime. We do find an upstairs here. That's a very useful thing to mark. We're actually going to mark this as safe, so that we know in the future that if we need to get away, this is a place where there is an upstairs, and we can get away from anything other than a feral, to be honest. The ferals will come upstairs, though. Speaking of, there's one now. We're going to get one arrow into it, and then we're going to back away, put our bow away, and pull out the crisp knife. We're also going to get around it right now. So if this goes badly, we had the stairs between us. We had the stairs as an available option, but fortunately that didn't happen. Always keeping an eye on our stamina. Oh, and those are slimes. Slimes are a unique problem for a hunter, because slimes are very resistant to piercing damage. And our bow and our crisp knife are both piercing damage. Strangely enough, I do think that smashing them with the bow itself, which will do 12 bashing damage, is not a terrible idea, but ideally magic is going to be one of the best ideas. And we do actually hear the gunfire and signs of several bandits outside now. So I think we're going to sort of back away from this whole area. With full stamina, it might not be a terrible idea to make a full sprint for the office building. And it does look like there's an entrance to the office building just to the north here. We don't have to break the glass ourselves. Inside the dark of it, we should be fine. We did take a few hits from rocks there, but nothing terrible. There isn't going to be a lot in the way of loot for Hunter in here. We will check just for maybe like food and such. But our main goal is to find the stairs. Here we go. And get to the roof. Oh, it's not that high up. That's unfortunate. However, even with this amount of roof, we should be able to see pretty far. Well, we can definitely see that the city is a lot larger than we were giving it credit for. We can see a little bit of parts of it over here. We do see that there is a pawn shop in the distance here. That's something that we are going to be interested in checking out. It does seem like it's fairly large. We're going to have to find another landmark, possibly like a tower of some sort farther in. This office tower is, well, not really an office tower. It's more of just a building. Almost like some sort of horror movie. We do see 3 more humans, more ferals left over from the foggy night, breaking into the office tower. I think they heard the sounds of us fighting. That one feral did just manage to get a good hit off on us. I think we're going to head back up to the roof for now and crouch down to make sure that nothing spots us from a distance. Take care of our wounds, because we do have to be careful about our pain. If we get below 7 strength from pain, we actually won't be able to use our bow anymore. And currently we're losing a little bit of all of our stats from pain. I think we're going to crouch right here, a place where we can run both directions. And we're going to take a moment to just kind of glance through our stuff. See if we can maybe get the nature's bow to last longer. That might be a good idea. The purpose of this is essentially just to pass some time so that our pain can come back down. Now that we're back up to 8 strength, we are going to be a lot better. To be honest, we might just leave. We're pretty close to the entrance. We accomplished our goal for today. It is 6 p.m. though, so if we waited here a little bit longer, we could just wait until nighttime. And then Hunter would be able to sneak out of the city back to camp very easily. Also, we can cast Restoration to get another night of sleep, essentially, worth of healing on our wounds, so that I'm not worried at all about our situation. Pass just a little bit more time into darkness itself, and we're going to head out. Ugh. As we headed out, we immediately got grabbed by a tough zombie, but we did manage to break its grab immediately. Man, that thing just came out of the darkness. Summoning our nature bow, we are just going to drop some arrows into this thing. And this tough zombie is resistant, to say the least. We did finally take it down, though. It took half of our stamina bar to do that. We are getting a decent amount of marksmanship and archery out of this, however. And I think that we're probably pretty close to expert archer's form now. Yeah. But under the cover of darkness, I think that this is a good time to make a break for the bridge out of the city. It is raining. Visibility on the zombies and the ferals is both going to be quite low. We should be able to dodge the vast majority of the hordes, although hunting during the day was quite an experience, and I believe that Hunter would have probably enjoyed it dramatically. The large plastic sheet that we got, we should be able to make, if we make some pointy sticks. We need some sticks or some planks. Fortunately, we have this hatchet. So we should be able to take some of our logs, turn it into some planks, and then make some pointy sticks. And then we should be able to make a tarp rain catcher. Yep. This will give us a source of water for the future, and we will need to put something underneath it. What we can do is we can head over to the swamp shack, and I'm going to bring some tools with us. See if we can break down some of the things there some of the machines there in order to get a large container for us to store all this water in, so that once it rains once, we'll have water for pretty much the rest of the year, to be honest. And with how often it's been raining in this area, I think that we won't have to worry about going and finding a new watering hole. We also can go ahead and open up these as well for our crowbar. See if there's anything interesting in here. There is a net. We could take that. I believe that that will help with fishing as well as other things. And we're going to bring this net back. Maybe we can use it in the future to create some sort of fishing something. I'm not sure. Is there anything we can do to do a fish trap of some sort? We can make these plastic fish traps. Looks like if we get 2 large gallon jugs, or just get a whole bunch of plastic bottles, which, honestly, we're slowly collecting plastic bottles by bringing water back from the human cities. doesn't look like there was anything there that we could use, but I do know that the roof of the shelter, the Lamo shelter that we found that bandit near previously, will have something that we can deconstruct for a large tank. We just need to get up to the roof. With a crunch, it opens. Might as well fill up on clean water, because we are about to take this thing down. Go ahead and deconstruct it using our screwdriver and various tools. And there we go. Large metal tank. It's going to be heavy as hell to bring back, but very much worth our time. With that, we have a very good water system set up for the future. And one that we can bring with us if we do actually decide to move and move away from water. So once this fills up, we could just toss it on the fire and we would no longer need to craft water. In fact, it would actually be a good idea to eventually get a second one of these, although I don't want to spend the time on it right now, in order to make it so that we can kind of rotate between them. We went ahead and took the time to bring back our goods to the Forge of Wonders, and we are going to be getting a decent amount of denarii off of this, sitting our total denarii at 2,400. One thing that I've realized is that if we did manage to get a Ring of Strength earlier, it would have helped us more than I realized at the time, because Strength also gives us health. So let's see if Valzane has... Oh! He has new weapons. Interesting. We're going to have to go through his stuff real quick and see what all he has available. Of course, keeping in mind how much money we have, which, I mean, we'll be able to buy anything here. A halberd would be very funny for us to use. It is enormous, though. It's 70 inches. There's, like, no way we could actually use it well and correctly. After looking through, the closest one that we have here is the battle axe, and I'm not sold on it. We did look at the cavalry saber and the scimitar as well. The scimitar is also quite good, but it only has blocking power, and the cavalry saber has a rapid strike and a parry. I think we might hold out for a decent long weapon. The glaive is okay, but it does have a very long moves for attack. I think we're just going to hold out for a little bit longer, see if we can find anything else interesting. However, we did find two things that we do want to buy. We have a book of crystallized mana. This allows us to make mana crystals that will allow us to recharge magic items in the future. It's a unaligned spell, so every form of mage can learn it. We definitely want it. It is also tempting to get Flame Sword, which literally allows us to create a flaming saber, which is cool. We also want to learn Nature's Commune. This allows us to summon bramble arrows. It doesn't tell you on the spellbook that it does that, but it does allow you to summon special arrows that actually lock your target to the ground. Having a few of these on us at any given time will be very, very useful. And then last of all, I'm thinking about buying these Boots of Grounding. The Boots of Grounding allows us to be immune to damage from electricity. That's something that's... If you know, Cataclysm is going to come up. So I think we're going to grab those, leaving with about 65 denarii. Actually, the Boots of Grounding are even lighter on our feet, so that'll make us a little bit faster as well. We'll keep the fur boots for winter, just in case we get too warm. Although the warmth on the Boots of Grounding is pretty good as well, so maybe we don't even need the fur boots anymore. And the nice thing is that crystallized mana only has one level to it. So we're actually going to sit here and read the book real quick, and then we will sell this book back to the librarian for a little bit of our money back. Now that we've learned it, we can't possibly ever level it up, so there's no reason to hold on to the book, because normally you only hold on to books in order to study the spells. There we go. Not a huge upgrade, and the Boots of Grounding probably aren't going to come into play anytime particularly soon, but they are a good idea to have in the long term. While we were here, we did want to take a look at this other city. See if there's anything here that might indicate that there's going to be a lot of books, like some sort of bookstore or a library that we can raid in large quantities to get more denarii. It looks like we're out of luck. There are a handful of places in here that I would argue are useful, but outside of like raiding the houses themselves, we're not going to find a lot of books there. I think the most likely bet is to keep to Newton, our very, very large city, because as we get close to the center of that city, more and more shops are going to start appearing with less houses, and the chances that we find something really good is going to be pretty high. Outside of the city, we also would like to maybe check out this cave nearby and the crystal outcroppings. If we bring a pickaxe, we might be able to find some pretty interesting resources there. Thinking about, we could also maybe use the pickaxe to break down that strange shelter, the metal door on that strange pod that we saw to the west that's near the cave. I'm a little timid to do that right now, though, because I do still feel very weak, and I don't know what's inside that thing. I don't remember if the arrows summoned by Nature's Commune have duration. Yeah. Oh, this is not the spell that I thought it was. That's actually very unfortunate. We had Nature's Commune right in here. Man, I kind of flubbed on that one. That's okay. We'll put that on our pile of books to sell. I was thinking that was Nature's Harvest. A little unfortunate that we bought a spell that we already know. Nature's Commune basically allows us to get healthier. Nature's Harvest allows us to summon arrows that we can use to lock things down. We're going to take a moment to work on our base a little bit, and I want to cut this tree trunk into logs here, and then cut some of it into planks, just so that we have some stuff to work with, and to keep a good idea of what our various assets are. If we have all these planks actually in our base, then whenever we go to craft something, it'll be a little bit more obvious what we have available. It was hard work, but we did just manage to get 52 planks going. And it looks with our fabrication and survival skill, we can finally make some arrows. That is some good news. It looks like the best arrow we have is the simple wooden arrow, and it also raises our fabrication skill. So I think we're going to make a batch of those, and we're going to start a little bit of a arrow stash over here between the copper arrows and all of the rest of them. It would be nice to set up some fishing traps sometime soon. Some way to consistently get food. Looks like there's no fish here right now. Well, we can at least pitch some cattails here so that we have at least some food for tonight. Hunter is paying for his hubris of hunting only at night. His leaves are continuing to wither, and his bark is curling at the edges. We are getting sick. It's going to cause us to be thirsty and sleepy and reduce our strength. If it gets bad enough, it will actually reduce our strength up to the point where we won't even be able to use our bow. It sounds like we're going to have some time back at camp, working on some other things. One thing we might be able to do is go ahead and learn Nature's Commune and then cast that. That might help us feel a little bit healthier. And I don't know if that's going to affect the ability for us to stay not sick, but I mean, it's at least worth it, right? It's worth trying. Since we're going to be sick anyways, and there's a good chance that we're not going to be able to prevent that, I think that this is a good time to do some actual real work on the base. We would like to get a fishing net, and we did spot a gallon jug over in this swamp shack. We want to avoid going anywhere dangerous, but we should be able to get some basic supplies over here. These supplies, like these nails and the gallon jug and the duct tape, will give us some stuff that we can work with to craft. Grabbing also some scrap metal, brazing rods, and nails. We're just kind of building up our supplies here, trying to get quite a few things going. We do see signs that the zombies might be trying to cross the river, or at least migrating out into the river from the north. We're continuing to think about possibly moving our camp farther inland somewhere. This would be a good time to do so. I kind of want to scout out this forest right here, see if it's a very deep forest. We do kind of want an area that has a lot of forest to it. This would have been very nice if it weren't for the portal that leads to the Feywild as it is. And as we were looking around, we did just find something pretty interesting. There's a little grove here of cattails. And although the cattails will just get picked... Oh, these aren't cattails. They're Japanese knotweed. Interesting. What can those be used for? It looks like we can use them to make rice. Interesting. But the other reason that I really like this spot is that it's pretty deep in the forest. We have a lot of forest around us to block line of sight from a distance. The field is already clear. We'll make sure to grab some seeds as we pick up this Japanese knotweed, because I've never seen anything like it before, and that's actually very kind of cool. but it also has basically a pre-built grove for us here. And if we're going to get sick anyways, and there's not much that we can do to stop it, then it's a good time to go ahead and move camp. We're going to drop off a few things here and start making the trips back and forth. And then we'll start making this camp a lot better. It'll also be helpful to be farther away from the city, because one issue that we've actually been having is that as we're trying to sleep, being this close to the city has significantly dropped our sim speed, meaning that you guys aren't seeing it, but it is taking me a very long time to finish sleeping actions. After quite a bit of work, we have finally hauled everything out of the old home and into the new. Because this is going to be a more permanent location for us, we will actually set up zones for the first time. We're not sure what kind of zones we want yet and where we want them, because we need to actually clear this place out and make it a place that we can actually properly live in. We basically just have one giant pile of everything over here, and I think that the main thing we're going to need is a hatchet in order to do most of the work that we need here. And I think maybe a shovel, because we're going to have to be able to clear out some grass. Before we pick all of this Japanese knotweed, I am curious if we're able to plant it again. Yeah, it looks like we can make some stems that can be planted, and the stems don't go bad. So we can actually create a pile of those so that we can plant more of these in the future. We did just find a spot with a nice amount of trees right here, kind of like in a nice little area. I think we're going to put our campfire there so that there is very low visibility on the campfire itself. And since we have the campfire down, we can go ahead and create a zone for that, creating a firewood source there. We're also going to add a ignore zone to anything in the fire, so that if I do throw something into the fire ring to destroy it, it will not get pulled back out. Once again, watching our sightlines, I think that this is a good spot for our improvised shelter and potentially a tent in the future. This does reduce sightlines quite a bit, so we can go ahead and dig a shallow pit there. We do have some planks. We can bring those over, and we should be able to get plenty of pine boughs from the nearby trees. There we go. One thing I should be remembering to do is, as we're working on this, we do want to cast Stranglethorns. Make sure that we get the Stranglethorn surroundings going as early as possible. Over here is a spot with a row of 3 trees, so I think we're going to use this spot, and we will put up a target here so that whenever we shoot, our arrows won't just kind of fly off into the forest. Go ahead and get rid of the bushes on either side. I am worried about this spot right here, so I think that we're going to actually dig a pit specifically here to slow down anything that might get close to us from this angle. Oh, interesting. It looks like because our digging stick is only digging quality level 1, we actually can't dig it any farther. However, I did notice a little while ago that we do have the ability to make a wooden shovel now, so we could go ahead and make one of those. Ideally, at some point in the future, we're going to want to have a way to block lines of sight in directions that we don't want things to approach. I would like to find a way to plant trees, and perhaps there's some sort of druid spell in order to make trees grow faster. If we could do that, that would be kind of amazing, to be honest. We have been casting Nature's Commune this whole time to try and raise our health, to make sure that we are doing as good as we can whenever it comes to our health. I'm thinking about making a second improvised shelter to keep our books in for the time being, because I still don't want them to get wet. I don't know if it matters, but it matters to me, and it matters to Hunter. With a second improvised shelter set up now, we can add another zone. We're going to go ahead and say books go in here. We're going to go ahead and say that currency will go in here. Manuals, maps, martial arts manuals. And for that, I think that'll be now. That'll be it. I do want to go ahead and create a zone for basically like everything. We're also going to make an area near our crafting zone for things like tools. Tools is kind of a big one because I don't want the tools to kind of like get dragged down with everything else. We're also going to put the tool magazines in that same spot. Because then if we want to find something, we don't have to go through a giant list of everything else in order to find those. And then we do also have our unsorted pile, which is going to be where everything gets sorted from, which we might expand this later. Sometimes I like covered my entire base with this. And with a simple Shift O, we sort out all of our loot, and everything is more or less taken care of now. It's not perfect, it's not done, but we do at least have something going at this point. And to the great benefit, we have been casting Nature's Commune and Thorny Arc back and forth, and it's either that or the fact that our character, Hunter here, is technically disease immune. One of those two things has led to us not actually getting sick. We have spent a good day outside working under the sun, doing a lot of just normal hard work, and it has restored the vitality of Hunter's leaves and bark. He will be able to continue on, but even if it wasn't necessarily necessary, it was very nice to be able to have a moment to work on the camp. We spent about a day here. It didn't take much more than an in-game day to get this all done, and I do feel a lot safer and better about our home location. We can even possibly raid this Pentaceratops nest nearby for some eggs, and we're far enough away now that we're not seeing a horde sign from the city up north. Okay, let's take a look at what we have going on. I have a few tasks I would like to complete. I would like to get these horses at some point. I don't know if that's a good time to do it now. That's just going on the list. I would like to raid some of the nearby cities, both Wynn and Newton, for books, as Hunter is treating books sort of like his main trade currency. We do have a wooden shovel here that we need to complete in order to be able to dig some ditches around our base, and I am looking for things that we can put in our base to add to it. It's looking kind of empty since we moved to a larger spot. Now, I do want to make a portion of this area a kind of like farm/animal keeping thing. Although I don't want to set it up like human farms. I don't want it to be super organized. I want it to kind of just be all over the place, looking a little bit more natural. And our shovel will help with that as well. And we can get some seeds going before, possibly before spring ends, so that they maybe have a chance to grow before winter. I think one of the other things that we can do to add to the area is that we could set up some food preservation, getting some smoking racks and a charcoal kiln going. The shovel will help a little bit with that, but I do think that we have a pickaxe here as well. Somewhere. We definitely have a pickaxe somewhere. There we go. We have a pickaxe right here that should allow us to break some of the rocks that are surely around us somewhere here. And something I'd also like to do is because we're going to have a horse, I am thinking about making some sort of cart for us. For any time that we get a lot more loot. We also want to add to the list, taking our pickaxe and heading over to these crystal outcroppings and seeing if we can get some materials from them. Hunter knows that these crystal outcroppings are a sort of like invasion from another dimension, a dimension filled with psionic powers, and we take everything we are given. So if we could get a psionic power to add to our current list of abilities, it would be useful because it would use something other than mana. I do think that food is a very high priority, and just to talk about the game mechanics for a little bit, you have a simulation bubble around your character at all times, and what that means is that, and I don't know the exact range, there's a range around your character where the world progresses forward. Outside of that range, a lot of things don't work properly. However, hordes do still move because I have a setting on that allows them to kind of wander around and stuff like that. And then everything that whenever you enter back into an area, the game kind of just checks how much time has passed and simulates that time passing instead of it actually passing without you being nearby. The reason why that's important is because I'm thinking about setting up fish traps, and I think that we are probably close enough to this riverbank for the fish traps to continue working. And I've never really messed with fishing or fish traps before, but I do think that it might be a good idea, especially because we live so close to a river, to try and see about setting those up. And we've had some issues with food recently, so it might be a good thing to set up very soon. So our main thing that we need here is we can make cordage pieces and long string. We have a tool of cutting. We need a lot of plastic to get these fish traps going. And it looks like we only have the one kind right now, this placid fish trap. And we might be able to find more in the future. But for now, it looks like gallon jugs, which means that what we'll want to do is maybe empty out our backpack and go for a trip into the city as our first job today to try and see about getting specifically placid bottles and gallon jugs. The gallon jugs might be easier to get faster, but I think they're going to be so large that we won't be able to get too many of them, so we'll have to be looking out for placid bottles as well. I also wouldn't mind getting some bones while we're there. There are a handful of bone tools that I would still like to get, and there's plenty of feral humans for us to cut up, keeping in mind that Hunter is, by human standards, a psychopath, so we're not going to run into any morale issues killing humans. We should also be able to deal with our hunger in town fairly easily as well. There should be some canned food around. Ooh, we just spotted some black puddings. Interesting. Black puddings are writhing, sticky black sludge undulating across the ground, a faint sizzling sound from the ground beneath it as it lurches towards us. Interesting. Frankly, I don't know how dangerous they are. However, I do know that most of the slime-based creatures in Cataclysm are incredibly resistant to piercing damage, and our only form of damage right now is piercing. So I think we're going to not take that fight. And looking around the city, I was trying to find maybe a thing that will be our destination to work towards. And the two things that I noticed are that there's a pawn shop over here, which is often worth our time. And there's also a unique house over here. Sometimes these houses are something nice, and sometimes they're just kind of a rich house. The third thing is that there's a boxing gym. Boxing gyms can sometimes have martial arts manuals that will allow us to learn a martial style. And we do see our first zombie, so we are going to summon our nature's bow. I think that whenever we run into just one or two, we will take the time to take them out. Just firing several arrows into them, backing him up into the bleachers here, because this is very good training for Hunter. We need to get better at archery. One thing I'm actually thinking about doing is I'm going to drop my recurve real quick, and we're going to put down a arc of Stranglethorns again, so that we have a place to engage a lot of the threats in the city here. Yeah, look at that. The zombies are definitely stupid enough to just walk right into those. And we're kind of just letting her bleed out at this point. Swing once at her with the recurve at the end of it. I don't want to be swinging at people with my recurve too often, but I will note that it does actually do 12 points of bashing damage, which is actually not too bad in the end. And it does that damage without me having to put it down. Okay, we did just have two feral humans spot us. Ferals are not going to be stupid enough to walk into those bramble thorns. But I did just notice that this hallway here is narrow enough that after this fight, we might actually put bramble thorns across the entire hallway, this entire alleyway, and mark this on the map as a place that we can fall back to. Because one thing I just did say is that the ferals are going to avoid stepping in the bramble thorns, right? Which means that we can control their movements. But I actually want to take a moment and butcher one of these. A full butchery takes 47 minutes. We're just going to do a quick butchery. Well, so much for that. We got into it. Let's try again. So how many bones do we get from a quick butchery? 18. Actually, that's all we really need, right? We don't really need a lot more beyond that. We're also going to take his leather belt real quick, drop it on the ground, and cut it up for the leather patches. We're going to want a bunch of leather, so I'm going to try and be on the lookout for grabbing leather whenever possible. We'll put away our bow super quick, and I'm going to try and create a Stranglethorn across this area here as best as I can. Sort of creating like a woodsy bunker of sorts. And I went ahead and marked it on the map as this is an area that has defenses and we can fall back to. There is also a upstairs building, I believe, nearby. There actually isn't an upstairs building nearby. We might want to set up some more defenses somewhere where there's an upstairs building so that if we get in trouble in the city here, we have a place to fall back to that's not all the way back at our base. We are going to open the garage up here now that we know that the area is relatively clear. Aha! Okay, cool. So there is actually an abandoned warehouse here. So this is really nice because we can climb up the abandoned warehouse here and then climb up the stairs. And as I've been moving around, I've attracted some attention. We're going to fall back into the darkness here. In fact, this darkness here is actually very useful. Get a few shots into that barrel. So what I'm thinking now is this might actually be our setup point right here. If we could get a Arc of Thorns across the entire front here, there would be no way for things to approach us on the roof other than if they manage to go through the walls, which can actually happen, by the way. If there's enough of them, if there's enough of a horde, there's actually a mechanic that exists in Cataclysm where they will start moving as a horde, and it will add all their strength together, allowing them to manage things that they couldn't manage on their own, including bashing down walls. But if we set up a sort of thing right here, we'd probably want a bunch of Shrine Thorns and then like a table, right? And the table will make it so that we can move through, and it will funnel everyone into one spot. Alternatively, we put something outside like a step ladder to be able to get in and up outside without having to go through the Shrine Thorns. I think the step ladder is a better idea. I don't think zombies can climb step ladders. And wooden step ladders are actually very easy to make. I would just need a tool of wood sawing. I can make one back home and bring it back out here. That is a good plan. That's a good thing for us to have. And if you couldn't tell from our earlier exploits, the reason why I was saying that this darkness is useful is because we can pull things back into this darkness like I did just then and fight them in a way that they aren't able to consistently track us, but we're able to consistently track them. We'll get some cattails here. We see a ton more ferals off in the distance and a deranged axeman. So from the darkness here, I can actually fire at these ferals, get them all the way up to heavy bleeding, and until he stepped close enough, he didn't even know where we were, to the point where he didn't even like try to investigate. Now, if they see you go in there, they will check essentially the last place that they saw you. So keep in mind that they'll be constantly moving towards the last place they saw you. They're not stupid like zombies. Zombies will sort of start losing track of you as soon as they can't see or smell you. Keep in mind, I said smell. There are some zombies later that can actually just smell where you are. Another thing that I've actually been resisting, because Hunter is a druid. He is not a member of society. I've been resisting trying to get a watch or something like that, because knowing the day and hour gives us the same thing, but it does cost 160 mana, and I'd like to start saving my mana. So I do think that the next time we see a watch sitting on someone, we're going to go ahead and pick it up, but yeah, I think that a smartphone is not something that he would be able to use, nor really understand. But I do believe that our dear Hunter here is smart enough to learn to read a watch from context clues, right? There is a boomer zombie to the north. For a second, it just said boomer, which is very funny to me. There was just a boomer to the north. He probably wants to give us advice on how to get car insurance. Oh, I let the axeman get to me. I got overconfident, and we aimed up, and I let him get to me. So we're going to stand still, put pressure on our wounds, and see if we can get our leg to stop bleeding. There we go. Pull our bow back out. Yeah, I shouldn't get that confident against the axeman. He did have a wood axe, which is actually a upgrade, and then he has some motorcycle boots and glove liners. Neither of those are leather. Ooh, he had an auto-loading shotgun. Fancy. It's worth a lot too, but it's also very heavy. Wait, it was stealing? Oh, this was a bandit before. Interesting. Okay. So this is a bandit that's actually revived as a zombie, which is why it's noticeable that this these things clearly like have a name on them, and Hunter would have noticed that this one particular zombie looks a little bit fresher than the others. Oh wow, this feral's just not paying attention to us. We're just going to launch arrows into it one after another. And we once again got overconfident, and he got much too close to us and bashed us in the head with a crowbar. We really need to keep an eye out for our main flaw, our ego. Hunter is living a good life. He has a long list of short-term goals, so long, in fact, he wonders if he should write them down. Summer is coming, and he has grown stronger with every day. He is not distracted, however, from the goal of slaying the rogue god of Alzane, but he has grown comfortable in this dead world. Comfortable enough to spend a good chunk of time making this camp into a home. Welcome back to Cataclysm, to kill a god. We weren't able to get anything really done in here because I wasn't able to find a convenient light source without making a lot of noise. So we went ahead and just kind of meditated for the entire time. It does look like in the meantime, though, a small horde of zombies and ferals has actually moved into the nearby area. So we're going to have to be careful here. It would be nice to drag them back to our little kill box defensive area. So I have a strange idea. We're going to actually make a shot for this wall here. And... oh. I was trying to break the glass, but we actually set off an alarm. That's not good. We're going to run now. Running straight past all of the zombies and ferals. As we turn a corner, we do see a few zombies. I think we're going to keep running for a moment because that alarm is really going to just drag in a bunch of threats. And we don't really want to be around for it. Okay, we've packed up far enough now that I think we could make a realistic attempt at taking some of these down. In fact, backing up to the bridge will mean that the ferals will probably be the only thing that follows us well at this point. I say that, and then immediately a tough zombie actually managed to follow us up here as well. A Dissoluted Devourer, where is it? It's down there. Okay. It can probably see us up here, to be completely frank. We should be careful here. This could get bad fast. How damaged is the zombie we're facing right now? Pretty damaged. It would take us a fairly long time to fish our crisp knife out of our backpack. So I think it might be just a better idea to... honestly, we're going to step up and bash it down with our bow. I was going to say use our bow, but it does seem like we were struggling with that a little bit. Let's go ahead and collect our arrows. How much do we have on our quiver? Plenty of time. Trying to keep an eye out for some sort of watch would be very useful right now. There was a game watch there, but again, kind of gives me the vibe of not something that Hunter would want to use. Probably doesn't even register as a watch. We probably want some sort of classical watch. Once again, we're kind of crouching and staying low because one thing I realized is that up on this upper bridge, things were actually spotting us from a fairly long distance away. So we want to be careful about that. Ooh, that's a new one. A blistered horror. A huge canine with multiple large, foul-looking blisters covering its body. A corrosive liquid spills from its menacing-looking mouth. That is a giant acid dog. It's kind of just a big dog. Yeah, I don't really want to fight that. Fortunately, it seems like it's very badly injured and it's out swimming in the water, so we're not going to have to fight it anytime soon. But we definitely don't want to encourage that thing to engage us. It does seem like our trap weakened quite a few of the zombies. We're seeing a lot of zombies coming from the direction of our traps, quite badly injured, and some of them still bleeding. Because of that, we are almost like a shooting gallery, just taking them down as they approach us. In fact, taking our time to take the most precise aim possible, because I think it's a better use of stamina right now. Now, the ferals we need to be a little bit more careful about. I want to get a few shots in on this Batwing zombie, which does leap through the air, crossing the distance quite well, but at the same time we do get a massive arrow embedded into them, hitting them in the head for 14 damage. Honestly, for a bow, outside of a crit, that's pretty damn good. I do not want to engage this Batwing zombie at the same time as the Feral. There we go. And they're both down. Oh, hey, this Feral has a lot of shit. Holy crap. We're going to go ahead and take these adhesive bandages, the aspirin antiseptic, and the saline. And he has a hot plate. Is that actually useful for us? No, not really. Okay. A light snare kit. Simple loop comprising of a carefully wound loop of string, 2 anchor points, and a tool to hammer them in. It's suitable for immobilizing only small animals and has no means of harming its targets. Interesting. It looks like we can place this as a trap in the woods. We are quickly running into our inventory limit and have not really managed to achieve any of the things that we came into town for, which I feel like is something that happens nonstop with Cataclysm. And it does appear that we have managed to do something very good. We have, by the combination of the various skills that we've accumulated between like melee, unarmed combat, bashing, and I believe some others, we have managed to get a single point in strength. We're up to 9, which means that whenever we take a little bit of pain, we won't be just instantaneously disabled. That is a great point of improvement for us. It also increased our carry capacity, because that literally just happened as we were meditating here. So I do actually feel confident to continue for a little bit because of the increased carry capacity. We have about 30 minutes on a quiver. See what we can get done with it. I would actually like to come over here, and how much is it for Strength of Thorns again? 560. We also can summon our wolf. It takes 5 seconds to summon the wolf. With Noctis summoned back from the spirit realm, which should have a little bit of support fire now. Yeah. He just immediately ran in and finished off one of the zombies that we were fighting. You find a book on meditation. We can learn a little bit from that and then probably sell it afterwards. Where did our wolf go? It went off to fight some zombies. And is doing a good job of it, too. And it appears that Noctis has gotten distracted and is actively running off into the water to start fights. Hunter probably just sighs and watches it be an angry little puppy. That's not really surprising. More zombies coming in, streaming in from the city. We're gonna pull them back to our little area here, which did actually get several of them bleeding, but not as much as I would have liked. This tough zombie will not get off of me. We had to make a full run, and even then, he is still following us. This is a little unfortunate. What is the most damage we can do to this guy in the least amount of time? I think that the Chris knife is going to be our go-to. We are very overloaded because of our backpack. Okay, thank goodness. We did manage to take him down. Takes very little stamina to swing this weapon. After some time sitting, meditating, we did manage to cast Restoration on ourselves. Because, frankly, this was starting to become a problem very quickly. Does mean, though, we don't have enough mana for our bow anymore. Because we haven't managed to accomplish our goal, I think we're actually going to sit here and read the Book of Trees. Probably read Restoration until night falls. It's a lot of good skill and a lot of good kills in order to fight here in the city during the daytime. However, I do think that if we have a particular goal in mind and a particular destination in mind, going at nighttime just means that we'll get to our destination a lot faster, because we'll be able to sneak through the city pretty easily. Okay, we're fully in the cover of night now. We don't have enough mana to summon our bow, but we can pull out the Chris knife. And it is once again foggy. I feel like that seems to be a permanent weather condition here in this riverside city. Using the night as cover, we did manage to get back to where we were exploring earlier with incredible ease. I do like exploring during the day. It allows us to really see where we're going and see really far, but I can easily be the first to admit that exploring at night gets things done a lot faster. Ooh, we just found a spy novel that's only about £1, but is worth 15 currency. $15. That's pretty good, to be honest. And there is a zombie in here. Is that a tough zombie? It is. We do not want to catch a tough zombie in a melee fight. We should be able to draw our bow, though. And as long as it doesn't walk away, even if we're taking a long time to pull the arrows from our hunting backpack, as long as it stays in the darkness there, we should be able to get it bleeding very badly before it gets too close to us. Like so. And just sort of finish it off in the darkness. Oh man, this guy does not want to go down. Tough zombies do have a bunch more HP and resistances, so not terribly surprised by that. I do actually want to tear down some of these curtains, grab the sheets, and then find a dark spot to... Ooh, wow. Oh, wow. There's a book on... There's actually a magic book just sitting here. Hell yeah. Treatise on Magical Elements. It's worth $300. It teaches a bunch of Calvinist and Magus spells, which we don't really care about, because we will not be doing either Calvinist nor Magus, which means that we'll just be able to sell that. That is an incredible find, honestly. I cannot disassemble these sheets in the dark. Ideally, I think I would like to disassemble them. We do see some gallon jugs. With enough gallon jugs in order to start a fish trap, a snare trap that is pre-made for us to experiment with, and human bones, leather patches, and some other stuff, I do think that it might be a good time to just go ahead and leave. We didn't get too far into the city, but I'm also just not too worried about that. Until Hunter gets a little bit stronger, it might be a good idea to deal with the city at nighttime. As much as I would very much not like to do that. And it looks like we got enough stuff that we can make at least one fish trap. We'll go ahead and keep that on us. It does look like we need fish baits to load it, which means that we need pretty much anything. Waste bread, chunks of meat, dehydrated meat, pretty much anything to load into it. With some of our birch bark, Hunter actually spent the morning making a pair of birch bark shoes. And that seems like a weird idea considering we actually have very good shoes on. But what it did actually do is that since we made this birch bark shoes, it taught us a little bit about basket weaving and a little bit about tailoring, and now we finally have the birch bark sheath recipe that I've been looking forward to. The only problem is, the birch bark quiver recipe. We actually have a sheath as well. We might want to grab one of those as well. The only issue is that the birch bark quiver as a basket weaving recipe, and without any of the proficiencies to make it faster, takes a day and 9 hours of crafting to make. That's gonna be quite a bit. For now, we are going to grab our ever-burning torch because I missed having it on me, and we're going to probably keep it on us from this point on, and go to the Forge of Wonders and sell some of our spoils, netting us a total of $240 in denarii with everything that we sold. Pretty good deal. Sitting at 1900 again, let's take a look at what they have. We do have Ethereal Grasp, which is... I was going to say an animus spell, but it appears to just be a generic spell. Interesting. Outside of that and Spellcraft Theory, I don't really see anything that we would like. So I think we're just going to hold on to our money for now, and we'll check in with Valzane. This time actually buying the correct book. We do actually see Harvest of the Hunter in here, so I'm going to pick it up this time. Harvest of the Hunter allows us to create arrows out of forest detritus, which is basically just creating arrows out of some sticks. Those arrows are very good, though. I want to make some fish bait so that we can try and set up these fishing trips. So I think we're just going to turn all of this into fish bait for now. It's sitting on 400 fish bait now. Hot damn. Okay. And it only takes 5 to refill it. Very good deal. Let's set up the trap. Probably around here, I think. I'm worried that this will be at the maximum of our sim range, but it's also a little bit farther away from the city. I'm a little bit less worried that this will potentially get zombies on it, because I would like to be able to come over here and collect my fish traps without dealing with zombies. So how do we do this? So it looks like we're just going to set it up, and it says that it is in fact active. We'll come check on that at the end of the day, see if we got anything from it. We also can make basket fish traps. Oh, that's actually really useful. They take a very long time to make, but it does mean that we won't have to go around getting gallon jugs all the time. We also want to mention that our rain catcher has been really effective in this area, as we now have a completely full metal tank of water, and then another one back in the bushes here filled with clean water that we can fill it into afterwards. We are going to go check on our traps, though. I'm really curious to see if this worked at all. We've sort of passed an entire day of reading and such. Oh, look at that. There is, in fact, a fish in it. Nice. Okay, so I think we need more of these fishing traps. That's going to be a passive way for us to catch some fish. And if we're going to be butchering a lot, we might want to set up a butchering area over here to get more out of butchering these fish. I think we could make a fiber mat. It takes 5 hours to make, so we won't make it right now. Look at that. That fish that we caught in the fish net was 21 fillets of fish and some scraps of fish as well. Fantastic. We do now also have a real wooden shovel, which we can use to dig deeper pits, which is slow and exhausting work, but it does mean that if anything tries to approach us from some of the places where we're concerned about, we'll be able to dig some pits to prevent that. We have a new problem. So we're having a lot of fish being generated by our fish traps. We have enough fish bait to fill them for an incredible amount of time. However, all of the fish we cooked last night, we ate what we could eat, and then by time morning came, it was already rotten. So that seems to be the next thing we need to take care of, is a way to preserve our fish as soon as we get it so that we don't end up with rotten fish pretty much immediately. And I think we already have an idea of how to do that. We're going to go ahead and take this pickaxe, wield it, and head over and get some rocks. It is good to know that Hunter is kind of living the good life right now. We are able to have a good task in front of us at all given times. We have fish that will be coming in from our fishing spots off in the distance. Whenever he gets hungry for battle, we're able to head into the city up north and gather some books and supplies to sell for progress towards magic items. And everywhere we look, we are making small amounts of progress. It is a good time. And this pickaxe is amazing for this, though. We're able to just pretty much immediately break these rocks down, these large boulders down into rocks. And I think this is the fastest I've ever collected rocks before to be able to build some of our basic things. Like we need the charcoal kiln here. Oh, tough zombie. What are you doing here? We will quickly drop that. I'm curious to see how he handles our defenses. We will, of course, summon our bow and be ready for him. You've wandered far from the pack, sir. So let's stand right here and watch him. So he stepped into the trap there and then fell into the pit and died. That is good news. That is very good news right there. So this is effective. We need more of this. We also did learn that we can make field stone walls as well. What we can do with these is, with these dry stone walls, if we spend enough rocks, and enough time, they take 6 hours to make each wall. If we spend enough rocks and enough time, we should be able to make things that actually block line of sights. Even one of them gives us 60% concealment. But my idea here is that if we do some strategic placement of these, you can see that we now have blocked this line of sight. So even if something does come up on us, if it doesn't see us, it will try and find alternate ways around. So in some places we'll want holes like this so that we can fire out on things that might be besieging us. And in other places like this spot right here, for example, we're probably going to want to build a stone wall instead to block line of sight. Same thing with around here, so that we create an area where we can safely have torches and fires going. Okay, with a charcoal kiln, we will want to grab some logs if we have any left anywhere around here. Looks like not, so we will strip a birch tree and then cut it down. 5 logs I think will do us for now. Basically what we want to do is go ahead and load as many logs as we can into... Well, it'd help if I actually did this correctly and loaded it into the kiln. Actually, exactly 5 logs. Okay, so 5 logs is in fact enough for 1 firing, so we'll go ahead and fire the kiln. And then the next thing we want is a smoking rack. Probably want 2 of these, in fact. We'll put them a little set back here, just for aesthetics. And then we'll probably make a butchery spot right here, so we can butcher things and then immediately put them on the smoking racks. And because of how this is going to work, we probably want to put some pits or walls back here. This is a slightly larger area to cover, so I'm thinking maybe we put pits back here. The pits will be a lot less time consuming to make than the walls are. For our fish industry not quite up to snuff yet, Hunter is going to unfortunately be subsisting off of cattails for the next couple days until we actually get this kind of going properly. Until then, we are diligently working away at our base again, and remembering, I promise, to cast Triangle Thorns as we work on it. And by that, I mean we have forgotten for most of the day. Our second smoking rack is going up, and it seems like we will have some charcoal in about 7 hours, giving us quite a bit to work with. I'm starting to think that our first day was pretty lucky, because we're checking on these fish traps daily now, and about 2 days have passed of us just working on the camp, and we haven't gotten any more fish yet. We may want to place some more of them somewhere nearby, as we're for now kind of continuing to subsist off of cattails. They're not the worst, but they're also not replenishable. Sorry, I should say easily replenishable. They are replenishable technically. Now that we have a shovel, can we farm? That's another good question. I think with upturned earth, we should be able to. Yeah, there we go. So we can put down some Japanese knotweed seeds. I don't know how useful those are to us. I didn't really see if there were any recipes that we can do with them, as we were trying to simply farm. Hunter suddenly feels the oncoming of a portal storm as a member of the Feywild and from another dimension. Honestly, we ignored it and continued farming, but then suddenly a roar filled our mind, louder even than the screaming madness of the portal storm. We closed our eyes, but we can still see, at first just a light against our eyelids, and then like a train approaching at the end of a tunnel, light expands and reveals our surroundings. We can see in all directions. You can see behind and beneath every blade of grass around, illuminated in the storm's witchlight. And for a moment, until your awareness snaps back into your body, you reel the shock of it. When you open your eyes again, the colors around us are brighter and the sounds are clearer. We have become clairsentient. I was unsure what psionics to pursue with Hunter, if at all, but to be honest, clairsentience is actually a pretty good one. If we focus down on clairsentience, we will be able to see better than anything else. And it will allow us to see really clearly at nighttime whenever we do our nighttime raids. This is not a bad thing. Okay, this border storm has actually gotten quite bad. We are surrounded in thin fog, memories, and an impossible shape, which is quickly moving in to attack us. We're actually going to pull out our Chris knife and... Okay, I was about to say, if it doesn't vanish soon, we are going to be willing to fight. As Hunter wakes up to pangs of hunger, we actually have a small horde of zombies on us. Going to summon out our bow. I don't think we have time to drop it and pull out the other bow, so we're going to just take shots. They're pretty badly injured, giving me the idea that some of them probably got caught up in our traps. We definitely need to finish this wall right by where we sleep, because the zombie did manage to basically just get right on top of us because of the wall here. Between that and the tough zombies from earlier, it does seem like we want to possibly work on our defenses again very soon. Man, even more zombies. Yeah. This is a little bit of a problem, huh? We're going to put out our fire and do some quick hunting in the woods nearby. Make sure that we don't have more of these hiding out. Okay, it looks like it's clear for now. We'll take the corpses and dump them outside. We'll figure out a way to deal with those in the future. This is making me realize as well that we need to work on both our base, but also the wood bark quiver very soon, so that we can reliably have arrows and a good weapon on us at all times. The recent zombie attacks, I think we're going to spend some time filling out these 2 stone wall spots right there before moving on to other things. It appears that a Pentaceratops has managed to find its way into our camp here. I think we have a bad idea. We're going to summon our bow, and then we're also going to summon our wolf. Ah, we don't have enough to summon both. Damn. Okay. We're going to take out our bow, and I think activate our night eyes so that we can see farther in the night here. And I think we're going to try and take down this Pentaceratops. If we can kill it, we do actually have a charcoal kiln and some smoking racks over here, and we could make a bunch of meat. We do get another shot into it, only doing 1 damage per hit here, but we might be able to get it to bleed. It's already damaged, probably by the traps around our base. Perhaps we can get a crit and get a little bit more damage on this thing. Man, Our arrows are just not penetrating its skin. Hold on. We're going to pick up the carbon fiber hunting arrows and try and use those instead. Well, that's 3 damage. That's better. It is now actually bleeding. It is very damaged now. So close. Oh, it almost got us, though. This is careful work. If we fuck up here, he could do so much damage to us so quickly. I think with that, we're close enough now that we should be able to step up and root strike it. Yes, getting a hard, heavy bleed on it with the last dregs of our mana. And let's see if we can finish it off. Put a few more arrows into it, using it as a little bit of target practice among everything else. It is bleeding badly. We should be able to take it down here soon. Oh, it did charge us, though. It did charge us. Man, this thing is hard to take down. We have put so many arrows into it now. It is still bleeding pretty badly, but honestly, so are we. We're going to go ahead and press down on our wounds. Pull our bow back out. Take a moment to take a breath. And it went down. Heck yes. Okay. Go ahead and haul the body over towards our smoking rats. Take the charcoal out of the rack. Fill both racks with charcoal, and we will light our torch and do a full butchery. Oh, we can't do a full butchery. That's unfortunate. What do we need to do a full butchery for future information? We need a rope, suspending, cutting, and wood sawing. So we have everything other than the rope. So it looks like there's something called a butchering rack. We'll want to make one of these in the future that will allow us to be able to fully take care of one of these animals. Well, it only takes 6 long sticks and 45 minutes to make. We actually should be able to get that, to be honest, pretty quickly. There we go, 9 long sticks from cutting down 1 tree. That we should be able to make the butchering rack. All we need is some light. There we go, butchering rack. Carry this onto it, and can we do the full butchery now? We can. Hell yes. And then we're going to put all of this meat onto the smoking racks and smoke as much of it as possible. 998 chunks of meat. Okay, we're not going to be able to use all of that. But we're able to put 80 chunks of meat on each fire. So that's going to be 160 smoked chunks of meat. That is fantastic. We can also just cook some of it for ourselves right away. It also looks like we can use some of the saline solution we found earlier to make meat jerky. It would take 2 hours, but the 5 meat jerky would actually have some pretty high calories and have a really long perish time. A lot of this meat will probably go bad because unfortunately we have to sleep. But the fat won't go bad right away, and we should be able to turn a lot of the fat into like tallow and cracklins before it goes bad. So with that 1 dinosaur kill, we should be good on food for a pretty significant amount of time. I actually think to the point where I think that hunter has probably solved food for at least spring and maybe a good portion of summer, considering that summer we're going to have a lot of berry bushes and trees growing their fruit. So between that and killing a dinosaur, maybe even killing a second dinosaur and being more prepared for it this time, we should be able to just not worry about food anymore. Oh man, we're catching zombies around our place a lot now. Yeah, we're definitely going to want to invest in some defenses here soon. There's a fairly weak zombie, taken down immediately, but still a concern. We have 160 smoked meat now. Looks like it'll have about 3 weeks. I think we can actually smoke it a second time to make it last even longer. So we're okay. This is actually starting to become a problem. We just killed 2 more zombies, and a third just showed up. We sort of have a lot of tasks going on at once here, but I think that's focusing on some defenses around our base is good. We are kind of working on some builds, and while we work on the builds, we're making sure to get our thorny arcs going as well. We have most of the place covered now, but as you can tell by the blood trails, we have been fairly consistently getting attacked by zombies. Let's find out real quick, how long does it take us to dig a double deep pit? It's 2 p.m. now, and it looks like we finished the pits about 2.5 hours. So that double deep pit takes a lot less time than building the full wall. And I did just hear another zombie die. It must have gotten caught on our brambles somewhere and killed itself. but I don't see where. The pits would be useful to surround our base in, because the zombies will just fall down the pits. And it's a good second layer after the brambles, which will cause them to bleed quite a bit as well. I think a combination of the stone walls to block lines of sight in important places where like things will be able to catch our fire and stuff like that. In fact, we could actually just stand on our fire here and look at the places where we need to build stone walls so that things don't see the fire from a distance. That might not be a bad way to do things. Also, we don't want them to see us from a distance while lit up by the fire. It's going to take a while to secure this whole place, but I think it's going to be worth it in the end. We'll have a lot of area to work with here, and to be honest, it looks really nice as well. I'm really enjoying the look of working on a campsite forest base here. It's very different than what I'm used to doing, and it's very pretty. I think we also need to figure out what we're going to be doing about the places where we're going to be forced to leave holes in our base so that we can come and go ourselves. And at the time being, I don't know what that answer is. I'd like to make each spot defensible in some way. My immediate thought is to put a low stone wall there, just so that it slows things down. But I think I would like something a little bit better and more permanent, ideally. Okay, we've spread our Fey Thorns in every direction. There shouldn't be any ways for them to get in without stepping on the thorns in this direction. And then there's an entrance to the south, north, and west, because those are the directions that we go the most. Again, I'm not sure what we're going to do to make these directions a little bit safer. We do have 2 field stone walls built around our campfire now, though. So that should be, I don't know, relatively safe. I'm tempted to replace this pit with one as well, just so that things can't sneak up on us that easily. And because I want no lines of sight to our improvised shelter, we are going to replace this bramble over here with a low stone wall as well eventually. Man, our to-do list is long. We definitely need to work on getting our birch bark quiver before we go back into town. But I want our base here to be safe and secure before we even do that. So yeah, we have a lot of things that we need to do. We have an enormous amount of work needed to be done. The base is getting better. It definitely needs to be more secure. We at least have these stone walls up. And after reading some of our Trap Anything book, we did actually learn some new traps that we can make. We can now make a bear trap, some loose caltrops, and a tripwire. It looks like the tripwire is the only one that's reasonable for us to make, but it only stumbles things. Loose caltrops and glass caltrops. Well, we can use bone glue for glass caltrops, so that's not a bad idea. But the bear trap and the loose caltrops is going to require an anvil. And we actually kind of want an anvil anyways, because that's something that we would want to use to kind of progress into some mid to late game weapons and arrows. However, in the meantime, we actually will be able to make some leather armor before we ever get to that kind of area. I do want to get started on the birch bark quiver, however, and one thing that we could do to make this time go down is to have a table. I don't think I can actually make a table very easily myself. Well, maybe if I can get a wood panel or a large wooden sheet. Let's check. So a wood panel is mostly down to a wood saw, and a large wooden sheet is something that we literally can't even make. We have no idea how to do so. So if we were going to want to get a table, we probably want to steal one from somewhere. I think that there might have been some left over in the swamp shack. We're going to check there first, and then we will check some nearby areas as well. Yeah, it does look like there's a table right here, but the problem is that we won't be able to actually take a table. So I'm hoping that we can deconstruct it. Looks like we need a screwdriver and a crowbar, which we do actually have. I just forgot to bring with us. And the hope is that if we deconstruct these things instead of just smashing them down, there we go. Yeah, we can get a wooden panel. And with the wooden panel, that's the only piece that Hunter can't make himself to be able to make a table. And the table will give us a little bit of a crafting time reduction, making it a little bit faster to craft things. And I'm thinking that we are going to put this table probably right here on our left, sort of in the middle of where everything is. We do want to eventually start making some chests or crates or something like that to store our stuff, so it's not just sitting on the ground, but, you know, one thing at a time. And that did take the whole day. I think it was worth it, to be honest, because we will be able to use this to craft for a long time coming. Okay, looks like our smoking wrecks are done the next morning. Let's see what we have in here. It looks like 50 dehydrated meat. Lasts 3 seasons. There we go. We can go ahead and haul that into our little meat hut here. And I am curious. So the smoked meat has, yeah, it looks like the only problem is that it uses a little bit less quench, and it doesn't give us as much joy to eat the dehydrated meat, but it's still a very good food all around. And it doesn't give us any negative joy. The smoked meat just gives us kind of maximum joy, which is pretty important. With that, I do think that we are going to start our birch bark quiver, which I don't think we're going to finish today, but it's good to work on. It is going to take since it is a basket weaving thing, I don't know if any of you have ever weaved baskets in real life, but it's going to take Hunter a significant amount of time to finish this quiver. Even with the table, we're still looking at a day and 9 hours. Actually, I don't think that's correct. The table should make it a little bit faster. I don't think that the speed benefit is shown in the crafting table here. We also will want to make, once we get some basket weaving from making the quiver, we'll want to make some basket fish traps. And honestly, I just remembered we should probably check our fish traps here in a moment as well. We'll probably do that as soon as it gets dark, since we have to stop crafting whenever it gets dark and turn our lights on anyways. One thing we've also been doing is we have been keeping our new psionic powers active throughout the entirety of the night. The reason for that is I kind of do want to just kind of slowly train them up. Man, our fish trap still hasn't caught anything. I wonder if there's something I'm doing wrong there. I will say, with a new moon, our Fey eyes, and this power, our sight range at night is literally incredible. Tonight might be a good night to head into town, to be honest, because of how incredibly good our sight range is. I think we might go ahead and do that. Let's make sure we have everything we need. Hunter probably gets an urge to break up the monotony of building on his base with a good hunt. Heading into the city to try and scavenge the ruins of the ancient human civilizations for something useful. Doing our usual pulling out of the wood bow, summoning via spells from the Fey realm, and using our actual bow itself, our compound bow, as our tool of delivering of death. Man, look at this sight range, though. This is incredible. We have such an incredible vision advantage on zombies that's... It's going to be so much easier to actually wander this place, at least at night. And we can catch things like this feral from an incredible distance, and they're still within range of our bow. We can fire up to 14 blocks away, and we're accurate up to, I think, 8, I believe it was. So this amount of distance, vision distance, is really good. We are going to head over to this pawn shop, which we had planned on doing before, but the daytime hunting was a little bit too much for us. Should be pretty easy to do at nighttime, though. We are also noticing that we need some strings, so anytime we come across any long strings, that's going to be a absolute must pick up for us. If we ever wanted to, we could rapidly collect a whole bunch of them just by going around and tearing down the curtains in the windows, which those curtains have a lot of very, very valuable ingredients in them, both between the cloth and the strings themselves. Oh, that's actually pretty good as well. We found a mortar and pestle here. I have plans for that to be useful in the future. Perhaps we could get into some alchemy later. Ooh. As we were moving around the city, we came across a feral mender. Other than its intense expression, this feral human looks like to be the picture of health. They could have starred in a healthcare advertisement before the Cataclysm. Only the jagged bit of wood clutched like a club indicates something is wrong. This is a type of psionic, someone who has been touched by the storm, similar to how we have been. And to be honest, he might be hard to take down, because feral menders will be able to have some pretty incredible strength and regeneration. We're going to put a whole bunch of arrows into them. They won't bleed, for the record. Like, I don't think it's going to be possible for them to bleed. We've hit it several times, but I think that, yeah, we check our healing log, it is actually healing slowly as we're sending arrows into it. And if we check it, yeah, it's already back at full HP. Because of how slowly we're firing arrows at it, I do think that we have to get a little closer. And it leapt at us. That's not the greatest. Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be able to do damage to it with that method. We root strike it. We can hit it for quite a bit more damage several times in a row, blowing through our mana very quickly, but we are doing some damage to it. We're also causing a lot of noise. Hopefully we can get it down, though. With root strike being an area of effect, we did actually take down some of the zombies that are joining in on the fight. And after about literally a dozen root strikes, blowing through the entirety of our mana, we did finally take this guy down. Holy crap. If we got caught in a corner, there's almost no way we would have been able to kill that. Okay, we do need to crush that corpse down. The Mender getting back up would be a problem. I imagine even as a zombie, the Mender would be very capable of staying alive through even the most extreme of pressure. We definitely need to work on that birch bark quiver with a high priority. I'm noticing that because we're being forced to use the summoned quiver and the summoned arrows, we're just really, even with our higher skill of archery sitting at 5 now, with finally learning Archer's Form Expert, we're just not doing that much damage to things yet. We really do need the quiver so that we can carry better arrows on us, so that we're not getting this 25% damage penalty that we're currently experiencing with the nature arrows. I like to imagine that as Hunter is fighting this zombie child, the only thing that is noticeable to him is that these are harder to hit. What would normally be a sorrowful exchange for any human to kill a zombie child, there's almost no reaction whatsoever from our Fey Hunter on whatever the hell that was that he just killed. Okay, we're not far now from this pawn shop and hardware store. I think we're going to just make a beeline straight for it. We do want to take out as many zombies as we can on the way, not only for increasing skill, but also because I don't want these things evolving. I want to give as little opportunity for the zombies to evolve as possible. Even as I say that, though, I do think that we are only going to kill the ones that are sort of in our way, because we would be here all night if we tried to clear all of them out. Oh, a shriekling. A heavily mutated zombie child twitching and flailing its limbs in painful-looking spasms as it runs about. We want to definitely avoid that. It will alert a lot of the zombies nearby, and we're too close to the pawn shop to want to gather the zombies together. They can be useful in the future, though, if we want to. We could actually gather them together and have a shriekling call the zombies someplace where we're going to be far away from. Yeah, this is going to be one of the issues we're going to run into. The back door to the pawn shop is locked, and Hunter has no skill whatsoever in unlocking doors. Let's see if we can get around to the front door. Maybe find a way in. Oh, here we go. It looks like it's just glass at the front. The doors are locked, so we are going to be forced to break the glass. And it might not matter anyways. This place looks really empty. It looks like it's already been looted. That's pretty unfortunate. I think we'll want to try and hit the boxing gym and the hardware store before leaving, though. Perhaps we can still find something of use during this trip. And yeah, it looks like this hardware store is also just basically completely looted out. There's a rubber hose here. We might just go ahead and grab that. It might be useful for later. Hosing is something that is, I imagine, going to be kind of difficult for Hunter to make with his bare hands. We still haven't found a library or even a bookstore of any kind. If we ever did manage to find one, it would basically be a treasure trove for us. That being because we'll be able to get a lot of fantasy books from it. Oh, there's some praying mantis right there. Can we shoot through the window here? Oh, it jumped. Both shots deflected off of it. Okay, we might want to back off and pull out our Chris knife and see if we can take this thing down. Yes, okay. It went down a lot faster to the Chris knife. Oh, there's some sort of fight going on over here. It looks like a mutated grasshopper is having a standoff match against two zombies and a dog. Hunter watches it with fascination for a moment before joining in on helping out the bug, because realistically speaking, at the end of the day, it is far more likely for the bug to be beneficial to us than the zombies, who are basically just standing targets. The bug is doing a good job holding its own against the zombies, which is giving us plenty of time to take them down. In fact, it's doing so well that I kind of hope that we might be able to tame one of those one day. Because, yeah, it actually just survived. Like, I mean, it didn't win, wasn't damaging them, but it was more than capable of tanking the blows. Hunter's likely surprised at the relative illiteracy of the people in this town, because we're barely finding any books whatsoever in these houses. So far, the only thing we're really getting from this journey is some practice with our bow. Oh, here we go. Natural bookshelf. Looks like most of the books on this bookshelf are pretty useless, except for the horror novel. That one's pretty good. And a absolutely full cabinet of medical supplies. Okay. I don't think I'm allowed to complain anymore. That's a good find. Still want to get to this boxing gym before we head home, but we are reaching the point where our inventory is just completely full again. Not because the hiking backpack is full. We have 80 liters of volume left. It's entirely Hunter's strength itself. Oh, is that a cat? I thought I saw a cat for a second. Interesting. Yeah, tabby cat. That thing managed to survive for a little while. We might be coming back around to pick it up. Oh, look at that. There's already some evolution amongst the zombies, as we are seeing a slavering biter, which is a distorted and swollen human body, jaws elongated to have crocodile-like snout, dripping with foul-smelling saliva. The spikes are very powerful bracers of defense and ring of protection. That thing would be able to bite straight through our damage resistance, doing a significant chunk of damage to us. Okay, there's actually a pharmacy to the north here, and I managed to spy through the window that it looks like this pharmacy is fairly full, so we're gonna see if we can find a way in there. Oh, something took down a lot of zombies over here. Kind of just make a glance through, and we are going to set up a filter for Denari real quick to make sure that we spot those on creatures from a pretty good distance. One benefit of our increased aim between both the proficiency and our skill is, if you'll notice, whenever we go to actually fire, our base accuracy against full-size zombies is really getting to be quite easy to hit. And that's something that it's harder to tell on your guys' side, but it's also taking us a lot less time to fire the arrows as well. Once we get a quiver and better arrows, that effect will actually just be compounded as well. It takes a while to get there, but I have found that eventually archery is incredibly powerful. Part of the reason being that, well, frankly, being dead quiet in this game is very useful. Let's get around to the front of the building. There are a lot of zombies there. Use the bushes to slow this guy down. Remember always that as a parkour expert, we can cross a lot of barriers faster than zombies can. So even running over a barrier as we retreat is in our benefit. Anything that costs extra move cost will not actually cost that much move cost for us. We can use these graveyards as well. It's not a lot of extra move cost to go across the graves, but it's at least something. And every once in a while, they're going to move directly across that gravestone itself, which is going to cause them to trip and stumble, and could even fall over. We are about a day out from summer, which is great news. These blueberry bushes and such will actually start flowering, and we will be able to go a short while without ever worrying about food. We should also be able to go around collecting blueberries to get seeds for next year's summer, assuming we're going to be here that long. It's kind of hard to say how long it will take us to be strong enough to take down something like Valzane. We're pretty close to the front doors now. There are reinforced glass windows on this, yeah, and the doors themselves are locked. There's no way we're getting in through those glass windows. I'm curious if there is a way up to the roof, however. It looks like no. We may have to leave the pharmacy for later. We'll leave a note there saying that there is actually a decent amount of loot inside. Move on to the gym. Thank goodness. The gym just has a basic glass double door Even if it were locked, we would be able to easily move through it. And a tough zombie as soon as we get inside. I shouldn't be surprised. These bodybuilders were common here. Looks like this one is some sort of boxing rink, and we did immediately get an ankle biter in here as well. Listen, hearing the sounds of our fighting with the tough zombie. It's a horrifying little mutant wretch that seems to have once been a child, but its massive gaming jaws are far more suggestive of a predator. Okay, how likely is it that those are locked? Seems like they're not. Oh, hey, as we backed into this back room, we do find Practical Pugilism, which is a fighting manual. It'll teach us boxing with our bare hands, which is probably not the best at the end of the day, but it's at least something, right? We're actually going to move several houses over now, try and get out of the way of all of these zombies. 2 more tough zombies streaming out into the building that we're in, probably from a dinosaur. Is that a zombie dinosaur? It is a zombie dinosaur. That's unfortunate. I was hoping it wasn't a zombie, because if it wasn't, then we would be able to use it to take care of some of the zombies that are on us. But a zombie dinosaur is, unfortunately, aligned to the rest of these zombies. Okay, I know we're overloaded, but I do want to try and finish off searching through this gym. Oh, there we go. 20 damage, 15 damage. I wonder if the wood bows increase damage of only, like, 6 points. Interesting. Has the wood bow been getting better as we get more intelligence and get more levels in it? I wasn't sure if that was the case. So at least for the time being, the wood bow, since we're having to summon it anyways, might be better than the recurve, at least until we get our quiver and arrows, which I know I've been repeating over and over that we need that, but it is just a fact that we need it. Yeah, we're doing a lot more damage with the wood bow. That's good to know. I will admit, I was not aware that that was a thing that happens. So I do remember that whenever we first compared the 2 bows, the difference in damage was very, very insignificant. So now that the damage difference is pretty big, it has to have gotten stronger. It's also pretty hard to pass up this amount of increased damage. We're taking down these zombies so much quicker now. If that's the case, we might need to spend a little bit more time making the wood bow better. I do know that if we do get it up to level 15, we will automatically learn the new type of wood bow, and that makes me wonder if the new type of wood bow will also do more damage. Although ideally, eventually, we won't be using either wood bow or the composite bow, the recurve bow that we have, because there is actually a magical bow that we're aware of, which we'll be able to make. It's essentially a druid bow, and the main benefit isn't actually the damage or anything like that anymore. It's that we can cast spells while using it. And once we have a permanent bow, we'll be able to use spells in combat a lot more. So having something like that will be of invaluable use. Oh man. With the little bit of time that we spent in this gym, it does look like we essentially filled the place with zombies. I'm curious if we're able to clear it. So I'll take a moment, but I think it's going to be worth doing. That one's bleeding heavily. Since they can't see me, can we damage that SWAT zombie? Okay, it deflected off the hive, so there's a good chance we can't. What I was going to say is, since they can't see us, we're just going to get all of them to heavy bleeding and let them bleed out, saving quite a bit of stamina, and ideally arrows, but it looks like we ran out anyways. Okay. We might be able to take out this SWAT zombie with our Chris knife. Let's take one swing at it. Looks like we were able to do 5 damage. Okay. Yeah, there we go. A true spam of swings into it did bring it down pretty easily. We really need a sheath for this Chris knife. I still really want to get into this gym. We're going to go in with our Chris knife and just slice and dice through these things. Once we get farther in, we should be able to recover our arrows. That's not good. That bloated zombie just exploded into flesh raptors. Fortunately, only creating 1, but enough that it's a problem. We're going to use our root strike here to try and take it down. And the noise we made just attracted a slavering biter, amongst other things, which managed to grab us. Oh, that was a lot of damage very quickly. Okay, we're going to back the hell off after that. Put away our knife. Hold down on our wounds. Try and get them to stop bleeding. And we need to address that deep, deep wound now. I do believe that we have things on us to be able to take care of it. I don't know where... We must have accidentally put away our Lotus antiseptic, because we don't have it, but fortunately we did have alcohol wipes, so that'll do good enough. Pop some ibuprofen, maybe some aspirin as well, and with the pain that we're in, I think it's a good idea to back off. Yeah. We'll retreat to the upstairs of this building. Upstairs is always safer. Close some windows, crouch down, make sure nothing can see us, and as usual, we will use our holy symbol to meditate, at least until the pain goes away. That's better than meditating. We might step into a dark room like this, turn on our torch, and read through some of these books. Try and get an idea of what we have here. See if there's anything that we want to keep ourselves. We also can read the feudalism book and see what it involves. It looks like it is a boxing style, easy to learn. And yeah, I mean, might as well try and learn it while we are letting our wounds and our pain heal. Oh, wow. Yeah, no kidding on easy to learn. We learned it right away. Let's take a look at this. So it is a unarmed combat style, obviously, and we can arm block while unarmed now. The base thing is that it gives us a passive buff of something called the boxing stance. While we're in it, we have an accuracy of +1. We will block 50% of strength, and we can only activate it while unarmed or with an unarmed weapon. So like a Cestus, I imagine. We're also going to get a footwork buff at unarmed combat 3, some sort of counter chance at 5, a jab at 2, and oh, we did a cross for free. It does 120% bash damage on a unarmed hit, and then we did an uppercut and a cross counter at 4 and 5. So if we got up to 5 on unarmed, this would be a pretty powerful style. The cross counter itself also allowing us to actually knock down humanoid enemies. It'll knock it'll knock back down and stun them with 100% chance to happen on a crit. It also does 150% bash damage. That's pretty good. If we can combine that with an unarmed weapon, that would be, I think, very worth our time. There's no way they're seeing us, so they must be smelling us from down below there, as there are a few zombies finding their way in. Since we've learned it, we actually should be able to sell this book as well, and it's worth $20, so that'll be $10 worth of denarii. Very good find. Let's go ahead and use the peek to look down. I don't see anything immediately. At least nothing that's in here. There is some stuff out on the street. Man, now that we know that the wood bow itself is getting stronger as we level it, it does mean that we have an immediate answer to being able to really improve ourselves. Oh, there's a sporting goods store right there. Okay, we're going to mark that, and I want to head there before we leave as well. We might be able to find like a quiver or some better arrows, or even hell, just like a better starting bow. The bow that we found very early is kind of a big deal. It has drastically helped us for sure, but there are better bows, and I actually don't remember what kind of bow it takes to make the Druid bow, because we don't have that recipe yet. At least I don't think we do. Oh, Druid composite bow. So it takes a heavy composite bow. Something we actually can make ourselves, by the way. We actually can make it now. Oh, we can make it now. Planks, bones, and bone glue. Man, that's actually a big deal. If we made that, could we make the Druid bow? Let's check real quick. Druid composite bow, we would need a tool of mana infusing. We might not be able to do the mana infusing part. Is that on a copper circlet? No, that's mana focusing. Okay, so in order to get mana infusing, we're going to be looking for the copper infusing bracelet recipe, which I do know for a fact is in a book. We won't be able to learn that on our own. So there may not be a reason to get that bow quite yet. It also requires 8 strength. And how much damage does it do? Base 12. That's pretty good. What about the Druid bow? The Druid bow only takes 5 strength, but does 13 damage. 5 strength is actually a good thing, because that means that if we take pain, we will still be able to use our bow. It looks like the sporting goods store is here. Oh, that's not a good sign. Yeah, it is completely cleaned out. Damn. The heavy composite bow is going to have to go on our list of things that we need craft. Because the Druid bow will be very, very useful once we get to it. Oh, hey, a hacksaw. Remember, even though we would like to craft our own things as often as possible, as a member of the Wild Hunt, we do strongly believe in taking what is given. We don't want to ignore something just based on our own ego, at least something that is useful. Mind you, that doesn't mean that we're going to go around using guns or anything like that, but it is good to keep in mind that if something like a tool comes up, Hunter is happily going to take it. I feel fairly satisfied with what we've managed to get done, so I think we're going to back out to our base and see about working on some of the crafts that we have while we heal up from our injuries. We did manage to get 30% on a level in archery, though. Outside of the loot, I feel fantastic about. And, I mean, honestly, we learned some really valuable information, especially about the Woodbow's spell. There's a Feral Carp and a Barghest on our way out. I don't think we want to mess with either one of those, and this is why we need to be clearing out zombies. That Barghest is a problem. We did, unfortunately, go the wrong way, but it's bringing us really close to this fancy home, which I did want to check out. So, I think we're going to go ahead and do that. We did find some giant spiders in the basement. Can we make bug goop right now? Because I would love to tame one of those. Sweet goop. It looks like it mostly takes, let's see, sugar. 30 sugar should be pretty easy to find. Maple syrup. Taming a giant spider would be something I would very much like to do, as spiders are personally one of my favorite bugs, and hell, even animals. So by a transitive property, Hunter is going to be very excited about the idea of having a giant pet spider. It might not be a combat pet, being honest. I don't know if it's going to be a combat pet whatsoever, but it'll be a cool thing to keep around the base. A nice little happy day pet. So we're actually going to leave this house, and remember to come back here with some sweet goop and see if we can figure out how to tame one. But I've never really tamed anything before, so this will be a learning experience. I do hope at some point that I learn a way to drop my inventory faster, although I am getting good at sorting my inventory faster. Let's put some more fish traps down, so maybe we'll put it at a different point of the river. No fish in our blasted fish trap. And I think we're going to put another one up here, reload it with baits, and put it down over here. Not 100% sure how these work. Not too worried about it as of yet, though, because we do still have plenty of food. And in fact, we could even use this fat here to make even more food. Oh, I just noticed that there's a new corpse in our hole here, a slavering biter. We must have gotten pretty close to our base very recently. Those deep holes are going to be very useful to us. I was just thinking that if we get consistent ingredients, hairballs, fur patches, bones, for feral form, the spell, which allows us to grow claws and fangs, the pugilism might be a very good idea, the boxing, because that would allow us to get antler, fang bites, and claw bites off on a target while we're fighting them in melee. And I do love the idea of being able to get a half werewolf form going, and just kind of tearing into people. We could also use our Storm Shaper to cast Storm Fist, which will allow us to get some crackling lightning on our melee as well. I'm starting to like the idea of this more and more. One thing I do want to learn right away, though, as sort of like an emergency contingency, is Shocking Dash. It'll probably be the next spell that we spend some time to learn. Again, once the quiver is done. After 2 days of working on it, kind of off and on, we're up to 70%, but yeah, we have to stop yet again. Since I keep talking about it so much, we might just take a day here, or however much longer it takes, and just forcibly finish the quiver itself. And then make some nice arrows to bring with us. Some arrows that do more than the nature bow arrows. Might be worth to work on the heavy compound as well, since it will do more damage than our modern recurve, which sits at 6 damage right now versus the heavy compound, which sits at 12. So literally basically double damage. The heavy composite bow is also going to take a day and 10 though, so yeah. A lot of these items, especially these mundane items, do really take a lot of time to craft. Fortunately, we are gaining a lot of skill as we work on them, though. There we go. Birch bark quiver. Let's go ahead and wear that and favored it, and then let's bring it up in our inventory, see if we need to do anything about it. No, actually, it's just good. It doesn't need any assistance from us. We'll bring along our carbon fiber hunting arrows. Now, mind you, the birch bark quiver only carries a small amount of arrows, only about 20. So we can bring more than 20 for the record. However, the first 20 are going to be the arrows that go in, and then we'll be able to put some more in our hiking backpack and reload the quiver. We'll even bring some broadheads as well. So we have quite a few arrows on us, and we will at least start the composite bow. I am thinking that we kind of just push through it. We have plenty of food. We kind of just push through it and focus on getting the composite bow done, which will give us a permanent quiver and a permanent bow, allowing us to use our mana for more important things. Time flies. As Hunter wakes up this morning, he smells it in the air. As a Fae, he is acutely aware of the changing of the seasons. It is the day one of summer. We now will have various berry bushes and fruit trees growing their sweet, sugary desserts all around us. And I'd like to get a lot of bushes growing around the area here. Not only are bushes another layer of defense, since they have enormous move costs, they also will provide us food in future years as well. We've spent about 4 days just working on both the quiver and the bow. Speaking of, though, I do think that since a few days have passed, it might be a good idea to grab our little pile of items here and check in on the Forge of Wonders. Ooh, a belt of weaponry. I don't think I've ever seen one of these before. What does this do? It's a wide girdle that fits around our waist. Sheath or holster any weapon into it in the blink of an eye, seemingly storing them somewhere else. So it has a holster. And it looks like the maximum item length for the holster is 49 inches. And it can hold up to 4 items. The crisp knife would definitely fit in there. Would the pickaxe fit in there? 35, yes, it would. What about the composite heavy bow? 59. So the bow would still have to go on our back, but we would be able to carry a few items in it. And we could keep an eye out for melee weapons that fit inside. They also weigh 0% of their original weight. That's super good, isn't it? Okay. I think we're going to pick that up. We can more than afford it. Hopefully, we'll be able to store, the crisp knife. We can't put the pickaxe in it because it's too heavy. But we could put the ever-burning torch in there, the hatchet, anything else. Ironically, the Book of Trees, which we keep on us at all times anyways. I hadn't checked the weight limit for pockets. We might be able to put some other tools in it, though. Obviously, we won't be able to do a Nodachi. Actually, 47, 5.5. 49, 5.5. Oh, wow, we could store a Nodachi. Bam, we could store a Nodachi. We've still not seen a single Animus book, which is kind of insane to me. Well, actually, scratch that. The Paladin's Guide to Modern Spellcasting has Animus Smite on it. However, it's really expensive. Honestly, I'm still happy with our purchase. Because now if we go to wield our crisp knife, it literally takes 9 seconds. Sorry, 9 wield cost, which is actually insane, because that means that is 9/100ths of a second. It is instantaneous, essentially. How I imagine that is Hunter literally can snap his fingers and pull a crisp knife out of his pocket. Now that we know that the Nodachi can actually fit in our belt of weaponry, I might overcome my hesitation on using a Nodachi again, just because that's such a unique opportunity to have an instantly summonable Nodachi in our back pocket that weighs nothing. Keep in mind, Nodachi are normally very hard to carry around. Weighs nothing, and would be a backup for our current plan to use pugilism, to use boxing, in case we actually need to fight something at a small range. And with one more day of crafting, we finally finish the heavy composite bow. We will go ahead and wear the bow sling, drop the old modern recurve out of it, and put the heavy composite bow into the sling. Between that, our quiver, and the arrows, we now have a permanent weapon that we will not have to use mana to take advantage of. This feels like great progress. We have the composite bow, we have our belt of weaponry, we have birch bark quiver, and we've carved at least a little bit of a decent path into the city itself. Hunter gets stronger every day, and although we may be far away from being able to hunt Valzane and deal with the various guardians of the Forge of Wonders, we are closer than we were yesterday, and it feels good to make progress. The Cataclysm is an inhospitable place, but it is filled with lost and unclaimed treasure. The remnants of a world now dead. Hunter is only beginning his journey, and there is much to do before facing down the Forge God and completing our mission. Every step into the wilderness, every ruin or mystery explored, brings us one step closer. Welcome back to Cataclysm, to kill a god. We have several tasks that I would like to accomplish. I am curious what's in this cave, and we would also like to take a really good look at these crystal outcroppings that are around here. I'm also curious what this town to the south is like as well. There's a possibility that it'll be just as profitable as our northern city. The cave is pretty close by, though. Go ahead and grab our pickaxe here, and we'll head over to the cave. Okay. Well, that just happened. So Hunter was kind of spacing out. Here's me using auto walk, and we walked straight into the cave and directly next to a black bear, which, by the way, looking at the mod tags here, is being hit by tamable wildlife. So there's a possibility that this bear is tamable, but I think it's more likely that I would need a bear cub to tame this. It's not aggressive to us. It's probably not aggressive to us because we are a fae. Hunter is a member of nature, more so than any human ever could be. So creatures like this bear are not going to be as aggressive to us as they would be towards a human. We're going to go ahead down here, though, and we will activate our psionic night eyes. I've never really been inside a cave in Cataclysm. I am really unsure what to expect here. Oh, there's some sort of hole there. I was curious why it was suddenly bright. Another black bear, so we can somehow see from the lower levels here. Wow, there's just kind of really nothing down here, is there? Well, okay then. That was boring. The cave's empty. Good to know. And that black bear is now in our way. We're trapped. Great. I don't know how much time it's going to take, but we could equip our pickaxe and start mining. Well, I think that black bear left while we were mining. Does seem like it was taking a lot of time. Anyways, so much for the cave. Let's go ahead and head over to one of these crystals. They're going to have things protecting them, like a Migo and a flaming eye. I can't tell from a distance if they're fighting each other. We also seeing the corpse of a Gozu, some sort of cow demon? Cow demon. That Migo scares me. So does the flaming eye. I'm not a fan of fighting either one of those. The flaming eye is an enormous, disembodied eyeball, the size of a person, flying through the air through some unknown agency. Wreathed in a natural flickering blue flame, it possesses a blazing yellow iris with a slitted pupil, like that of a cat, and trails a set of flailing black tendrils as it slowly drifts about. Its unearthly presence filling you with the dread at the prospect of falling under its baleful eye. Baleful gaze, even. The Mitos are alien creatures of uncertain origin. We actually know that they are from one of these starry outer dimensions. Its shapeless pink body bears numerous sets of paired appendages of unknown function and a pair of ribbed membranous wings, which seem to be quite useless. Its odd, vaguely pyramid-shaped head bristles with numerous waving antennae, and it moves with an uncanny fluidity on many legs. These two creatures are both very dangerous to Hunter. I don't like fighting them out in a field here, especially because the Mito is simply going to be faster than us. We would have to go into a full sprint to get away from it. These glowing crystals, though, that is actually what we were coming here for, but we did see that there were other crystal outcroppings, at least two in the area. So I think we are going to back out. I don't want to fight either of those. Oh, there's also a feral mender there. That's probably what's taking out the Mito and the eye. That mender is, despite being a feral, is hostile to those creatures. And the Mito is in fact losing to the mender, but is doing a good job of taking down the mender. Oh, look at that. The mender has died, and Hunter is going to go in to finish off what remains of this battle. We'll go ahead and pull out our composite bow. We do have that quiver now, so we'll be able to fire bows pretty quickly. I'm actually very glad that the Mito managed to kill the mender, because the mender would have been very difficult for us to kill. But the Mito, now that it is weakened, will not be that bad. Let's see. Looking at our arrows, we're going to want to go for the carbon fiber hunting arrows. Oh, is he too far away? He is. Okay, we'll wait a second then. Go ahead and zoom in on our targets. Make sure we aim up properly. We're not going to get too many shots here. One shot, 6 damage. It's bleeding minorly. The reason we're using the carbon fiber hunting arrows is because it has 3 pierce, and I don't know how much armor a Mito has, but I do want to just assume the worst and go for it. Okay, it was very damaged from an earlier confrontation, and immediately went down. Oh, that could have been bad. Okay, let's carefully approach. We're going to turn safe mode back on here. There is a feral mender here. Not much of use on him. We'll go ahead and crush him down. We don't want these getting back up. There's also a feral jumper here. Interesting. I don't know what a jumper would be. Has a strange blue crystal on him. We'll go ahead and take that. If we were to use the blue crystal as is, it would give us another set of psionic powers. And that's actually not something I want to do. We want to stay within one set of psionic powers because whenever you separate out into multiple types of psionics, it actually starts to become very, very difficult in order to gain benefits in those particular schools. Basically, what ends up happening is that you start learning powers between all of the schools, and if you want to get particularly far in one of the psionic disciplines, then you'll have a very hard time. I did just realize that we do need this crystalline dust, but I don't know what color is associated with clairsentience. That's a little unfortunate. We actually need to be farther in clairsentience for me to know that. Because the first few, we just need a... Oh, wait, here it goes. This strange crystal gray. Okay, so we need gray shards. Gray crystalline dust. There we go. We'll take as many of these gray shards as possible. Yeah, using the mining action that is bound to pickaxes is much slower than just bashing them down. We're just going to bash them down from now on. And this crystalline dust is going to be required to learn any more high-level powers, but we do still need to get a black stone at some point. Again, we could convert the stone that we just picked up, this blue one, into a black one by using it, consuming the essence that is inside. But again, it would teach us a psionic power that we wouldn't want. So that's not an option. We're going to have to keep an eye out for one in the future here. At the end of this trail, we do actually see an evac shelter. What was this off in the distance before? It's a football field. Football fields should be near towns. There's also a possibility that we find some sort of school there. If there was a school, that's pretty good. Ooh. That is a mansion. Oh boy. A mansion could be filled with all sorts of things. It could be filled with magic. It could be filled with zombie rapier-wielding knights. Okay, well, we're going to swing by the evac shelter, see if we can find any food in here, because we are quite hungry. And I think we're going to head immediately over to that mansion afterwards. I would love to see what kind of trouble we could get into in there. And there's a crack. Is there a portal or something? What the heck? I don't see a portal. There is some sort of drug deal going on here. I don't know how dangerous a crack is to us, to be completely honest. We'll go ahead and see about taking it out. Don't know how fast it's slower than us walking. And we took it down in 1 arrow. Oh, well, that would be why. We hit it for a critical for 109 damage. It simply melted away, returning back to whatever dimension it came from. Holy shit, Hunter. Okay, approaching the mansion now. I actually think we're just gonna try and go through the front door. There are a handful of zombies out here, but this is why I approached it from the forest angle. Worst case scenario, Hunter can just fall back to the forest and draw zombies back to there. And we do need to remember that Hunter is a scout and a parkour expert. We don't really need to go through the front door. We can find a single drain spout and then proceed through the drain spout up to upper floors. Let's go ahead and take out this tough zombie here. Get a nice good shot off on it. Oh, we hit it for 1 damage. Okay, much better. I can go ahead and switch to the normal arrows for the rest of the zombies. Oh man, now that we're using real arrows like these broadheads, oh, we are just slicing through things immediately. Let's examine our possibilities here. How do we get in? I mean, there's plenty of broken windows. Oh, here we go. This is kind of what I was looking for. There's a bunch of broken windows right next to a staircase, which means that not only can we actually enter quickly, but we'll immediately be able to get off of the ground floor. And there's a zombie right there. I'm going to back out. Hopefully she comes down. Yep, she did. Beautiful. We're off. Another critical. This time for 120 damage. I don't know exactly what creates the criticals whenever it comes to... Ooh, another zombie right there. I don't know what exactly creates the criticals whenever it comes to archery, but I will say that they are pivotal in archery being good. We did leave some arrows behind here. We need to make sure. There is a zapper zombie here, which I am not scared of whatsoever. We do have those boots of grounding, so even if he does get close enough to us, which likely won't happen, to actually melee us, we would be immune to his bonus damage from being all electrified. Plus, we don't really care. Oh, that's a zombie hunter. We need to be more careful. That could have been bad. Let's stop running. We backed off enough from it. We will carefully aim up because it'll jump just like that. Go ahead and start running again. Aim up again. Was that another crit? Yes, a critical for 122 damage. Holy shit. This is why bows get good. These freaking criticals. Hunter is just destroying these zombies with massive critical hits for more than 100 damage. Which, if you did not know, hitting for 100 damage on a zombie, that just kills them. The average human and zombie only has about 80 HP. In fact, we should crouch so that the ones on the lower floors don't see us. I say that, but based on the amount of sound happening from down there, it seems like they already have. And there's 2 right there. Another critical, instantaneously taking him down. As much as I hate to create sound, I am going to bash down this door. That magazine may be useful. I actually don't know what the magazine is for. Cruising style magazine. Oh, it's probably about cars. That was a little bit of a waste of time. We're not really going to be using cars that much. Is there more to this roof level? Yes, there's quite definitely more. We'll go back into a crouch so that things downstairs don't see us. At least to the best of our ability. And let's head around this side. Some sort of great den. Oh, library? No. No library. In fact, it actually might be a good idea to go and... Can we hit any of the zombies from up here? It appears not. Okay, we'll go back to crouching then. I was going to say we could fire down on them from the balcony, but I don't think that's going to work out for us. There is a workbench here. I've always wondered, so workbenches are actually incredibly valuable. Can we deconstruct this workbench and hold on to it? We can. Oh my gosh. Okay, so we will come back up here, but this workbench, if we could take it with us and bring it back to our campsite, workbenches will decrease the amount of time it takes to craft almost everything that you can craft on it. Well, I'm glad we had this pickaxe. It is acting as our skeleton key to get into all of these various rooms. Man, a critical for 137. It's just hard to be mad about. That is absolutely beautiful. Let's see if we can get some arrows through this door. Take out the zombies on the other side before they get the door down. Go. And we'll take the door down ourselves at that point. It looks like that is the top floor, to the best of my ability, cleared. We may have left one room here, but I'm not actually sure if that's a room or just a rooftop. We'll go ahead and head down to the lower floor, which I'm a little bit more worried about because we've kind of given them plenty of time to know that we're here. So we're going to start using the peek function to peek around corners. And whenever possible, we'll stay in the dark here. Oh, we got two right here. I'd like to take out at least one of them, so we have a direction to go. Okay, that one's bleeding pretty badly. Take out our Chris knife instantaneously from our belt of weaponry. Always beautiful. Looks like there's two zombies in the rooms below us. What is that? Track touring suit. Oh. And a book on transistors that we're not terribly interested in. Let's see if we can't take these guys out without alerting anyone else. As we move along this outer hallway here, we're going to close the window, because I think I hear more zombies outside. I want to reduce the amount of engagement we have at once. Okay. Shattered glass. Was that behind us or in front of us? It was behind us. So we have one in the hall in front of us and one in the hall behind us. Shouldn't be that hard to deal with still, though. We're definitely hearing noises outside. Got two in that webbed zombie. One more will take it down. The other two zombies are across the way. They won't really bother us. And this place is just packed with them. We are equipped to take these out, though. We're taking them out so quickly. It's honestly quite beautiful. Okay, there's one more moving around up there. Oh, yep. Pull him back, pull him back. He got lost. There we go. Oh. Another beautiful crit. Oh, what's that? A fencing foil. I think what we're going to do is we'll crouch, close these doors so that nothing can see us. Pull out our pickaxe again. And is it real? It is made of steel. Okay. Ah, dang it. It is a sport fencing foil. A fencing foil with rather useless as a weapon due to a flexible shaft and a dull tip. It is not a real foil weapon. That's unfortunate. I was really hoping that that would be a decent fencing weapon. A real epee would be honestly quite good. Interesting. There's a hunting backpack here. I'm actually going to pick that up and compare that to my hiking backpack, because I love the idea of a hunting backpack being pretty useful. So the hiking backpack, let's see. The hunting backpack has a much larger total max encumbrance, which again, we're not going to be able to reach anyways, and it's more breathable. Protection values are not something I care about. It has the same properties, although the hiking backpack is always oversized, and the hunting backpack isn't. So that's actually pretty interesting. It'll help with our ability to deal with that, I think. And the hunting backpack has a whole bunch of holsters and has a higher volume and total capacity. Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty easy choice then. This seems like a fine enough place to do this, to be honest. We're in the very dark. Go ahead and drop the hiking backpack. put on the hunting one, and then we'll use our inventory sorts to basically loot all. There we go. The volume won't really matter for now because of the fact that, well, we're not going to be hitting that weight cap anyways, right? But I think that the hunting backpack seems like it's going to be better in the long run. We'll go ahead and go back into the pocket settings and use the main pockets to make sure that it has a high priority over everything else. There we go. I didn't actually expect us to ever find a upgrade to the hiking backpack, but, well, the more you know. These mansions sometimes have basements, and sometimes, honestly, have hidden basements. So we're going to try and keep an eye out for making sure that we find a basement somewhere along here as we go. If we don't find one, we'll have to start really looking around. Only a few zombies in the square here. Let's go ahead and clear them out. Is this the library? Let's see, mystery novel? Ooh, what is that? A metaphysics book. Well, now that we have silent powers, that's pretty good. Mystery novel is good to be sold. Coding book, winemaking, tasting India. Take the circuit theory, so that's pretty good. Man, we're already loaded up, and it's like all books. Yeah, it's all books. I think what we'll do is... I'd like to find a spot. Ooh. Those crits, though. I'd like to find a spot where we can... Honestly, here, to be honest. We can just pull out our torch real quick and peruse through these books and see what we care about keeping with us. There's two things we're going to care about. One is skills that matter to us. So these don't matter to us. They have recipes in them. And books that are worth a lot. So the three that we will want to look at the worth of our circuit theory. It's huge, but it's also worth a lot. Okay, that one's not so... Not always. Metaphysics requires intelligence 9 and metaphysics 3 to understand. Oh, but it teaches us concentration and meditation, so we actually do want to hold on to those. It's a vehicles book, a rifles book, so frankly we don't care about those. Beauty magazine doesn't matter. Men's fitness we'll keep because it teaches how to make swim fins, which might be useful one day. We already have outdoor adventures. That gives us some space. Frankly, not quite a lot. I wonder if there's something behind these bookshelves. We're actually going to grab one of these bookshelves and move it. Aha! Yes! Secret underground stairs. We knew it. We always knew there was a chance for this. Okay, let's peek down the stairs. Nothing right away. There's a damaged wood door in the way. Well, we're going to have to announce ourselves, apparently. Take down the door with the pickaxe. Okay, that's the first thing that we've spotted down here that could be dangerous. A feral esper. Feral human that lacks the crazed look of most their kind have. Instead, their gaze is unfocused, as if listening to voices only they can hear. I don't know what an esper is capable of, so we're going to try and take it out from as long of a range as possible. We did manage to hit it in the head for 11 damage. It doesn't seem to be using any powers on us, and it's down. Okay, well, so much for being dangerous. Oh, hey, strange black crystal. Beautiful. Okay, even if we get nothing else, that was worth the trip. We now have a crystal to be able to learn new psionic powers whenever we come across them, which we already have one that we can use, which is that premonition ability. Would love to know what's inside all of these crates. Going at them with a pickaxe seems highly inefficient. This place is just filled to the brim with zombies, though. So far, we haven't taken any damage, and we've only lost a handful of arrows. So I'm not too worried. We are using some high-quality arrows here, but I think it warrants their use. A good 15 zombies later, and we're still just cleaning out, like, bathrooms and washer rooms. I swear there has to be something more interesting down here than this. It seems impossible for a place like this to not have something more interesting. If we manage to get through all this place without finding anything, think we might start looking for more secret entryways. So we did find one secret. And there is a suspicious amount of house in the center here. Using our usual trick for searching secret walls, we don't see anything here. Why would there be a secret entrance if there's nothing down here? That is very suspicious to us. Well, I've searched all the walls that I can. There doesn't appear to be any more secrets down here, as disappointing and confusing as that is. Can't seem to access anywhere in the center of the building, not without another entrance to the lower floors here. So I guess the only thing to do here would be to bring back a crowbar and kind of go through all of these crates and see if we can find anything interesting in there. Worst case scenario, as I said before, just getting the strange black crystal made this trip very worth it. So there's a pool in the center, so there's a good chance that there actually isn't anything beneath the center. We'll explore the last few rooms just to make sure that we're not missing anything obvious, like the fact that there's a set of stairs here that lead to a part of the basement that we weren't in. Pickaxe it is. And there's a fat zombie blocking our way. It looks like it might just be a larder. But I think it's still worth checking. Yeah. It looks like it's just food. Oh, a feral servant! Wants a fancy servant of some rich family. This maniac walks around with a candlestick in hand, ready to snuff out our life. Okay, let's back off a little bit. That's at least something more interesting than the zombies around here, although he did die instantaneously. Can we shoot her over the shelves? We definitely can. Go ahead and crush him down. It was something. There's a ton of food here. Ooh, sugar. Yes, a box of sugar. We actually really wanted that. We might see about going and taming some spiders after this. I'd like to get a little bit more sugar before we do that, because that was only enough for one sweet scoop. There's some wine back here. Is any of it worth anything? A Riesling, a Sauvignon, which is only worth about $6. Riesling is only worth about $4. Pinot Noir, 4 as well. You know, for a rich mansion, that's some pretty cheap wine. Locked door. Hasn't stopped us before. And there's nothing back here. Oh, we see a well-dressed feral who's wielding a rapier outside. I hope that that's not another foil. We can see if we can lure him inside. And by lure, I mean he saw us through the window, so he found his own way in. As soon as we hit him, he was already running. I guess he didn't like the arrow to the knee. A rapier. Synthetic, fabric, and aluminum. It is a fake rapier. I was worried about that. There's probably a chance that we can find people with a real rapier around here, but it seems just as likely that there's going to be fake ones. We'll see if we can take out all of the servants on the outside and see if we can get anything interesting off them. Well, it looks like we've cleared this place as best as we can. And now that the fog has cleared, we also can see fairly long around us. There is a motel to the south, not terribly interesting. A dinosaur exhibit, okay. Some sort of wooden fort to the east. We'll definitely have to check that out. A enormous beehive that we spotted far off to the east. However, here's one thing I am interested in. There's a radio station in the small town to the west. And a strip mall. I've had a lot of luck with strip malls, but that radio station will be able to give us an enormous view around us and would give us a lot more information about our surroundings. There's also an antique store there, and it's a fairly small town. I feel like we should probably be able to clear it out pretty easily, although we do probably still want to approach it from the north here, from the forest side, just because we don't really want to bite off more than we have to chew at any given time. Well, shit. That's just about our worst nightmare. As we're moving through the woods trying to get a northern path, we came across the corpses of some scientists, and it seems like they have summoned some sort of Mito onto us. He is full HP. I do not like that. We are going to carefully aim up, fire one piercing arrow at him, Let's see how much damage it does. 7 damage. Okay. How are we going to do this? We do have full mana. We're going to put our bow away, and I think we're going to root strike him. If we can, please root strike him. That'll slow him down. And then we're going to jump back across some of these bushes, back to about here. And then we are going to summon Noctis. Pull our bow back out, and wait for him to get closer again. Hopefully our dog attacks him. Noctis, please. Our little spirit wolf is beautiful and kind, but kind of unreliable. Yeah, and the normal arrows literally just reflected off of the Miko's natural armored light skin. Can we, like, literally stand on top of this dog? Please, dog. Please, Noctis. And the wolf... Sorry, the Miko attacked the wolf. Thank goodness. Okay. It's hitting armor, but it may be distracting it at least a little bit. We'll go ahead and try and fire another carbon fiber arrow at it. We will take as much time as possible to aim. We got a good hit, but it only did 8 damage. And all of the carbon fiber arrows are unfortunately getting lodged in the Mito, so we only have the basic arrows left. He is bleeding. There's a chance that they might run. They do have a self-preservation instinct. Yeah, okay, so the basic broadhead arrows actually don't hurt it. So at this point, we are going to put away our bow completely. And... Sorry, Noctis. You are a good boy, but we're going to root strike you. Massively hurting our pet spirit wolf, but we also put the Mito in a running state, and he is badly bleeding now. Let's see if we can get one more root strike off before he goes. He's heavy bleeding. Good. Let's... Root strike is really fast. Let's just blow a lot of mana into this Mito. I don't know if you all understand how incredibly dangerous this situation is. If we run out of mana, I don't think we can kill it, and we will not have the stamina to be able to run away from it. After root strike, after root strike, after root strike, we finally take it down. Oh, there's a Kraken nearby, but that's not a threat to us. Let's go ahead and rest up. Did we get any of our carbon fiber arrows back? We got 2 of them. Okay. Let's collect the rest of our arrows. Don't know how useful Noctis was in that fight, but it did feel nice to have a distraction available. Like we got 2 denarii for our efforts. Do you have anything new for us? Looks like no. Might as well check Falzane before we leave, though. We're not going to be able to afford most things, so we're just trying to look at the books for now. There's something here called Holy Blade. Interesting. Summon a Mage Blade, but it's a Technomancer spell, so that is not for us. Utility Molding. This will allow us to shape basic working tools using your own magical abilities and earth nearby, creating various tools. Utility Molding would actually be very interesting because of our camping lifestyle, but it would dedicate us to Earth Shaper instead of Stormbringer or whatever it's called. Storm Shaper. It is interesting, though. It's very interesting. Also, I do think that if we do decide to go melee, Earth Shaper might actually be a better idea in the long run. Yeah, for example, we have Crystal Wrapping, which will make us do additional cut damage in melee. I think for now we're good. Without a proper library to loot, it's a very slow trickle of denarii. The Black Dragon Cave was kind of a big first pick, and ever since then we're not really getting a lot of denarii in the first place. Still, with the Black Crystal, we will now be able to sit down and learn Premonition, and it also allows us to practice our clairsentient abilities. We have a lot of things to practice and read, so we might not be spending too much time practicing them. We'll just use them in combat and in practice, but we will want to learn new abilities as they come up. Okay, it does seem like a second portal storm has started up, and one of the things that I'm worried about is that currently our improvised shelter, which only gives us 30% concealment, is not good enough to count as being inside for the portal storm. So I'm worried about accidentally catching, almost like catching a cold, a new power, and I honestly really don't want to catch a new power. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to head to my nearest indoor location that I know about, which is this cabin over here, right? And it'll take us a little bit of time. Oh, hey, I think we actually left the storm behind. I never knew that that was a localized thing. Maybe we can look at the weather. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that you could just... This is completely new information to me, by the way. I did not know that you could just leave the portal storm. I've never tried this before. I barely ever even looked at the weather thing. So yeah, this must be the center of the storm, right? And then this is the actual center that gets quest marked. And then you have the close portal storm, and then you have the distant portal storm. Okay. Fascinating. What's this over here? Is that fog? Huh. This weather screen, as ugly as it is more useful than I thought. We'll wait out, make sure that that storm finishes before we go back. Another thing that I remembered is that in last episode we were talking about how good Hunter was at getting crits with his bow all of a sudden. And I had actually kind of remembered just out of the blue, one of the things that actually contributes to crits. Wow, there's a lot of zombies around here. We were just finding a few zombies on our own just outside of the house after hiding from the portal storm. And there's actually, I would say a minor horde, probably just a wandering horde that picked up around here. But what we're going to do here in a second is I actually want to, if we go up to these corpses, we can dissect them. And at the bottom here, it'll say it yields knowledge of principles of biology, physiology, and principles of zombie biology, which, does that mean that we actually have principles of biology? No. We just have like 14% in it, right? And if we get these principles going, which we honestly need, if we want to really get them going, we need better dissecting tools, I do believe. But we can at least see how much a one corpse gets us, right? And if it's not a lot, I'm not going to do a bunch of it, but I do want to just kind of see maybe how hard this is going to be, right? And I do think that for each one of these biological principle things, it does increase our crit rate. And like I said before, the crit rate is really the thing that makes... Where are these guys? There's two of them to the north of me there. Is really what makes bows good, is that bows have this enormous crit multiplier, a 10 times crit multiplier, right? Which is a lot higher than other weapons. So like if I go to our Chris knife, right? The crit multiplier... Oh, I don't even think it has a crit multiplier. It probably just has the normal crit multiplier since it doesn't list one, which is I think is like ×2 or ×1.5. So the fact that it has this enormous crit multiplier is sort of what makes bows unique and what makes them good, because it's kind of like the idea of if you don't hit them in the right place, the bow hit barely matters. Another thing that I may not mention a lot during this episode, but we will be doing, is that I'm going to find opportunities. Are there seriously 11 zombies here? Okay, so there is in fact an entire horde. We're going to clear it out real quick. But we're going to take opportunities whenever we're fighting one basic zombie to get some punches in. I want to raise our unarmed combat, which is only sitting at 36%. And we also don't have the unarmed technique familiarity yet either. Because I'm liking the boxing thing. Using the boxing with our character's natural claws and our antlers. Well, we don't have natural claws, but we have a spell that gives us claws. But with our antlers, we are able to get some extra hits. So like, for example, if you looked there, we just swung at it once and we hit it with our antlers for 4 damage, and then we do it a heavy cross for 5. Okay, but we don't want to fight whenever there's a lot of them, because that right there will happen. The zombie will grab us and we'll be in trouble. Okay, so let's look at this autopsy. It says that we're going to get... Well, we have 0 fine cutting, which means that we might not be able to do it in this first place, but we're going to try here in a second. It'll give us biology, physiology, and zombie biology. So we already checked, and we don't have those first two. And then we're currently at 15%. Wow. We just recently went from 8% to 15%. I wonder if we're getting a bunch of this every time we crit. That could be. Let's see. Am I allowed to dissect? I need a tool of fine cutting. I actually think I have a tool of fine cutting, so let's make a quick trip back. We're back at camp now, and it actually seems like I don't have a tool for fine cutting, so I might not be able to do this dissection thing. Let's look at see if we can find something. So you can go to your search thing, and then we're going to go by the quality, which is that Q there, and then we'll say fine cutting. So this probably brought me, yeah, fine grinding. Good to know that we can make a mortar and pestle. We will add that to our favorites list for things that we want to make in the future. So the best thing that we're going to be able to do is a bronze knife or a carving knife, but we should be able to find one of these chef pairings, steak knives, etc. in something pretty soon. We also could make apparently an animus life athame. Cool. I'll probably want to look into that later. Oh, there's also a butchering kit down here. Interesting. And we can actually make a +1 or +2 butchering kit. We're going to want one of these, by the way. We can make it with Magiclysm, because the +1 and the +2 is a Magiclysm thing, so we can enchant these things. So we're going to favorite this, because all we need is a butcher knife, a carving knife, and a meat cleaver. You know what? I think that this butchering kit is going to be such a big thing for us. I think that is going to be our goal for today, is to get a butchering kit together. So we're going to want to go to grocery stores. We're going to want to go to like restaurants, any kind of cafe, anything like that. And we will see about getting the tools together in order to make one of these. And before we leave, I do think we're going to make some extra arrows because, oh, the crit multiplier is actually on the arrow itself. Interesting. But we're going to make extra arrows because we were running close to empty on those. We keep using them. Since Hunter is a little tired, we are going to take some time to learn a couple Stormshaper spells before heading into town. We have a lot more mana available to us now that we're not summoning bows all the time, so I'd like to start learning some of these more interesting Stormshaper spells. I want to learn Stormfist, Lightning Bolt, and Shocking Dash, and I think Shocking Dash is going to be our first one because it may save our life one day. And of course, Stormshaper. Stormshapers follow ancient arcane disciplines of meditation and harmony with the winds and tides that shape the very planet. Through their deep connection to these forces, they can request powerful changes. Your powers will grant you some immunity from electricity that also increases with your skills. It will lock us out of Kelvinus, which is basically a type of pyromancer slash like cryomancer thing. But we will maybe look at different Kelvinus stuff in other runs in the future. I have an idea for that. Shockingly, that was very easy to learn. Apparently Shocking Dash is difficulty 0. So again, one of the best ways to get your first level of any spell is to just use it super quick. So we're going to just teleport, and it leaves behind that little spark. But because we have the Boots of Grounding, we never have to worry about hurting ourselves with the spark. One thing I want to do immediately with this is that many people had suggested that I use a dash ability to get between roofs, but I actually thought that in the past I had attempted this with another character and found that you can't dash over pits. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a pit right here real quick and test this while we're at full HP, because if we fall down a pit, we're not going to kill ourselves. We might take a bunch of damage, but we're not going to kill ourselves falling down a singular pit. I hope. Gonna admit, we quick saved before this. We're gonna go ahead and use Shocking Dash, and normally if I moved into this pit, it would hurt me. Yeah. See, it actually counted as me stepping in all those spaces. So if I tried the Shocking Dash from one roof to another, I would just be jumping off the roof. Now, mind you, I moved through those spaces very fast, which I think is what Shocking Dash, essentially does, is that you move insanely quickly to your destination, but you do move through every square between you and your destination, which means that if I did do Shocking Dash over a trap, for example, I would hit every single trap on the way. However, I had gotten the suggestion enough in my comments that I felt like it was worth, listening to my comments and giving it a try. Hunter awakes in the night. We have a goal in mind. We are going to head into the northern city and see about getting what we need to make a butchering kit. It does mean that this is yet another thing on our list that we are kind of getting distracted by. However, I think this is one of the ones that will be really good for us. This will help us get food. This will help us do the various forms of dissembling and stuff like that. Plus, because we're only missing a few knives, it shouldn't be that hard to get going. Hunter moves, dead quiet, through the night, using the advantage of his new clairvoyant psionic powers in order to see much farther than these zombies ever could, and easily dodge their shuffling, aimless steps. We do have to watch out for these ferals, they're still an issue. They'll chase us very far. But one of the first things I want to check is there's a row of houses here. We might be able to get some of the knives we need just from the houses themselves without putting too much effort into finding like a kitchen or anything like that. So we're going to do a slapdash quick search of a bunch of houses. Hilariously, as we're moving through the city, we did just find a dive shop. And the reason why I think it's hilarious is, I mean, there is a pneumatic spear gun here. Pretty funny. We could use that. But there's also a diver's watch, which it probably has a normal traditional watch face on it, meaning that this is probably something that we can finally put on in order to be able to keep track of the time as Hunter. Despite having the spear guns, it doesn't appear that we actually have spear gun spears in here. That's unfortunate. It would have been very funny to have a spear gun, though. I mean, I'd probably only fire it once, but maybe it'd be worth it for that one fire because it'd be funny. Damn. I was passing by a pharmacy and I saw that there was a metal vial set, which is a weird thing, that was inside, but the front door had an alarm on it. We are going to still grab this vial set because that's a useful thing for blacksmithing, and we will do a quick run of the shelves, but there are going to be a lot of things coming for us now. We need to get out of here relatively quickly, and ideally through a different entrance than we came through. Okay, let's hope that there's a back entrance. Oh, damn it, the back entrance is the pharmacy, so it's locked. Shit. I wonder if another alarm is going to go off if I try and go through this door. Yep. Okay, well, this is becoming a problem very quickly. We did got a giant bottle of antiseptics. That's pretty nice. And I've set off a third alarm. Just trying to get out of this freaking place. We'll grab some more of the antiseptics. And it's a dead end. Oh, that is not good. Well, we have to fight our way out of here now. That's a good start, Hunter, as he shot that zombie and immediately did 93 damage, instantaneously killing it. Please tell me that there's not like a million zombies on our way out. It does seem like, despite the fact that I probably attracted all the zombies in the area, they're probably on the west and south walls, which means that today we got very, very lucky. Yeah, look at that. We were already starting to... They're literally tearing through the building to get out to where we made all that noise. We did just find a fully stocked gun store. I think it's worth trying to get into. We're not far off from where we were last time. There's not too many zombies in it, and they're all basics. And honestly, at this point, I'm just kind of not scared of basics too much anymore, unless it's just like a whole horde of them. Getting caught up into a horde of basic zombies would still be ooh, 172 nails. Hell yeah. We definitely need nails. The chunks of steel are also a good idea to pick up because it would be nice to make some of the things that require chunks of steel. There's a SKS. Ooh. In another run, I would be so incredibly happy with this. SKSs are actually one of my favorite guns from some of the other video games. It's a kind of a, from what I understand at least, it is kind of a cheaper, lower quality, hunting rifle. Doesn't seem like there was much else in there that was worth it though. Another gun store, another potential for something a little bit more useful. They also always have these books in them. All of them are worth it though. There is a smoker zombie there, and it does look like that smoker zombie just saw us as well. I think that, yeah, they're clanging their way through the shelves. They're not going to be smart enough to come around those shelves at me. I think they're just going to try and go straight through them. I think we'll wait for them right here. That smoke's starting to billow out. Hopefully that means that they're getting close. Okay, this smoke is... okay, this smoke is actually a pretty significant problem for hunting right now. It would burn our eyes and throat if we were to go in there, and none of them are coming out. So I think that this gun store is going to have to go on the loot list because we can't get in there reasonably. I was kind of excited about it because it did look like there might have been a basement or like some sort of underground there, and there might have been something in the bottom parts, but I guess we'll never know. Or we'll have to come back later whenever we have a way to deal with smoke. That does remind me and inform me that poison gas and poison smoke will eventually become a problem, and we're going to want an answer to those. It'd be nice if we could find a magical answer. Stormshaper does have a spell that allows us to put a magical bubble around ourselves, a air pocket, if you will, it might be a good way to do it. And we're just setting off alarms all throughout this town. Trying to get into this pawn shop, we just set off yet another alarm. As we were searching through the city, honestly having a surprisingly hard time just finding a few knives, we did just come across a church. A very large church. But more importantly, Hunter hears voices inside. He hears the voices of several humans coming from the church itself. Trying to think about what Hunter's thoughts are right now. We haven't met any humans. The people in Valzane's place being gods and creatures from other planes, that is, that are not feral yet. Hunter wouldn't trust these. I believe that he would probably like to go in and sneak his way into this place and figure out what sort of nest of ferals this is. The back door is locked, though. It is unlikely that we can get it open without some noise, but maybe we can open the back door and then immediately run away, crouching down, sneaking into the night, watching to see if anything changed. There is a zombie nearby. He probably was attracted by the noise that we made there. We can hear the guards calling out. Something over there. Switch on. It's time to go. So they definitely heard us. Either that or they heard the zombie that we're fighting. Crouched and quiet. He moves in. We don't see anyone yet. Oh, there we go. Two humans. One wearing some sort of strange jacket, wielding a clearly tossed together spear, and the other one also wearing a tossed together spear. I will say there's also a butcher's knife and a steak knife on the ground. I believe that's actually, yeah, butcher knife. Yeah, that's one of the things that we would want is the butcher's knife. That right there is appealing to us. It does not seem like the guards in here are aware of us yet. We're going to use the peek function. Yeah, look, there's at least one more over here. Still, again, unaware of us. Neither is this one. It is very dark in here, and these are humans. Having dealt with ferals so much already in this dead world, Hunter is aware of the sight ranges of these creatures. We don't want to make noise, so we'll leave that door open, but let's sneak over to the other door real quick. Okay, we see at least one more. Also unaware of us, let's do a peek. Oh, there are so many in here, wielding pipe spears, homemade half pipes, pipe spears, pipe spears. All of them seem to be on guard duty. We are curious what or whom they are guarding. I think we're going to attempt to step here. Okay, this guy is still unaware of us. Peek around the corner. There's a man here wearing a white collar outfit, but he has leather pants and a pair of combat boots on top of them, wielding a makeshift crowbar. For just a moment, one of those guards spotted us, though. We're going to back out. Hunter wants the knives that they have on the ground there, but his intrinsic fear and isolation from humans makes him not trust these individuals. So he begins to plan how to hunt them down. As a new hunt unfolds in our hero's mind, we will wind down to a close for today. I hope you have been enjoying this series. I had thought about a run like this one for months while I was on hiatus, and the reception on my return to YouTube has been incredible. Series like these exist because of viewers like you, and if you are listening to this now, I appreciate you. If you want to, do the YouTube things. But either way, I hope you have a fantastic night, for there are still dark days ahead. Humans are weak, frail creatures. Hunter has seen this because of his experience with the ferals and with the zombies, which are augmented, of all things. But one thing we do know is that ferals, and therefore also humans, are ingenuitive and clever. Unlike the zombies, they will follow us through doors and up stairs and down into basements. So Hunter knows that we're going to have to be clever if we want to take out the humans contained within here. We saw how many there were, so we have a good idea of what we're facing. One of the first things that Hunter considers is that the humans inside do not own the night like we do. They are afraid of the zombies, of which there are many out front. If we want inside the building, and if we want to kill them, perhaps we can use our enemy against our enemy. What we're thinking about doing is maintaining control over where these humans can go. We have seen that there are stairs leading up, and there are only 2 entrances from the building, unless the humans get wise enough to break out a window. We want to be able to retreat and fire upon them. So the first thing we're actually going to do is we're actually going to summon a arc of bramble thorns, creating a path that will funnel the humans out. And then we're going to create a second arc of bramble thorns, preventing them from moving too far this direction. So if any humans do come out this way, we will be able to fire upon them from over here, using our increased speed. Now, we are missing a lot of mana, unfortunately, the Strangle Thorns being quite expensive. But I think we can get this done with just what we have right here. We have plenty of arrows, we have our fists, and worst case scenario, we have the knight and the zombies themselves. The question is, how do we want to start this fight? We have this back area blocked off, and we have it set up in such a way that it's likely they're not going to be able to easily escape this way. And ideally, we want to force them out the front. It may be a good idea then, because there is a handful of zombies here already, to lure them out to the front. We do not know whether they're going to aggress or run away upon being attacked. So if we attack them from the front and they aggress, they will follow us into the zombie horde. This is ideal. If we attack them from the front, striking from the shadows, and they retreat, then Hunter will be able to swing around to the side and catch them on his traps, on his defenses. I believe this is probably the best plan. I'm going to go to my birch bark quiver and make sure that we can't insert any more arrows into it. Make sure that it is fully filled with arrows. We don't want to be worrying about managing our arrows mid-fight, if possible. This is going to be a moment of truth. Is this front door locked? It is not. Let's go ahead and open both doors. We'll go ahead and peek in. The closest one is going to be this individual here. He is wielding a knife spear, has cargo pants, and a Kevlar vest. The Kevlar vest won't stop an arrow to the face. Let's go ahead and pull out. I would say let's start with a medium damaged arrow. Go ahead and go for the most precise aim we can have and fire. He is unaware of us, but attacking to kill. He has gotten angry. He's also not responding to our attack. We're gonna fire on him again, slamming into him for 10 damage. If he's not going to respond, we're gonna send one more arrow into him. And are they not going to respond to us whatsoever? Or does he not perceive us as a threat yet? They are calling out into the night. Something over there? I'm cursed. Do you hear it? But they're not responding yet. They're not dealing with us. He's not bleeding yet either. And we hit him in the head. 11 damage. The first guard dies. As insane as it is to imagine, we are actually going to back off from this fight for now. Hunter did slay one of the humans and even managed to damage another one, but the humans are so terrified of the knights that they have been petrified in inaction. And Hunter does not want to slay babies. We're going to back off until daytime comes and give these humans a real fight, worthy of their deaths. As morning rises, so does Hunter. Our strategy from last night is not going to work anymore. We won't be able to get around to the front entrance without alerting a lot of zombies. So what we're going to do instead is that we are going to swing around towards our pit here. And as we swung around, the guards inside did just call out that they are going on alert. Go ahead and take that zombie down. Step into the night. Shung Swab, guard. Attacking to kill. And he's coming for us. Good. I want that. He's still being protective though. And he stepped back in. We have a stupid idea. We make a run for the front. soon as we step in, we do see one guard. He's already stepping up towards us. As soon as he gets a little bit closer, he has a spear, so we need to be careful. Okay. We've baited him. He's heading out now. He doesn't see what he's about to run into, as there is a zombie soldier coming around the corner. He sees us as just another monster of the night. That zombie soldier, however, sees him as food. Taking a good distance here, we're going to take a step back. And that human is doing our work for us. He begins to run back into the darkness, but it is too late. We do have to worry about the zombie brute, though, which is coming straight for us, not them. We're going to soften it up just a little bit. That's unfortunate. He retreated up the stairs into the dark. Like we said, these humans are crafty, wily, and they left us with the dregs of the fight. I believe we're going to take a few steps back, draw them together, and make another dash into the dark. Apparently, one of them took a molasses jar and chucked it at a nearby window. As we have now started the fight, in truth, using one of the types of humans against the other, Hunter has caused a small group of zombies to move into the relative safety of the darkness of this cathedral. We do want to make sure that this bloated zombie moves past the explosion going off. We hear the sounds of combat down below. No longer able to watch ourselves. We need to wait for this poison gas to clear. We do hear the sound of a zombie going down. It's gone quiet. Did they win already? That brute had to have given them at least a little bit of trouble. We're starting to think that we may have to do more of this work ourselves. As we look down, the gas is cleared just enough to see that, yeah, it does look like they were able to take down the brutes and some of the others. Most of them are not too badly injured, though. They know we're here, but they don't know where. They've caused too much noise. More zombies are pouring in from the city around them. We're going to peek down the stairs, peek around the corner. One of them does see us, is moving in to kill. They know we're a threat, that we're the ones that are causing this. That Hunter is the one that is bringing the dead in. Once again, using our superior speed and stamina to swing around with these zombies. Yeah, look at that. They're fighting now. A SWAT zombie breaking in through the window, and a tough zombie up in melee with one of the guards. They're getting chaotic now. One of the guards seeming to have lost his weapon at some point, dropping it to the ground. We'll take another shot at this one. An arrow goes straight through the man's neck and out the other side. A critical for 107. No human can survive such a shot. We're gonna move into the darkness, join the fight. This guy back here is temporarily distracted. We need to focus on the guards in the front. Seems to be running from a zombie right now. An arrow goes out, but we did miss. Oh, wow. The three of them actually just worked together and took down that SWAT zombie. They're not incompetent. Another critical, and another human guard goes down. There are so many zombies in here now. We're going to step through, and as we do, poison gas just blasted into our face. We're going to take a moment and rest, listening to the sounds of battle on the other side. We have caused a direct confrontation between them now. However, we do unfortunately have to wait some of this out, because that poison will do a number on us and our ability to fight. Opening the door back up. See, oh, as we step around the corner, one of them was actually within range of us and took a swing on Hunter. It cut at the bandages at our arm, but did not actually do any significant damage to us. We're going to back up. They're still afraid of us, still unsure about the darkness, so they don't follow. We have an angle on one of them here. Maybe. We do. Send an arrow out from the darkness again. He's currently unaware of us. Same with this one. Soften them up. Waiting for this gas to clear. Go ahead and bandage our wound. That arm took a significant hit. I can only imagine that this guard, unaware of us, staring down the zombies in front of them, trying their best to protect their master, glances out the window only to see Hunter fire another shot in through the window, lightly grazing him, his armor managing to take the brunt of the blow as we are going to head out front again, collect up some of the zombies, and make another run through, grabbing our arrows as we do. They see us. They see what we're doing. Their CEO still cowering in the back, barely ignoring us. But the ones in front of us coming in to actually deal with the threats, deal with the Fae invader. We're going to step to the side. They have started fighting the zombies again. We're actually going to have to kill one of these zombies ourselves, as it got a little bit too close to us and to where we're fighting. Now that he's fighting, send another arrow in. I want to keep distracting them. Keep them busy. We'll grab more zombies from the streets. Where are they? They're mostly down to the south of us. We're going to yell, trying to grab their attention as best as we can. As I imagine Hunter screaming out words in Elvish, words in Druidic, into the morning. Somehow a smoker zombie just came out of the church. That's a little unfortunate. We actually kind of need to be in there. We hear more combat going on inside. As we run past the door, we see just for a moment a few of them. You need to go. You are guarding this door far too well. As he does take a swing and manages to hit us in the head. Some thin smoke here. We will have to just step into it, to be honest. We don't have much of a choice. Fortunately, the zombies are not able to clearly see the humans inside. Another arrow through the window. Hunter is taking great pleasure in this. Taking these humans down. Giving them a fair fight. Well, I suppose this is only a semblance of a fair fight. Hunter is a bit of a monster himself. More zombies lured in. It does not seem like there's a third corpse yet. But we can stand in the light of the door, signaling our intent to kill. They're aware of us, but afraid to step out. We'll teach them why that's a bad idea, as we'll fire a few shots inwards. One of them is coming for us now. We're running low on arrows, but we do have mana, so we should be able to summon some whenever we actually run out properly. Come on. Step into the light. Don't be afraid. There you go. Come on out. We accidentally reached for an arrow in our backpack. Oh, that was not good. We'll go ahead, put our bow away, press down on our wounds to stop bleeding. We'll lure this guy back to our trap from earlier, forcing him to take long strides around. And we're going to go ahead and summon a nature's bow, drop the bow itself, pull out our own bow. The quiver is going to cause quite a bit of issues with us right now, but we're going to lead these two together. This human bleeding and the zombie right behind him. Although he is intent on us, he understands that we are a bigger threat. Go ahead and aim up on him. We don't want him to get too close to us. We smack him in the leg. Oh, he almost took another swing at us. There you go. He got grabbed by the zombie. Take advantage. He managed to kill the zombie quickly, but we also got a heavy shot against him. This human's slowing down. Another shot into his chest. One can only imagine a wicked smile on Hunter's face as he slowly dances backwards and takes shot after shot on this human. Even though this man's armor was good, it didn't matter in the end. He dies just like the rest. We need to rest here. We've caused too much of a commotion. We'll head into a nearby building and close the door, making sure to pry this open. Oh, that's not good. We'll put away our bow real quick and brute strike these to make sure that we don't get completely surrounded in here. Speaking of getting completely surrounded, I believe that we've had a moment of some overconfidence here. We're going to have to strike out with our fists, taking advantage of our new learning to fight down a few of the zombies here. Hunter now in distressing pain. We're struggling with managing these zombies. There's maybe a few too many of them, using our own trap against us ourselves. But we are good enough now to pull our bow back open. We're going to be a little bit less afraid of taking out a few of the straggler zombies now. These humans need to die. Hunter has had his fun. We're done with mercy. Steps into the back door, and we are just going to finish off these guards now. We need what they have, and if they're not going to play our game and enjoy the fun hunt, enjoy the fight, well, they're sitting ducks. That's not our fault. Another guard goes down. An arrow goes straight through the CEO. The guards have failed their jobs. The massacre is over. And look at the destruction Hunter is able to rain. Now, mind you, they were not responding well to the threats. They were too focused on maintaining their orders and not actually stepping out into the darkness to actually fight us. And one of them had 3 grenades on them. Well, okay. We'll go ahead and loot this whole place now. Finish off any of the zombies that came in here. And since we have a butcher knife here, I wonder, does the butcher knife have any fine cutting on it? It doesn't. So despite the butcher's knife, we won't be able to dissect any of these people. So knowing that the ichor, the goo, is going to end up inside these humans, we will go ahead and crush them down and collect as many of our arrows as possible. In fact, we'll go ahead and drop the nature arrows and start inserting some of the more important ones back into our quiver. We'll close the front doors. I'm happy that we opened those, because now that we can close them, it means that we can get a sense of safety in this place again. In fact, we sort of know that it was relatively safe, because it took a lot of effort on our part in order to get the zombies to come in and attack these guys. Okay, that's all of them looted. Let's take a look through everything that they have important, and we'll make a pile. We're not going to be able to carry it all, but we'll make a pile of everything that I think that will be useful to us. In the end, we didn't really get much from here, and I don't know how many of these things we're actually going to take with us, but we did get a couple guns, a H&K carbine, an MP5, a carbine. There is a bunch of ammo in here, some weapons, a makeshift shaving kit. I don't think I actually care about that after all. We do want the Trapper's Life book here. Seems pretty nice. But a lot of the things that we did grab, these were things that I just thought were, out of everything, more important. I don't think too many of these things are actually useful. It would be nice to take the guns with us, because we could sell those for at least, half a denarii each. It's not really a lot in the end, and to be honest, they're kind of heavy. 14 pounds between the two of them. Maybe we don't do that, actually. But the most important thing, however, is that we did manage to get a butcher knife for our butchering kit. That's something. Restoration cast, our wounds are finally knitting together. I do want to head up to the top floor of the church here. It seems like there's some sort of bell tower. And with it, we should be able to look out on the city itself. Yeah, look at this. It appears that Newton is quite enormous, and we're actually very close to the center of town. From here, we can basically see the entire thing, and I believe Hunter's going to take a moment to see if we can find any targets that would be good for us to head to, either next or at least soon. Looking across the city, we did actually find some important points of interest. There is a Magic Academy. In fact, not even that far away. It looks like it's 1-2 blocks away. We did also find 2 wizard towers here in the city, and a magic shop off in the distance. With how large this city is, we are going to have to find ways to get to those, because they're not going to be the easiest thing in the world to get to. We might have to travel there during the night in order to be able to access them directly. The Magic Academy, out of all of those, being one of probably the most valuable importance. There's also a magic meadow over here, but I don't know how valuable that is. I don't believe we've ever been to one. That academy, however, that's a big deal. I actually just noticed we actually can go farther up in this chapel. Does that give us farther range? Oh, it does. Look at that. We actually can see off into the forest a little bit now in each direction. Part of this is because of the fact that Hunter is a scout. Ooh. There is a Magiclysm cave. We've actually been recently notified by members of the community that those Magiclysm caves are quite worth it. There's also an orc village that we know for a fact is worth our attention. And another orc village to the northwest. I do believe our priority is going to be to go to the magic locations, try and find magic items or books or places of power. And anything we can loot along the way will be valuable, but then we'll probably move out of the city for a long time. Not really getting a lot of access to things until we actually need more things. I would like to be able to craft leather armor and better bows and such like that. So there's a lot that we don't really need from the city, unlike a normal survivor. For now, Hunter needs to bunker down and recover. And because we were up there for so long, we are probably going to attract a bunch of attention. Hopefully too many things don't really get in. And even as we say that, we do see a zombie soldier. Pull out our bow and see if we can deal with this guy. We do have the makeshift wooden arrows are capable of doing a little bit of penetration. The zombie soldier actually has very thick armor. We got a couple shots into him, and they kind of got ignored. I'm hoping that with a crit, we might be able to do something here. Oh man, he is just literally ignoring all of the shots we send towards him. This one zombie soldier might actually be a little bit too much for us to handle. Yeah, look at that. We just kind of unloaded most of our arrows into him, and he pretty much ignored it. However, I will say that there were zombies breaking in the front door, and he was attracted to the sound. So we can take a moment to get our arrows back. This location is getting quite dangerous, it seems like. We probably want to head out of here soon. There's that zombie soldier again, who was acting a bit like an inexorable force, preventing us from really accessing a lot of the things inside here. I think we're going to go ahead and back up to the subway station. Once we get inside, we should be able to deal with our pain and use some of the darkness in the center of this place to deal with any zombies that manage to pursue us. Oh, that dog is a little bit too close to be able to pick up our arrows. We do have some mana. We might be able to, yeah, we'll go ahead and put away our bow, and we'll get a root strike on this zombie soldier. Oh man, even the root strike barely did any damage, hitting him for 3 damage. He's only still minorly bleeding too. Yeah, another 3 damage. That zombie soldier is a bit of a problem. We head to the back, grab the subway map, and head down into the darkness. Oh, this is useful. There's laminated glass here and some closed metal doors. We'll go ahead and step in here, and we can use this to take the time to deal with our issues. I think we're going to go ahead and peruse the books. Once again, dropping anything that we don't find interesting. You know, we do have that grenade that we picked up earlier. We have 3 of them. We could throw a grenade at that zombie soldier. That is an option. It does look like once we actually have the unarmed technique familiarity, one of our books, the Boxing Monthly, if we can manage to get a training dummy or a heavy punching bag, will allow us to train our unarmed combat up to 3. I actually think that's pretty valuable because keeping our unarmed combat relatively high and getting the proficiencies means that we'll probably be able to actually do some serious damage with our boxing ability. We also need to not forget that we do have these Wolf's Head cufflinks. We get backed into a corner again, we should honestly just go ahead and use them. I keep forgetting that we have them, and Hunter is using them as a last resort because it takes a full week for the cufflinks to regenerate. However, while we're in the werewolf form, the lycanthropic form that these offer, we will be very powerful for a very short period of time. We had to fight a few zombies that were able to see the light from the laminated glass, so we're actually going to back up. But as we did, I actually noticed that there's a bunch of tools back here. The brick kilns could be useful, but outside of that, I doubt anything else here. Oh, I mean, we can take one of the metal smoothers. I don't know what the smoothing quality would ever be useful for, but it's definitely something. While Hunter was waiting for nights to fall, we took the time to meditate on Premonition, and we have now unlocked it. Let's see what it says it does. So Premonition allows us to sense the presence of things that do us harm. Oh my. As we step out, we do see that a small horde of zombies, including that zombie soldier that has been following us, has made its way out here. We're going to extinguish our ever-burning torch. Stop concentrating on Premonition for now. Well, actually, we can turn it back on. I'm curious to see exactly what it does. Can we fire through these bars? It says that there's 60% concealment, so we should be able to. We'll fire at the hazmat zombie first. Yeah, we did a significant amount of damage to it, but just as we did, this metal fence actually just got taken down by the combined force of these zombies. Back off into the darkness, and we are going to have to take all of these down. The zombie soldier seems to almost be leading them to us. You know what? We have full mana again. I think we're going to summon Noctis. We can. There we go. And we'll go ahead and see about fighting this zombie soldier. We can snap our fingers and pull out the Chris, which will have a decent job of damaging him. I say that, and then we failed to damage him. There we go. With a critical, we actually managed to poke him for 6 damage. Okay, maybe the Chris knife goes away, and we use magic to root strike him. Still only doing 3 damage to him. It would take a long time to take him down via root strikes, but it may be our only option, and this guy is following us so well. Take a few jabs at him. Yeah, definitely not going to be effective there. I really do need to get a whistle, a dog whistle. I've been informed that if I get a dog whistle, I should be able to like clicker train our good dear Noctis to actually attack what we're attacking. There we go. Noctis finally stepped up and took down that zombie soldier for us. And another grenade. Oh man, happy to have it. He also has a bunch of food that I think we're just going to go ahead and eat through real quick. And he has a smoke bomb. I've never really used a smoke bomb. I'm curious to see what exactly it does. Sorry, in order to get a wooden dog whistle, we're still going to need this butchering tip because we need the fine cutting quality in order to be able to do it. Out of curiosity, we did just step into the subway. And as soon as we stepped down here, we do see the corpse of a colossal lug. And we're going to leave it in. That does not seem like something we're going to want to deal with. Night has fallen again on the city, and I think we want to make an immediate move for the Magic Academy. Despite how expensive it's going to be on our calories to keep 2 powers going at the same time, we are going to activate our Night Eyes and Premonition. Mostly because I don't really know what Premonition does, and I'd like to see if we can experience it. If you did not know, Mind over Matter psionic powers. Oh, so much for Premonition. A Black Ops zombie just came out of the freaking night and grabbed us. Essentially a invisible zombie. We're going to make a small run for it. This dog will be fast enough to keep up with us, though, so we're going to take out the dog. Hopefully that we lost the actually invisible zombie. Well, what I was saying is that we did not lose the invisible zombie. We need to get away from this thing. Actually, what we can do, I think, is we could aim up and wait a moment. Yeah, then as soon as he appears, take a shot at him. And he also has armor. That's not good. See if we can leave him behind. Take a dead sprint. We don't even know if we are leaving him behind. Sneaking through the city. What I was trying to say is that Mind over Matter, whenever you use psionic powers, they might seem free at first, but they do actually cost you calories. So as you use them, you're going to be needing more and more calories each day. But considering it's summertime is actually one of the best times to level Mind over Matter powers because there will just be so many calories available in the surrounding area. You need to be a little careful here. Sneaking through the night, triggering as few zombies as possible, and we stepped directly into the headlights of a car. Somehow not able to see those headlights from a distance. We're going to make a run backwards, and we got grabbed by that zombie again. Okay, we need to get out of here. That Black Ops zombie is legitimately stalking us. What is this store? It seems to be some sort of jewelry store. Looks like that door back there is locked. As a parkour expert, we may want to see if we can clamber onto one of these roofs. Ooh. There's a bunch of books there. Looks like they're manuals. Go ahead and close that door behind us. Hopefully we'll hear that zombie bashing on the door as it comes to fight us. Yeah, we'll take all these books. Black Ops zombie grabbed us again. How did he get through the door? He must have been literally on top of us to be able to get through that door without us hearing him open or close it. Okay, we're gonna climb up to the roof. This thing is stalking us like a predator. hopefully it shouldn't be able to get up here, right? See if we can find another way off this roof. Does look like there's 2 buildings here that are connected. There's a ladder, worst case scenario. Let's head to the other side. That looks terrifying. There's apparently a gasoline zombie. Can we take a shot at that thing from up here? See if maybe we can set it off. Doing 28 damage to it, bleeding it heavily. It will actually die at this point. Keep an eye on it. There we go. As it does explode into a pillar of flame. That is good for us, to be honest. We should be able to use that as a bit of a distraction. There'll be a fire here, so we're going to try and move around to the south here. We don't want to do a west, because I don't want to trigger that invisible zombie again, which I just hope isn't on us. I can't say for certain one way or another. I know it's not the best idea for Hunter to be heading to the Magic Academy whenever we're already full up on inventory space, but I am very willing to drop books for the sake of magic items. Okay. There's the light of that truck. We're going to try and move through a building this time. Where's the back entrance? There it is. To avoid it. Not far now. As we were checking the houses on the way to the Magic Academy, which we're close to, we did just find a miscellaneous repair kit. These are incredibly valuable. This is a combination of a whole bunch of tools, a portable toolkit consisting of small craft knife, precise carving and replacement parts of raw materials, a wood saw, a patch of soft materials, and if supplied with duct tape, it can even be used to repair items. It gives us a whole bunch of things, including fine cutting, which I think we'll use sometime soon. This miscellaneous repair kit, we'll use it sometime soon in order to make a dog whistle so that we can control our wolf whenever we summon it. As we were trying to grab the miscellaneous repair kit, which I do think we managed to pick up. Yes, we did. We have been, once again, backed into a corner. Although I say that, and I did just realize that there is a way for us to get out. We're going to go ahead and tear that down and head out the backside, climbing over the fence. Oh, we are so close now. We even can see the back side of the academy itself in the distance here. We are going to make a rush for it because despite the fact that the academy is going to have guards, yeah, there we go, plastic golems. It will be a place that we can hole up for a little while, and perhaps we'll be able to get a few things done before heading back out of the city in a future night. But for now, we need to take care of these golems. The golems are huge. They're traditionally, making a golem is a month-long process involving hand tools and precision craftsmanship. A stone golem is as much of a work of art as it is a magical device. The advent of 3D printing, however, made it easy to get into the golem making hobby, and plastic golems have been soared in popularity. We do know that they're kind of huge, so we're going to back off into this window here, and we're going to see about how much damage we do to one. On a normal hit, we did actually do 18 damage, so there's a chance that we can kill one with a bow. We may have to rely on getting a crit. And there we go. We did finally get a crit, taking it down. So once we get a crit, we will be able to basically instantaneously kill them. So we're going to be relying a little bit on those crits. I did just realize that we should probably take care of our HP. So we're going to back into the building. Oh, there's a golem right there. And attempt to cast Restoration, which is currently too difficult. That's unfortunate. We'll take this guy down instead. Since we're focusing on a crit, we are going to go for precise aim, which will, I believe, increase our chance for a good hit, and maybe also increase our chance for a critical. Plus, we have the time to do it. Come on. Oh man, we were down to our last arrow, and he's just so low on HP. We're going to put away our bow and root strike him to finish it off. Hunter is down to being dead tired. So we're actually going to rush in here. It seems like all of the golems that are on the first floor are dead. So we're going to make a rush around this place, closing doors behind us, and see if we can... Aha, there we go. We're going to close this door and move up to the second floor here. Take one of these back rooms, and I think... Yeah. We're going to lay down for the night. Hopefully we can get some sleep, despite all the noise. Hunter is going to have to clear this academy. And then we're going to search it for magic items. I mean, we already saw that there are some enormous magic crystals here, which will... I'm sorry, what? I opened the menu here to look at what was nearby, and there's just a Ring of Speed +3 right next to us. I think we're going to go ahead and take off our Ring of Wizardry and put on that Ring of Speed. I'm not 100% sure, but I think the speed is going to be worth more than the 200 mana for now. Now, mind you, +3 speed is not a huge deal, but speed makes you better at everything. It makes you move faster, makes you perform tasks faster. Speed is an incredibly valuable stat, so even a very small amount like that is a pretty big deal. And worst case scenario, we'll sell either it or the Ring of Wizardry, which both of them will sell for several hundred, if not thousands, of currency. Does sound like maybe some zombies heard me or something, smelled me. We want to take them down before they get in. Going through more of the academy, we did just find a copper circlet, which gives us the mana focusing quality. That's a enchanting thing. A scroll piercing bolt, and a wizard's guide to backpacking. Even if we don't use any of these items are all very magical, and Valzane is going to love them. And they will get us quite a bit of money. Look at that. Another scroll. These magical academies are just incredible for loot of the magical kind. We do need food sometime soon, and we ideally need to clean out the area. Oh man, as we stepped into the basement, I was forgetting to peek, and we did just kind of run face first into a plastic golem. We're fast enough though that it didn't manage to get a swing at us. We're going to go ahead and back into this building that we were using earlier, and it looks like it's gotten distracted by some of the nearby zombies. Can we get some shots off on it and use it and the zombies to maybe take a moment to take it down? There's two more in here, but we do know that the plastic golems are usually programmed by the wizards who create them to not damage the building that they're in. So we should be able to just close the door on them, and they will never break that door down. Picking up the stairs, it doesn't look like there's any golems on the second floor here. Ah, there's one right there. We might be able to... yeah, go past here, close the door, and we'll use the window here to maybe take this guy down. It's a little unfortunate. He immediately backed up. There is a scroll of slow fall here. That's interesting. Not something we're going to be able to use because it is a Magus spell, but interesting nonetheless. I don't like that I don't know where that golem just went. It looks like it fell down to the lower level. It's probably for the best. We can finish searching this level for now. Checking one floor up, we do see some sort of classroom. Two golems inside. Again, they won't break down those windows. But I think we are going to go into a crouch anyways, because we don't want zombies down below to see us and come towards us. Looks like there's some bookshelves and some tables there. What about the next floor up? Yeah, more golems, but there is a window. Some denarii. Don't know if we're going to care about making it into that room. Another floor. Ooh, some crystallized mana and a mana crystal. That mana crystal is actually relatively valuable to us. We'll be able to get more of those from the large crystal formations, but they will allow us to fill them with mana and charge various items. And here's the library. Scroll Windrunning. Windrunning may be one of my favorite spells, and we may take advantage of it yet again. Looks like the Alchemy Lab, Magicite Illustrated, some more mana crystals, Orichalcum Cauldron, and the Ritual Floor at the top. There is a magic circle here with mana focusing and mana infusing. I'm curious, would we be able to use this to make our Druid composite bow? We can. We could actually summon 2 Druid runes once we are done clearing this place out and enchant our bow to be the composite bow. The most important thing I'm noticing there is that it only requires strength 5, which we ran into a lack of strength multiple times during our fights today. We are going to lead this golem on a little bit of a merry chase. And once we get to about here, we're going to run and get through a window so that it stops chasing us. Let's see if we can take this one down. And it steps down to the lower level again. We did just make a dog whistle and some bandages. I want to try this out right away. We're going to try and summon Noctis again. and see if this dog whistle does allow us to control Noctis. So there's the summon. Let's see about controlling Noctis. And yeah, it looks like as soon as we blew the whistle, it says that our wolf goes docile. That's not exactly what we wanted. But the wolf is now attacking the golems, so something happened there. And Noctis got destroyed by the golems. Okay. We're going to run past, lead the golems outside, like the previous ones. Let's try this again real quick. So we'll cast Summon Wolf. We blow the dog whistle, says it goes docile. And then we do it again, and it says that it's ready to attack. But it doesn't look like we can, like, command it to attack anything in particular. It is attacking the golem now, though. And unfortunately, the dog lost. I was kind of not surprised by that. Those golems are actually relatively strong. And unfortunately, the dog whistle didn't exactly have a lot of effect. We could blow it in order to cause our dog to start following us if it's attacking something that we don't care about it attacking, but it's not going to be something that we can use in order to get the dog to attack a specific target whenever it's accidentally becoming docile. We did lead the golem on the top floor away, though, so I'm thinking about taking a moment and enchanting our bow. How long will that take? 8 hours and 31 minutes. Okay, we can't do that. We need food before doing that. Are there no golems in the library? There's no golems in the library. Okay, cool. So we can really take a look at the library real quick. So what are we looking at? Scroll of Cure Light Wounds. That's a Biomancer spell. Fortunately, we can't learn Biomancer spells. I believe we locked ourselves out of it with Druid. Somewhat unsurprising because there is a Black Dragon lair so close. There appears to be multiple books on a comprehensive analysis of Black Dragons. And a book on windrunning. Windrunning. There's also a book of reactive armor. Explode our stone skin to deal massive damage to all nearby. That's interesting. We are going to have to drift off here. I hope you have enjoyed this episode of Cataclysm, Dark Days Ahead. If you have been watching as the episodes drop, you may notice some inconsistency with my release times. I do apologize for this, but I unfortunately don't think I'll have the free time to release consistently on the same day each week. Hopefully it improves over time. We'll see. I hope you stick around anyways. Subscribe to catch new videos as they come out, and leave a comment if you have any suggestions. As always, there are still dark days ahead. And goodbye.